Chapter 1073. In the end, this is the outcome. Ha 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 ha. King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Roar. A sorrowful dragon roar came from within King of Gai's body. The golden dragon of fortune emerged from his body and soared into the sea of fortune clouds. With the departure of the golden dragon of fortune, King of Gai's body trembled. He was so weak that he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Your Majesty! The ministers cried out in grief. Some of the ministers were even crying. King of Gai looked at the ministers and said bitterly, "My dear ministers, I have disappointed you. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" The ministers knelt down and cried out. Ha 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 ha, I am content to have all of you supporting me in my life. King of Gai laughed heartily. Not far away, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and Zhu did not interrupt. Before them, King of Gai was at the end of his life. The three of them respected him and did not make things difficult for him. This was respect for the strong. This was a common trait among the strong. Perhaps one day, they too would be at the end of their life. Not for King of Gai, but for themselves, the ministers did not disturb him. Your Majesty, you will be fine. If something happens to you, what should we do? Li Cong said sadly. The great nightmare dynasty is about to collapse. All of you will be free. King of Gai said bitterly. No, it is because of your Majesty that we are protected. Your Majesty, you will be fine. The ministers cried. Then, I will point you in the right direction. King of Gai suddenly said. As he spoke, King of Gai looked at the sky-burying coffin in his palm and took a deep breath. Yan Chuan. King of Gai shouted. King of Gai. Yan Chuan nodded from afar. Thank you for lending me the sky-burying coffin. King of Gai said. Yan Chuan nodded and sighed. At this moment, Yan Chuan felt like he was looking at himself in his past life. In his past life, he had also experienced the end of his life. A subject of the heavenly dynasty, I wonder if you've taken a liking to him? King of Gai asked bitterly. The moment King Gai you said that, everyone's expressions changed. Yan Chuan naturally understood as well. I couldn't ask for more. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said solemnly. I have a favor to ask of you. King of Gaia said. Please speak. I have no more strength left. I beg of you, if you are unwilling to enter the great perfection ghostly cultivator realm, use the sky-burying coffin to send him back to the immortal world. King of Gaia pleaded. Your Majesty. A group of officials prostrated themselves on the ground and cried. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Many thanks. King of Gai said bitterly. Citizens of the heavenly court, listen up. I am King Yu of Gaia. King Yu of Gaia suddenly raised his head and bellowed. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny let out a long roar. King Guayo's voice instantly spread throughout the great tragedy Heaven Empire. Today's great tragedy Heaven Empire has met with a great calamity. I cannot absolve myself from the blame. My destruction is imminent. With the help of the Great Perfection Heaven Empire, everything in the Great Perfection Heaven Empire will belong to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. All citizens, return to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire and follow me into this world. Those who are unwilling to enter the Great Perfection Heaven Empire, head to the Yen capital. Yan Chuan will send you all back to the immortal world. King of Gaia shouted. Roar. In the sky, the golden dragon of destiny let out a deafening roar. Rumble. Destiny rolled towards the northeast direction and flowed rapidly. The nation's destiny returned to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Yan Chuan, Zhu, and Meng Sansheng all looked at King Yu of Gaia in shock. No one expected King Yu of Gaia to make such a decision. Especially Zhu, whose face was filled with anxiety. Another karmic ranking of heaven and earth had disappeared. Another one. Ju clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. He finally understood why King Yu of Gaia was willing to give everything to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Other than the fact that Yan Chuan was a hero, there was another reason. It was because Yan Chuan had lent him the sky-burying coffin previously, allowing him to fulfill his wish and resolve his worries. Ju originally had a chance. When the 6 Gong-yang brothers attacked, he could have helped King Yu of Gaia. If he had helped, King Yu of Gaia would definitely be grateful to him regardless of the outcome. The karmic ranking of heaven and earth would also be given to him. This was because Yan Chuan was not in a hurry to obtain the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. Ju's face was filled with bitterness. It should have been his, it should have been his. The providence surged toward Yan Jin. King Yu of Gaia's body became thinner and thinner. Did you all hear what I said just now? I have high hopes for the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. You all can follow the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Of course, if you all have other plans, I won't stop you. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Your Majesty. The officials fell to the ground and cried. They were speechless. Even before the emperor died, he was still trying to find a way out for everyone. Although the emperor lost in the end, all the officials were grateful. When the heavens do evil, we can still survive. But when we do evil, we can't live. I shouldn't have come to this world to fight. But if I don't fight, the heavens won't let me live. I ask the heavens, when will I be able to live? I don't want to live forever, but I just want to live. Heavens, what else can we do? King Yu of Gaia looked up at the sky and lamented. Crack. 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 Cracking sounds came from King Yu of Gaia's skull. In the skull, the soul flame flickered intensely. Step by step, he walked past the kneeling officials and stood in front of Yan Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin fell to the ground. Yan Chuan, your item. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Yan Chuan took the sky-burying coffin. Ju and Meng Sanqing frowned but didn't say anything. I have returned to the heavens and earth. Thank you. King Yu of Gaia said solemnly. King Yu of Gaia, why did you give me the Great Nightmare Dynasty? An emperor must fight and not surrender. Even in death, he must not lose. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. When Yan Chuan said that, Ju's expression changed. He also noticed something unusual. Entrusting the country. Entrusting. An emperor enjoyed the worship of the masses. Only then would the emperor's thoughts be clear. Even if an emperor fell, this thought wouldn't be lost. From birth to death, one must have the emperor's heart. But now, King Yu of Gaia actually entrusted the country. I was originally a little skeleton wandering in the netherworld sea. In the past, I was ignorant. As long as I didn't meet any strong skeletons, I would be satisfied. However, many things happened and I reached this step. I built the emperor's heart and became an emperor. Today, I lost and my emperor's heart collapsed. If I could start over again, I wouldn't want to be an emperor. Ha ha ha. You are more suitable to be an emperor than me. No, I, King Yu of Gaia, have seen countless emperors. You are the one with the most emperor's chi. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yan Chuan's expression flickered. The skeleton race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. When you die, you return to heaven and earth and become a wisp of pure ghost fire in the netherworld sea? Yan Chuan asked. That's right. My race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. We don't enter the cycle of reincarnation. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Since you entrusted the country to me, I will also give you something. Whether it is useful or not, everything will be decided by the heavens. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. As he said that, a green ball of light suddenly appeared on the tip of Yan Chuan's right finger. Ding! Yan Chuan's right finger touched King Yu of Gaia's forehead. A piece of life-stealing derivative poison was injected into King Yu of Gaia's forehead. King Yu of Gaia's weak soul flame suddenly flashed, as if it was bursting with a dazzling light. After absorbing the life-stealing derivative poison, King Yu of Gaia immediately analyzed. Thank you. Everything will be decided by the heavens. King Yu of Gaia suddenly bowed respectfully to Yan Chuan. Not far away, Meng Sansheng and Zhu revealed a curious look. King Yu of Gaia bowed to Yan Chuan. How could this be? Great Nightmare Dynasty, farewell. King Yu of Gaia opened his only arm and shouted to the sky. Whine! King Yu of Gaia's body suddenly turned into a dust-like light. Gradually, King Yu of Gaia's body became less and less. Gradually, it disappeared completely. Your Majesty! The officials of Great Nightmare Dynasty cried. But at this moment, King Yu of Gaia had completely disappeared from the world. A hero of a generation had completely disappeared. Meng Sansheng and Zhu sighed softly. As for Yan Chuan, he looked at the place where King Yu of Gaia had disappeared. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty! The officials cried out in grief. But King Yu of Gaia was no longer there. The square was filled with wails and cries. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, the sound of a guqin rang out. A wave of murderous sound Dao shot towards Li Songhai, who was kneeling on the ground. Li Songhai immediately dodged. Boom! A crater was blasted into the ground. It was Meng Rongrong who had killed Li Songhai. This ambush immediately caused the cries in the square to stop. Yan Chuan, what are you doing? You promised your Majesty just now. Are you trying to kill us? Li Songhai suddenly shouted. The moment Li Songhai spoke, the officials around him were shocked. The Snake Emperor also looked sorrowful as he looked coldly at the surroundings. Li Songhai, I will naturally fulfill my promise to King Yu of Gaia. But, except for you. Yan Chuan said coldly. Me? Why? Yan Chuan, are you going back on your word? Li Songhai shouted angrily. Go back on my word. I will go back on my word if I don't kill you. I did not promise King Yu of Gaia that I would not seek revenge on you. But I promised my officials that I would avenge their father. Li Songhai, when you killed Meng Ziqiu, you should have thought of this day. Yan Chuan said coldly. Whoosh! Meng Wenrua suddenly stepped forward. Meng Rongrong also stepped forward with her zither. Su Sanyang also stepped forward with her sword. The three of them stared at Li Songhai. Yan Chuan, why you're despicable? Li Songhai roared. At this moment, the group of officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty also revealed a deep suspicion towards Yan Chuan. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Wenrua, you have the strength to seek revenge. I won't interfere. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua said gratefully. Whoosh! Meng Wenrua's aura suddenly erupted. The 12th level of the upper void stage caused the faces of the people around to sink. No one expected Meng Wenrua, a civil official, to have such strength. Zhu frowned deeply. Although he knew Meng Wenrua was no match for him, he was still shocked by Yan Chuan's methods. How was Meng Wenrua's strength in the past? How did his strength increase when he arrived in the Great Jin Dynasty? Your Majesty, you promised to let me join the Demon Imperial Dynasty. I agreed. Your Majesty, you must protect me. Li Songhai cried out. The expressions of the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty changed. The Serpent Emperor, in particular, had a terrifyingly dark expression on his face. Li Songhai, you've already disobeyed His Majesty. the Serpent Emperor said with a sinister look in his eyes. The officials who had sympathized with Li Songhai looked at him with disdain. Sympathy. Sympathize with this treacherous official. The officials looked at Li Songhai with hatred in their eyes. Li Songhai knew he was in trouble as soon as he spoke. However, since things had come to this, he could only go to Ju. Your Majesty, save me! Li Songhai cried out. Ju looked at Li Songhai with a dark expression. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel the demon imperial dynasty doesn't need an official like you. Ah! Li Songhai froze in the air in shock. Chapter 1074. Meng Rongrong ascends to immortality. Ju looked at Li Songhai with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel that the monster imperial court doesn't need a subject like you. Ah! Li Songhai froze in the air. Li Songhai was deserted by his friends and family. Whoosh! Li Songhai fled in a certain direction. Where do you think you're going? Meng Wenruo roared. Meng Wenruo appeared in front of Li Songhai and slapped him on the head. Boom! Li Songhai froze, a dumbfounded look on his face. Give me back my master's life, you scoundrel! Su Sanyang yelled. TSK. Su Sanyang's sword pierced Li Songhai's heart. After being slapped by Meng Wenruo, Li Songhai lost consciousness and could not resist Su Sanyang's sword. Ding ding ding, dong dong dong. Meng Rongrong zither sounded. Thousands of black ghosts appeared in the sound waves and pounced on Li Songhai's corpse. Ah woo! Ah woo! The ghosts gnawed on Li Songhai's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Li Songhai's skin and bones were devoured. Although the subjects of the Great Nightmare Imperial Court could not bear to see this happen, no one stopped them. A traitor deserved no sympathy. Ju and Meng Rongrong looked at Meng Rongrong in surprise. Meng Rongrong's zither skills had reached an unbelievable level. Zither illusions? Not only was it an illusion, but it was also created through the sound of the zither. Father, I've finally avenged you. Meng Wenruo suddenly knelt down. His eyes were red. Su Sanyang knelt beside Meng Wenruo. Meng Rongrong also returned. The three of them kowtowed to the sky 3 times before slowly standing up. Now that they had gotten their revenge, they felt relieved. At the same time, they seemed to have matured a lot because of Meng Zichio's death. Meng Rongrong turned around and looked at her surroundings. Finally, she looked at Yan Chuan who was protecting her. Looking at Yan Chuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of bitterness. When Yan Chuan saw the look in Meng Rongrong's eyes, his heart also ached. But he didn't know what to say. Meng Rongrong looked up at the sky and closed her eyes as if she was making a final decision. Around them, Feng Yinyang also slowly withdrew the formation. Gonyang Dalong's formation opened, and the square of the Great Nightmare Hall instantly shrunk to its original size. However, at this moment, it was already a mess. In Wei City, almost all the citizens were dead. On the other side, Wang Jian and Jin Daiyu were chasing after 2 immortals. Die! Boom! 2 immortals instantly fell to the 2 of them. The 2 of them quickly returned after killing the group of immortals. In the deathly silent Wei City, a bunch of officials cried out once more. The Snake Emperor had a bitter look on his face. At this moment, Meng Rongrong opened her eyes as her aura skyrocketed. Whoosh! The skyrocketing aura soared to the sky. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly rolled, 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. Not far away, Ju frowned. Tribulation. Rongrong, what are you doing? Yan Chuan suddenly frowned. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan and shook her head slightly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. The words, I'm leaving, seemed to express all the sadness in Meng Rongrong's heart. After saying that, Meng Rongrong soared to the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Whoosh! Meng Rongrong entered the tribulation clouds. Ding ding dong dong. In the tribulation clouds, Meng Rongrong suddenly played the zither. Meng Rongrong was inside the tribulation clouds, undergoing the tribulation. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Meng Rongrong's last words kept echoing in Yan Chuan's mind. Although their love was bitter, how could Yan Chuan not feel it? He took a deep breath. Meng Wenruo. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenruo quickly stepped forward. You and Su Sanyang, go through the tribulation immediately and protect Meng Rongrong. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Wenruo naturally had no objection. Protect his sister. It was his duty. However, he could not solve the doubts in his heart. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo, took a deep breath, and told Meng Wenruo the truth. Meng Rongrong is already my woman. Protect her well in the immortal realm. I will come for you. Meng Wenruo's expression changed, and she immediately understood everything. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and nodded. Meng Wenruo looked at Su Sanyang, grabbed her hand, and looked up at the sky. Rumble. The tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly rose. Meng Rongrong's tribulation was 99 heavenly tribulations, while Meng Wenruo's tribulation was 19 heavenly tribulations. Let's go. Let's go through the tribulation with my sister. Meng Wenruo held Su Sanyang's hand and said. Okay. Su Sanyang nodded. Whoosh. The two of them also shot into the tribulation clouds. Rumble. The tribulation clouds in the sky above Wei City roared. The three of them went through the tribulation together, and suddenly a storm rose in all directions. Yan Chuan and the others waited patiently. Meng Sanqing looked at the sky and then looked around. He sighed slightly, turned his head, and left with the experts of the arcane holy ground. Zhu looked at Yan Chuan, and a flash of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Yan Chuan, we'll meet again. Zhu said. Yan Chuan looked at Zhu and nodded. However, his eyes were quickly attracted by the tribulation clouds. He looked at the tribulation clouds. Zhu smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and led a group of monsters to the north. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation rumbled for 2 hours. Bam! The three of them went through the tribulation at the same time, and the tribulation clouds suddenly dispersed. The three of them in the sky were suddenly surrounded by thousands of rays of light. Whoosh! The three of them ascended to the immortal realm and suddenly disappeared. Sigh. Yan Chuan sighed slightly, disappointed. However, with Meng Wenruo by his side, Yan Chuan was not too worried. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and looked at the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. Yan Chuan said solemnly, everyone, the Great Nightmare Dynasty has just been destroyed. If you don't want to stay, follow me to the Yen capital. I need to refine the sky-burying coffin. In 20 years, I will open the passage to the immortal realm in Yen capital. If you are willing to stay in Great Chen, I will welcome you wholeheartedly. If not, I will send you back to the immortal realm. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty said respectfully. Yan Chuan did not force them to surrender immediately. After all, King Gaio had just passed away, and the officials might still be immersed in grief. If he subdued them now, it would cause them to be conflicted. After a while, he would let the ghost cultivators think about it. After staying for a few days, Yan Chuan led the officials back to the Yen capital. Along the way, Yan Chuan constantly studied the sky-burying coffin. In his previous life, he had obtained the sky-burying coffin and did not have time to study it. In this life, he saw how powerful it was and must study it carefully. An outsider, King Gaio was able to unleash shocking power, let alone him, the original owner. West Divine Continent. Kong Mok led the officials and flew towards the city of Buddha. Lotus God, I need power, and I need endless power. Kong Mok roared in his heart. Don't worry, with me around, your strength will continue to rise. Not only in this world, but even in the immortal realm, you will also have the power to dominate the world. The Lotus God's voice sounded in his mind. I only want to kill Yan Chuan now, as long as Yan Chuan dies. Kong Mok said ferociously. You will. Ju led a group of great demons and flew quickly towards the north. A great demon next to him frowned and said, Your Majesty, this Yan Chuan is a little tricky. Ju smiled slightly and said, No, I have already found his flaw. Oh. The great demon was surprised. In any aspect, Yan Chuan is extremely outstanding and can be compared to a perfect emperor. Unfortunately, he is too emotional. Ju said in a deep voice. Emotional? Yes, an emperor is the ruler of the world, how can he be tied down by personal feelings? But Yan Chuan is tied down by personal feelings. ZZ, Meng Rongrong, and that emperor? Yes, there is also Zhao Afang and Mo Yushi. This is Yan Chuan's biggest flaw. Ju took a deep breath and said. Shouldn't an emperor have personal feelings? If he does not cut off personal feelings, he is not an emperor. Ju said firmly. Meng Sanxing flew all the way. Lotus God. Lotus God is back. Meng Sanxing said with an ugly expression. Holy Lord, what should we do now? A disciple asked. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and said, What should we do? Lotus God must be driven away. After returning, send people to the Kong family and ask them to come forward. Yes. After giving the order, Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and pondered. In Hen Tian. And that snake emperor? He can still live until now with his fate shattered. It seems that he is a descendant of that ancient person. Also, Dezhen's arrival is too strange. Is this Yan Chuan the reincarnation of someone from the immortal world? Meng Sanxing frowned and pondered. All the major forces in the world had their own thoughts. In a hall in the immortal world. A large number of guards were stationed around the hall to guard it. On a table in the hall, there were 6 jade tablets. Bang! Suddenly, a jade tablet exploded. Ah, not good. A guard exclaimed. This is Lord Gongyang Erlong's life jade. Lord Gongyang Erlong is dead. A guard exclaimed. Bam! 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 One by one, the life jade tablets shattered. Ah! Lord Gongyang Sanlong's divine soul is also destroyed. Lord Gongyang Silong is also dead. Lord Gongyang Wulong. Lord Gongyang Lulong. Lord Gongyang Dalong is also dead. The 6 jade tablets exploded, and the guards guarding the main hall were thrown into confusion. Dead, they are all dead. Furthermore, they left almost at the same time. Not a single one of the 6 lords managed to escape. How could this be? A group of guards exclaimed. Quick, report to the Holy King. A guard leader immediately shouted. Soon, a group of experts in official robes surrounded the hall. Each of them stared at the 6 life jade tablets with a complicated expression. When the Holy King sent them, each of them used a precious life jade. The life jade contained a wisp of their divine soul. How long has it been since they died? They are all dead. Even the celestial immortals are dead, the others must be dead. An official said in a deep voice. Gongyang Dalong. He can't do anything right. The Sage King paid such a huge price to break open the sealed realm, but they were all wiped out. A bunch of trash. In the hall, a group of officials criticized Gongyang Dalong's group with a gloomy expression. 6 celestial immortals are all dead. It seems that the information we collected is not accurate. An official said with a complicated expression. Do we still need to send a great immortal? Chapter 1075. Yan Chuan rushed back to Yanjing. He immediately mobilized his troops. With the help of King Gaiyu before his death, the city lords didn't have much resistance against Dezhen. Yan Chuan was also worried that a long delay might lead to trouble. He immediately asked Jin Dayu, Hua Guang, Wang Jian, and Li Si to head south and conquer the cities in southern Divine Continent as fast as they could. With Dezhen's 200 to 300 years of operation, the stubborn forces in southern Divine Continent were almost wiped out. As Dezhen's troops headed south, Bai Ditian also arranged for the Tiger tribe to follow. Today, Bai Ditian would no longer underestimate Yan Chuan. Compared to Dezhen's prosperity, his own Tiger clan seemed to be lacking in comparison. Yanjing. In a hall in the palace. Yan Chuan, Bai Ditian, the Snake Emperor, and Yin Hentian sat together and drank tea. Cough cough cough. The Snake Emperor coughed. Yan Di, why did you summon me? The Snake Emperor frowned. Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian, and Yin Hentian nodded. In the ancient times, there was a formation called the 12 Divine Fiends. It was set up by the 12 ancient demon gods. After the great calamity of heaven and earth, the 12 ancient demon gods fell and the formation disappeared. Yin Hentian said. The Snake Emperor's eyes narrowed. There are 5 most powerful formations in the history of heaven and earth, including this formation. Among the 5 most powerful formations, the 12 heavenly divine fiends were the most ferocious and baleful. Have you heard of it? Yin Hentian smiled. How do you know? The Snake Emperor asked with a complicated expression. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. I just know a little. Since the Snake Emperor knows about it, that's great. The conditions to set up the 12 capital heaven divine beings killing array are extremely harsh. Back then, almost all of the 12 ancient demon gods had perished. If you want to recreate this array, you have to find the descendants of the 12 ancient demon gods in order to recreate the array. Cough cough cough, you think I am? The Snake Emperor coughed. I am sure. Yin Hentian nodded. Are you sure? Snake Emperor asked in disbelief. The 12 primordial demon gods were once acquainted with my Yin clan. My Yin clan naturally recorded the method to identify the descendants of the demon gods. The 12 demon gods are the ancestors of the 12 earthly branches. Not only you, but Bai Ditian is also one. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Oh. The Snake Emperor looked at Bai Ditian in surprise. Yan Chuan was drinking tea at the side. A few days ago, when Yin Hentian told Yan Chuan about this, Yan Chuan was also extremely shocked. However, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He was only filled with curiosity towards Yin Hentian's ancestors. Cough, cough, cough. Yin clan. Ha. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly in surprise. I happen to have the diagram of the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Fiends formation. After His Majesty has seen it, he wants to recreate the ancient formation. I hope that Snake Emperor can stay in Dezhen and assist His Majesty. Yin Hentian said solemnly. You have an array diagram? Snake Emperor asked in surprise. What was Yin Hentian's background? Array diagram? Even he, the true descendant, didn't have it, so how could he have it? Does Snake Emperor want to take a look? Yin Hentian laughed. Take a look. How could the Snake Emperor not want to take a look? That was the glory of his ancestors. The Snake Emperor's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Eventually, it turned into helplessness. Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, my fate has been shattered. I know that I don't have much longer to live. Yin Hentian frowned at the side. Indeed, this was a problem that Yin Hentian had been brooding over. Shang Ruo. What if I can heal her? Yan Chuan laughed. Ha! Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Fate? That could be fixed. Even though everyone was shocked, they knew that Yan Chuan would not lie to them. Looking at Yan Chuan, they knew that he would not lie to them. The Snake Emperor's eyes flashed. He knew that he was going to die. But now, Yan Chuan was saying that he could be saved. If he said that he did not want to live, that would be a lie. But, thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, I do not want to be restricted. I wanted to travel the immortal world in my old age to fulfill my wish and enter the imperial court as a subject. Heh. The Snake Emperor shook his head bitterly. You don't need to enter the imperial court as a subject. Yan Chuan shook his head. Oh. Just be like Bai Ditian and become the supreme beast of Dezhen. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Supreme beast of Dezhen? Ha! If I'm the supreme beast, what about Bai Ditian? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Who made the rule that a country can only have one type of beast? Yan Chuan laughed. Ha! The tiger tribe is the Great Jin's national beast, and the snake tribe can also be the Great Jin's national beast. The Great Jin's entry into the immortal realm is imperative. During the great ancient calamity, the high heaven died, but the lotus deity attacked again. The lotus deity attacked again, and the high heaven died. Yan Chuan is not talented, but he is willing to fight the lotus god. If we follow the development of a normal country, it will be far from enough. I need a bigger immortal country for Dezhen, for heaven and earth, to fight the lotus god. The 12 divine beings' wraith formation is what I need the most. Snake Emperor, your ancestors used their lives to protect this world. Now that it's your time, do you want to escape? Yan Chuan said solemnly. The moment Yan Chuan said this, Bai Ditian and Yin Hentian were filled with respect. Me? The Snake Emperor frowned. I know that you want to be free. However, heaven and earth are about to be destroyed. Where is your freedom? Where is your freedom when the lotus god comes? If you leave this world, you will only enter a bigger cage. Snake Emperor, help me. Yan Chuan said solemnly as he stared at the Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly. It seemed like he was moved by Yan Chuan's words. The Snake Emperor turned his head and looked at Bai Ditian. Bai Ditian smiled faintly and said, 2 primes. I have no objections. The Snake Emperor fell silent as if he was making a decision. After a while, he looked at Yan Chuan and said solemnly, the Snake Emperor greets your majesty. Good. I also want to thank the Snake Emperor for your trust. Yan Chuan said happily. Yin Hentian smiled faintly as if he was recalling something. Yan Chuan reached out and took out 2 jade boxes. He handed one to Bai Ditian and the other to the Snake Emperor. The two reached out and grabbed the boxes. A violent force surged over. This is... Bai Ditian said in shock. The Snake Emperor also touched the jade boxes in shock. Of the 12 earthly branches, the 2 primordial life providences, Yin and Si. Merge them well. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah! The 2 exclaimed in shock. Yin Hentian also looked at the 2 jade boxes in shock. How is this possible? Yin Hentian exclaimed. This aura. It comes from the same source as me. Is it my ancestor's aura? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Yan Chuan smiled faintly but did not explain. Seeing that Yan Chuan was unwilling to say anything, everyone stopped asking. They looked at the 2 jade boxes thoughtfully. The Serpent Emperor was even more excited. With this life providence, he might really be able to recover from his injuries. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he sent everyone off. Meow. Meow jumped in. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Meow. Yan Chuan, you just gave my 12 earthly branches to them so casually. Even I am envious of the power inside. Aren't you afraid that they will run away? Meow asked. They won't run away. I believe in you. Yan Chuan nodded. North Divine Continent, Yao Imperial Dynasty. Zhu looked at Yao Tiansheng. Go. With me here, don't worry. Subdue all the great demons in the world as soon as possible. Zhu said after taking a deep breath. Yao Tiansheng nodded. Let's go. Yao Tiansheng stepped forward and led the group of demons into the sky. He went to look for great demons to subdue. After Yao Tiansheng left, Zhu looked towards the south with a worried expression. Behind Zhu was another person, Yun Xian. There are still 3 chances left. Zhu said with a heavy heart. Yes. The Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, and the Archaean Sacred Ground are the 3 upper earthly karmic positions. The Yao Imperial Dynasty can only take them from them. Unfortunately, these 3 earthly karmic positions are not easy to obtain. Yun Xian said with a complicated expression. The Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty has the Kong family. The others in the Kong family are fine, but the Kong family has an old ancestor, Yun Xian said seriously. The Kong family's old ancestor. Zhu frowned. Yes. When Jingming recovered his memories, his aura was so strong that it covered all 5 divine continents. Do you know how long it took for the Kong family's old ancestor to travel from the Kong family to the Archaean sect? Yun Xian said seriously. How long? 1 day. In just 1 day, he traveled from the Kong family to the Archaean sect. Yun Xian took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. 1 day. He traveled from the West Divine Continent to the North Divine Continent. Zhu said in surprise. Yun Xian nodded with a bitter smile. Zhu's expression was complicated. As for the Archaean Sacred Ground, Yun Xian smiled bitterly. The Archaean Sacred Ground also has experts. Zhu said in surprise. Back then, no one dared to disobey Jingming's orders. The Archaean Sacred Ground was no exception. However, the Archaean Sacred Ground once provoked Jingming. Yun Xian said seriously. Oh. Jingming once killed his way into the God world. You should know Jingming's character. He killed anyone who dared to provoke him. However, although the God world gave in the end, the God world still exists. What do you think of the Archaean Sacred Ground? Yun Xian smiled bitterly. Zhu clenched his fist slightly. The Great Achievement Empire. Look, Yan Chuan is extremely powerful. He's the most powerful person in the world right now. His forces cover 2 divine continents. However, the Great Achievement Empire's foundation is still slightly weaker than those 2. Yun Xian explained. Still slightly weaker. Zhu sighed. Although the Great Achievement Empire's foundation was weak, it was much stronger than the Demon Race Imperial Empire. It's difficult to take their karmic rank. It's extremely difficult. Yun Xian said with certainty. Yes, it's very difficult. Zhu's eyes narrowed. However, I still want to try again. I still have a chance. Zhu took a deep breath and said seriously. Chance? What chance? Yun Xian was surprised. Yan Chuan is still at the 11th level of the upper void stage. If he doesn't break through, I still have a chance. Zhu said seriously. But. Yun Xian said worriedly. Don't worry. I won't fight to the death. I'll do my best. At the very least, I can't let him see clearly. Zhu smiled bitterly. All right, I believe you. However. Yun Xian nodded. Hee, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to predict the Great Achievement Empire. I'll use my own method. Zhu shook his head. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Xian replied. After all, he had promised not to predict the Great Achievement Empire for 1,000 years. Chapter 1076. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. In the upper study room. Yi Feng, Lu Gang, Yin Hentian, and Lu Jin were all present. And in the upper study room, there was another outsider, monstrous beast Imperial Court's King Spider. King Spider solemnly handed over a letter. Yen Di, His Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. It must be delivered to you. King Spider said solemnly. Everyone was curious. Lu Jin passed the letter to Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan frowned slightly and took the letter. From King Spider's attitude, Yen Chuan knew that something big must have happened for Zhu to be so cautious. Yen Chuan opened the letter and read it. As he read, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed and a serious expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, did something big happen? Yi Feng asked curiously. Yen Chuan handed over the letter. Yi Feng immediately took the letter and read the contents. Yi Feng's face changed and he frowned deeply. Then, he passed the letter to Yin Hentian. The ministers passed the letter around. Yen Chuan took a sip of tea and pondered. Zhu. He's unwilling. Yen Chuan sighed softly. King Spider smiled and nodded, My Emperor, you've done something unprecedented. You want to establish the foundation of the world, so you must have the ambition to face the world. Yen Chuan nodded. I do admire Zhu's boldness. Go back and tell Zhu that I will definitely be there when the time comes. Since he gave me a big gift, I might be able to give him a big gift too. Yen Chuan said solemnly. King Spider's expression changed and he said politely, Yes, King Spider will pass the message. King Spider will take his leave. Yen Chuan nodded. Lu Jin came forward to send King Spider off. As soon as King Spider left, the ministers in the upper study room felt relieved. Your Majesty, does Zhu really have that ability? Yi Feng asked with a frown. That's right, Your Majesty. Why does Zhu want to fight with Your Majesty alone? This is a war between nations. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to personally take the risk. Lu Gang said worriedly. Your Majesty, Zhu is prepared to give up on the northern divine continent. Is he really willing to give it up? Yin Hentian frowned. That's why I said that Zhu has great courage. 30,000 years ago, he actually committed suicide and reincarnated in order to scheme for a person's life. In this life, he is even more willing to bet a country for a belief. This person is extraordinary. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. The Jade Star plucking hand is one of the strongest divine abilities in the world. Rumor has it that the ancient Almighty even battled with the Lotus God, Yin Hentian said solemnly. Oh. Yen Chuan's eyes brightened. Zhu has obviously obtained the inheritance of that ancient Almighty. Therefore, Your Majesty, you must be careful. Yin Hentian said solemnly. I understand. Yen Chuan nodded. After thinking for a while, Yen Chuan looked at Yi Feng and asked, Where is Jin Dayu now? The three armies of the Great Jin Army are currently attacking the southern divine continent. Jin Dayu is the marshal of one of the armies. Yi Feng said. Summon him back. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Your Majesty, changing the marshal in the middle of a battle is a taboo. Yi Feng said worriedly. It's fine. The southern divine continent doesn't have much resistance. When Jin Dayu returns, let Li Si take his place. With Li Si's reputation, it should be easy for him to control the army and the opponents. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Li Si. Yifeng was instantly speechless. Indeed, Li Si's fierce reputation was too terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. Li Si annihilated an entire clan. Although he didn't participate in the battle and only did logistics, Li Si still made a name for himself in the logistics department. Yes. Northern Divine Continent, Yao Imperial Empire. Zhu looked to the south. Spider King was reporting everything to Zhu. Yun Xian stood behind him. Yan Chuan said that? Zhu asked seriously. Yes. Spider King nodded. Your Majesty, this is a huge gamble. Yun Xian frowned. Zhu shook his head. This is not a gamble. I just want to see the heroes of this world again. Oh. King Gai said that Yan Chuan is more like an emperor than he is. Before he died, he passed the country to Yan Chuan. This shows Yan Chuan's magnanimity. This is true. Yan Chuan used a few hundred years to build the great Jin Empire today. Look at his growth, and you will realize that his methods and abilities are comparable to the great Buddha Celestial Empire's Kong Mok. Don't you see his magnanimity? With comparison, you can see more clearly. Kong Mok is much more petty compared to him. Zhu said solemnly. Yan Chuan is indeed more magnanimous than Kong Mok. Yun Xian nodded. In the world today, there is only one hero that I am interested in, and that is Yan Chuan. Zhu said solemnly. Ah. Then why did your Majesty only look for Yan Chuan? Why do you want to fight with Yan Chuan? Spider King could not understand. The great Buddha Empire has the Kong family. It will take a long time to take them down. However, the world is developing too quickly. Time. What I lack is time. One step behind, one step behind. One step ahead, one step ahead. In this world, there is no place for me. I invited Yan Chuan out because I want to get to the bottom of this. I hope I am not wrong. Zhu sighed. Yes. The two nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study. A purple-robed man stood in front of Kong Daochio. Kong Daochio narrowed his eyes. Meng Sancheng, why are you here? Kong Daochio frowned. The purple-robed man handed over a letter. The Holy Lord asked me to hand it to you personally. The purple-robed man said solemnly. Oh. Kong Daochio took the letter. He opened it with suspicion. As he read, Kong Daochio's eyes widened. This is impossible. Kong Daochio stood up abruptly. The purple-robed man shook his head. I have already delivered the letter. The sect leader said that it is up to you whether you believe it or not. With that, the purple-robed man stepped out of the study. After the purple-robed man left, Kong Daochio paced back and forth in the study. Lotus God. Impossible. How could Kong Mo have anything to do with the Lotus God? I've seen them before. Their energy is pure and flawless, unlike Yang Zhizhou's black energy. Although Yang Zhizhou's black energy was incomparably evil, it was also pure and flawless. The purity of evil, the purity of black. Is it pure and white now? Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Mo might really take our Kong family's place. Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. After taking a deep breath, Kong Daochio stood up and walked out of the study. He quickly flew toward the Kong family's forbidden area. Whoosh! Kong Daochio landed at the entrance of a valley. I am Daochio. I request an audience with the Grand Ancestor. Kong Daochio said solemnly. The valley was silent. After an hour, a voice was heard. Kong Daochio, why are you here again? An impatient voice came from the valley. I have an important matter to report to the Kong family. Kong Daochio said solemnly. Oh. The Lotus God has returned to this world. The Grand Ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. The person I am looking for this time is Kong Mo Ku. Kong Mo Ku has colluded with the Lotus God. Now that his strength has increased greatly, I am afraid that he will take our Kong family's place. Grand Ancestor, please come out of the valley and make a decision. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. There was silence in the valley. Kong Daoqiu, I know that you don't like Kong Mo Ku, but don't use this excuse to deceive me. Kong Mo Ku was here before you came. The Lotus God. Is this your excuse? The Grand Ancestor's impatient voice came. But Kong Mo Ku's strength has increased greatly during this period. Yes, he did. Kong Mok also told me that he had benefited from refining the Buddha's Sarira. He came here to ask for forgiveness for refining the Buddha's Sarira. I have already absolved him of his crimes, the Great Ancestor said in a deep voice. Ah! Kong Daoqiu, I don't want you to frame Kong Mo Ku. I still have a use for the great Buddha Celestial Empire in the future. You are the patriarch of the Kong family. Remember, always put the Kong family's interests first. If you continue to harp on your daughter's death, you might as well not be the patriarch. The Grand Ancestor said angrily. Kong Daoqiu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Yes, I know my mistake. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and said with an ugly expression. Go. Don't disturb me again. The Grand Ancestor said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Kong Daoqiu said sulkily as he slowly left. At this moment, the Grand Ancestor was obviously siding with Kong Mo Ku. No matter how he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not have enough evidence, so he could only go back first. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yan Jin. Jin Dayu received the order and quickly returned. Your Majesty, I am fighting at the front line. May I know why I am back? Jin Dayu asked curiously. Jin Dayu, your ancestor was once the Shifter Emperor. Yan Chuan asked. Ah, how did you know? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. I noticed it when I saw your words and deeds, especially your Divine Emperor Bell. Divine Emperor? Perhaps that was your ancestor's divine name? Yan Chuan asked. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly and finally nodded. Your Majesty is wise. My ancestor did establish a celestial empire. My descendants will never be able to reach his level. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yan Chuan nodded and said, no matter what, you know some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. I need your help. Your Majesty, please speak your mind. If not for your appreciation, my lineage might have already been cut off. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. I want some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Your Majesty, are you going to help Ju? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. This was because De Zhen had no use for these experiences. Yan Chuan shook his head gently. I am helping him, but not him. The main thing is to help me and De Zhen's celestial empire. Jin Dayu was at a loss. After thinking for a while, Jin Dayu finally said solemnly, if your Majesty wants it, I will tell you everything I know. These experiences are no longer of much use to me. If my ancestor's power can once again flourish in the world, he might be happy. Yan Chuan nodded. If one day, I reach a high enough level, I will help you restore your ancestor's glory. Ah. Jin Dayu said in surprise. It's just that we are still too weak. Everything we say is false. You are the commander of De Zhen's Third Army and have accumulated military merits. Sooner or later, with your military merits, I will fulfill my promise and let you fulfill your glory. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jin Dayu was excited. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu said firmly. Chapter 1077. It had been 20 years since King Gaiyu's death. Yen Jin had become the focus of the world again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on this place. This was because 20 years ago, Yen Chuan had promised to send the officials of the Great Calamity Heaven dynasty out of this world. At this moment, countless cultivators guessed Yen Chuan's abilities. Break open the gate to the immortal realm. Was Yen Chuan really that strong? On the other hand, he wanted to see if Yen Chuan would really honor his promise. Did he really have that kind of bearing? A large number of cultivators had gathered outside Yanjing. Inside Yanjin, the square of the Skyward Palace was filled with ghost cultivators. The ghostly aura was heavy. Yen Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, followed by a group of officials. Everyone. Yen Chuan looked at the ghost cultivators and said. Silence reigned. The group of ghost cultivators all looked at Yen Chuan. First of all, I have great respect for all of you. All of you are loyal to King Gai. After King Gai's death, none of you are willing to join any court, none of you are willing to stay in any country. All of you are the backbone of the country. Your strength of character is worthy of everyone's admiration. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yen Chuan spoke, and the group of ghost cultivators revealed bitter expressions. However, just like what Yen Chuan had said, the ghosts only respected King Gaiyo, and no one else could be subdued. I will fulfill the promise I made that day and break open the celestial world gate for all of you. However, let me emphasize this once more. This is the sealed world, the netherworld has collapsed. If I break open the celestial world gate, all of you can only go to the yang world of the celestial world, the yang world. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The group of ghost cultivators looked at each other, but their eyes were filled with determination. Yen Di, thank you for your reminder. However, don't worry. Although this is the immortal world, we will find the road to the Yellow Springs. As long as we enter the road to the Yellow Springs, we can return to the underworld. A ghost cultivator said. Alright, good luck to all of you. Yen Chuan nodded. With a flip of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin suddenly appeared. At this moment, Yen Chuan's strength was naturally much stronger than the king of Gaiyu. Feng Yin Yang. Yen Chuan suddenly shouted. Yes. Feng Yin Yang, who was not far away, replied. Feng Yin Yang waved his hand. Arg. 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 All of a sudden, dragon roars were heard all over Yanjin. Feng Yin Yang activated a large number of dragon veins, and streaks of yellow light gathered on the sky-burying coffin from all directions. Buzz. The heaven-burying coffin suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and a surge of power surged in all directions. His powerful aura forced the ghostly cultivators to retreat. Yen Chuan held the heaven-burying coffin and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. World suppression, break. Yen Chuan shouted. The sky-burying coffin in his hand suddenly smashed into the sky. Hong. The explosion shook the entire Yanjin, and the ears of countless cultivators were ringing. It was originally a sunny day, but suddenly, thunderclouds rolled as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. The rolling thunderclouds covered the sky and covered the entire Yanjin in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the rolling thunderclouds, there was a huge hole. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be vast mountains and rolling rivers. It's broken. A cultivator in the distance exclaimed. Looking at the entrance of the cave, almost all the spectating Xiuzha were stunned. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. A place where mortals couldn't enter in their entire lives. That's a heaven for all mortals. Only deities who went through the tribulation and became deities had the right to ascend and enter. But now, the entrance to the realm of deities had appeared in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was broken by a mortal. Just like that, it was broken. When the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Yan Chuan again, they were already indescribably shocked. Of course, breaking the door to the realm of deities depended on the place. It wasn't difficult to break it from the inside to the outside, but the price to pay from the outside to the inside was too terrifying. Because the inside was targeted at mortals, while the outside was targeted at deities. They weren't on the same level. That was why Yan Chuan could break it with the sky-burying coffin. The realm of deities has opened. Everyone, please go ahead. Yan Chuan said. In the middle of the thunderclouds, the entrance slowly shrank. Countless ghost cultivators looked at Yan Chuan and finally bowed to Yan Chuan respectfully. Thank you, Yan Emperor, the leading ghost cultivator said. Then, the ghost cultivator rushed into the sky and instantly rushed into the hole. A large number of ghost cultivators followed one after another. And there was a unique figure among the group of ghost cultivators. The Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor looked at Yan Chuan and bowed to Yan Chuan respectfully. Then, he led a group of snake race overlords into the sky. Yan Chuan nodded. He watched the Snake Emperor leave. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost cultivators in the square had left. As for the entrance in the sky, it slowly closed with a rumble and gradually disappeared completely. Boom! The rumbling thunderclouds exploded and scattered. Everything was over. But the shock of countless cultivators didn't end. Not far away, Dongfang Jingpi of the Julu Academy stood. The fat on Dongfang Jingpi's face trembled when he saw the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Dongfang Jingpi quickly flew in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, no, your majesty, that coffin of yours is too powerful. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. Dongfang Jingpi said excitedly. When did you come? Yan Chuan asked curiously. You sent someone to summon me. As a high-ranking official, how can I not hurry back? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Dongfang Jingpi said casually. There is one thing, but I don't know if you can do it. Yan Chuan smiled. Are you making fun of me? Dongfang Jingpi was speechless. No, you are the most suitable person to do this. I can feel that you are someone from the path of great fortune. Yan Chuan said seriously. Path of great fortune? Yan Chuan, you have a good eye. However, what is the path of great fortune? Dongfang Jingpi laughed. Yan Chuan. Yin Hentian stepped forward and smiled. This is the head of the Special Affairs Department of Dezhen. You are indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Jingpi's eyes lit up when he heard Yin Hentian's words. You are too polite. Dongfang Jingpi stood up straight. The Emperor's matter is very special. I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable person. However, the Emperor suddenly mentioned you and said that there is a special affairs department in Dezhen. He asked me to hand this matter to you. Yin Hentian smiled. Oh. Dongfang Jingpi was interested. Yin Hentian took out 2 green jade pendants. Of these 2 jade pendants, one is with me. The other is for you. Yin Hentian handed over a green jade pendant. Oh. Dongfang Jingpi asked curiously. I need you to find a few people. Every time these people come within 10 miles of you, this jade pendant will light up. At the same time, their appearance will slowly appear on the jade pendant. Yan Chuan said. Ah. So magical. Dongfang Jingpi was shocked. Look at Bai Ditian. Yan Chuan looked into the distance. Bai Ditian slowly flew over from afar. After flying for about 5 kilometers, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint white light. On one side of the jade pendant, a tiger's head slowly appeared. On the other side, Bai Ditian's appearance seemed to have been absorbed, and a fleeting shadow of Bai Ditian appeared. Dongfang Jingpi was shocked. The 12 Earthly Branches. This is Yin, by Ditien. As for the rest, I need you to find them for me. There are only 2 jade pendants. I don't trust anyone else, so I can only find you. Yan Chuan said seriously. He didn't trust anyone else. A sense of accomplishment grew in Dongfang Jinpi's heart. He felt very comfortable. Don't worry, I will definitely find them for you. Dongfang Jinpi immediately agreed. You don't have to be so serious. After all, it is not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. Everything is up to fate. You can travel around the world and go to places with many people and demons. Yan Chuan laughed. This is to my liking. Dongfang Jinpi instantly laughed. All your expenses will be paid by Dezhen. The mission of finding these demons is up to you. Yan Chuan said seriously. Who else but me can do such a difficult mission? Coincidentally, I haven't done anything yet. Let's start with this. Dongfang Jinpi laughed. Yan Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Jinpi off, Bai Ditien frowned slightly. Yan Chuan, why do I feel that Dongfang Jinpi is not reliable in finding the 12 ancient demon gods' bloodlines? Bai Ditien asked curiously. Don't worry, he can do it. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Alright, up to you. Bai Ditien nodded strangely. You are going to meet Ju soon. Why don't I go with you? Bai Ditien said seriously. Yan Chuan shook his head. Your mission is to continue refining that life providence. Don't worry about anything else. Stay in Beijing. I have a feeling that the world's greatest upheaval is not far away. We cannot afford to lose Beijing. Yan Chuan said firmly. All right. Bai Ditien nodded. Yan Chuan had sent the Snake Emperor to the Celestial Realm. Bai Ditien actually wanted to go, but he knew from the Snake Emperor that his enemy, Zhu Gong, was extremely powerful in the Celestial Realm. Even if he went, it would be useless. Therefore, he could only stay in Dezhen and assist Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Bai Ditien and smiled. Don't worry about Bai Tushi. He's your son and my good brother. Bai Tushi is very smart. He'll be fine. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. As his father, if you don't cultivate properly, you won't be able to teach your son a lesson when you go to the Celestial Realm. As for Zhu Gong, there will be plenty of time in the future. Dezhen will seek justice for you and Bai Tushi. Yan Chuan said solemnly. All right. Bai Ditien nodded. Yan Chuan continued to instruct Bai Ditien on the matters of the imperial court before calling Jin Dayu over. Your Majesty. Jin Dayu greeted respectfully. It's about time. Let's go and meet Zhu and Yao Tianshang now. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, just the 2 of us? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Don't worry. Although this world is big, we can go anywhere. Moreover, I believe in Zhu's character. It won't be a trap. Yan Chuan said confidently. Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. Just as Yan Chuan said, Jin Dayu was very confident. Who could stop him when he was at the peak of the upper void stage? The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and shot towards the north. At the same time, in the Demon Imperial Dynasty. Let's go. Zhu said to Yao Tianshang. Just the 2 of us. Yao Tianshang frowned. There's no need to put on a show when we meet Yan Chuan. Zhu said with a smile. Yao Tianshang nodded. The 2 of them shot towards the south. Chapter 1078. At the border of the East Divine Continent and the North Divine Continent. At a secluded lake. By the lakeside, Yan Chuan and Yu were sitting at a stone table. Both of them were holding cups of tea as they enjoyed each other's tea. Not far away, 2 figures stood on the surface of the lake. Yao Tiansheng and Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan, you want Jin Dayu to fight Yao Tiansheng? Zhu asked with a hint of doubt. Yao Tiansheng was one with him. What did Yan Chuan mean by this? Asking him to fight with Yao Tiansheng? Was he trying to show off his superiority? However, Zhu did not object. He knew that Yan Chuan was not that kind of person. Besides, there was no one else here. Who was he trying to show off to? Yan Chuan smiled. Since you're so generous, I won't be stingy. Jin Dayu, he's not fighting. Oh. Zhu narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Jin Dayu looked at Yao Tiansheng. Yao Tiansheng narrowed his eyes. Yao Tiansheng, look carefully. This is what the emperor wants me to show you. Jin Dayu said. Humph, come at me if you want. Yao Tiansheng said in a deep voice. Buzz. The sound of a bell rang out, and the water above the lake seemed to tremble, forming countless droplets of water. A huge golden bell appeared above Jin Dayu's head. There were countless runes on the bell that were jumping. Whoosh! Yao Tiansheng took out a huge golden saber. It was the demon slayer that he used to guard the sky-burying coffin. Both of them were at the 12th level upper void stage. They stared at each other coldly. Above the chaos, gate of heaven, open. Jin Dayu shouted. Dang! Hong! The divine emperor bell rang. It formed a huge sound storm that spread out in all directions. The lake evaporated instantly. The surrounding mountains were flattened. The huge sound wave spread out for hundreds of millions of miles. Within this sound wave, there seemed to be a ferocious demonic aura. The demonic aura soared into the sky. An enormous amount of demonic aura instantly covered the entire sky. The demonic aura condensed and shone down with 7-colored light. Once Demon Slayer was unleashed, the sound wave attack around Yao Tiansheng was instantly sliced apart. What a treasure! Yao Tiansheng exclaimed as he looked at the divine emperor bell. However, just as he was sighing, his face suddenly warped in shock. Demonic Qi. That overwhelming demonic Qi seemed to want to engulf the entire world. Demons descend upon the world, and all living creatures submit in fear. It was the aura of the ancestor of all demons. This is. Yao Tiansheng's face darkened. He then slowly closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, Yao Tiansheng seemed to see a magnificent scene. Not too far away, Jin Dayu was controlling the divine emperor bell. His forehead was already dripping with sweat, but in order to fulfill Yan Chuan's request, Jin Dayu was doing his best to reflect the memories of his ancestor. Not only Yao Tiansheng, but Zhu also closed his eyes and watched. He felt that the scene was extremely blurry. They could only see a vast divine court, where countless immortals and gods were bowing respectfully. From today onwards, the demons will rule the heavens, and the sorcerers will rule the earth. Immortals and saints will have to enter the heavenly court and register. Those who do not respect the heavenly court will be killed. I enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. My words are the heavenly Tao. From today onwards, I am the heavens of all living creatures. Boom! The divine emperor bell shook. Jin Dayu could not hold on any longer. He put away the divine emperor bell and slowly flew towards Yan Chuan. It was not a battle at all, but this was even more shocking than a battle. The two felt the domineering aura of the demon the Arch in the scene, and their hearts surged. Demon the Arch? The demon the Arch was in charge of the heavens? My words were the heavenly Tao. My words were the heavenly Tao. Whoosh! After a while, Yao Tiansheng and Zhu finally regained their senses. Swish! Yao Tiansheng instantly flew closer. Who was that? Who was the demon the Arch? Yao Tiansheng asked in surprise. Zhu also looked at Jin Dayu. I heard from Yunxin that the demons have never ruled the immortal world. Jin Dayu looked at the two and took a deep breath. He was our ancestor. Unfortunately, he has fallen. Our ancestor once established the first demon court of all time, dominating the world. Today, His Majesty requests to pass on some of our ancestors' experience in establishing the dominating era demon court to you. He hopes that you can restore our ancestors' glory. Jin Dayu then handed a jade slip to Yan Chuan. Dominating era demon court. The ancient demon, the Arch. Zhu frowned. Yao Tianshang stared at the jade slip expectantly. From the moment Yao Tianshang and Zhu decided to take this path, they realized that the future was dark. Because there were no demons, there was no path ahead. A path without a path ahead was the most difficult. Who could guarantee that they would stop at any time? Now, the two suddenly saw the path ahead. Furthermore, another path had appeared. How could Yao Tianshang not be excited? You too, this is Jin Dayu's ancestor. Believe it or not, this is Jin Dayu's sincerity. Yan Chuan handed over the jade slip. The jade slip recorded the experience of the demon court. Zhu and Yao Tianshang looked at each other. Yao Tianshang wanted to take it, but Zhu frowned and pondered. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. Taking a deep breath, Zhu said solemnly, dominating era demon court. Although Yun Xian said she didn't, I believe you. Yao Tianshang and I owe you a great favor for such a great gift. Zhu took the jade slip solemnly. Isn't the North divine continent? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The North divine continent. I don't think much of it. I can't even explain myself to the North divine continent to return this favor. Zhu shook his head. Yes, we will meet again in the celestial world. I hope that I can see a majestic demon court then. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Zhu nodded. Definitely. The two emperors smiled. Then, their expressions suddenly turned serious. Jin Dayu was a little confused by this sudden turn of events. Yao Tianshang also frowned slightly. All of a sudden, Yan Chuan slammed his palm down from above. Whoosh! The original day suddenly turned into night. Countless stars circled. A star was surrounded by countless planets. Jin Dayu and Yao Tianshang looked up and saw a huge palm pressing down on them. Universe in a palm. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Zhu reached out his right hand and shot it into the sky. His right hand seemed to be covered with divine patterns. As it shot into the sky, it released a dazzling silver light that seemed to light up the entire sky. The huge silver palm grabbed at the largest star. Slap! The palm grabbed the star. Star-picking hand. Jin Dayu's face darkened. Bang! The star-picking hand exerted force, and the star exploded. Once the star exploded, the entire planet seemed to collapse. It suddenly scattered in all directions. At the side, Yao Tianshang looked delighted. The scattered planets suddenly attracted the star again. Suddenly, the original star system split into 10. The 10 star systems filled the sky again, and a powerful killing force came at the star-picking hand. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on the star-picking hand. Bang! The star-picking hand exploded. Zhu narrowed his eyes. He was about to use the star-picking hand again. Yan Chuan reached out his hand and withdrew the universe in a palm. The stars in the sky disappeared. The sun shone brightly again. Zhu looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. The battle between the two was not over yet. Why did Yan Chuan withdraw? He withdrew. Yan Chuan did withdraw. At this moment, Yan Chuan closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Jin Dayu quickly stood aside to protect Yan Chuan. Zhu did not disturb him, but Yao Tianshang looked surprised. Boom! Suddenly, Yan Chuan's aura skyrocketed. The terrifying aura stirred up a gust of wind. Jin Dayu was delighted. Zhu and Yao Tiansheng had a complicated expression on their faces. Yan Chuan closed his eyes, but his mind was in the zombie body. Just a moment ago, his zombie body had broken through to the 12th level upper void stage. Yan Chuan's body was waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he stopped the battle and stopped suppressing his cultivation base. He resonated with the zombie body and reached the 12th level upper void stage in an instant. At this moment, Yan Chuan had reached the paramount upper void stage. At the same time, he finally resonated with the zombie body. The two bodies now had one consciousness. It was different from Yao Tiansheng and Zhu. Although they were the same person, they had two different ideologies. From now on, the two Yan Chuans would only have one personality. What a good body of a general and minister. It allowed the corpse in my previous life to break through in such a short time. Yan Chuan was satisfied. Whoosh! Yan Chuan opened his eyes and two beams of light shot out. Zhu frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. He smiled bitterly. Do you want to try again? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Zhu took a deep breath and stood up. No need. I'll leave it for the celestial world. I'll show the glory of the demon clan. I hope you won't fall behind when the time comes. We'll see. Yan Chuan stood up and nodded. Let's go. Zhu turned around and flew north with Yao Tiansheng. Jin Dayu watched Zhu and Yao Tiansheng leave in a daze. He looked at Yan Chuan and asked, Your Majesty, why did you fight just now? Jin Dayu did not understand. Because Zhu is unwilling. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Ha! Because even though he made it sound easy, he still has some attachment to this world. I fought with him just now to help him sever this attachment. Now, it has been cut off. One step behind, one step ahead, one step ahead. I hope they have a good start in the celestial world. Yan Chuan sighed. Jin Dayu finally understood. Let's go. Let's return to the court and inform Yifeng to send officials to the North Divine Continent to take over the cities. Yan Chuan flew south. On the way back to Zhu and Yao Tiansheng. Yao Tiansheng read the contents of the Jade Scroll and sighed. Do you still find it a pity that the North Divine Continent was given to Yan Chuan? Zhu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, pity. To you and me, this Jade Scroll is worth 10 North Divine Continents. There's no more attachment to this world. Let's set off soon. Yao Tiansheng said with a smile. Zhu shook his head. Since we've accepted this gift, we'll wait a little longer and help Dezhen take over the North Divine Continent. That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble. I still have a few great demons to subdue. Once we subdue all of them, we'll set off for the celestial world. Yao Tiansheng said seriously. Zhu nodded. Chapter 1079. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yan Capital. Yan Chuan and Yifeng stood in the square of Skyward Hall, looking north. Yifeng, how are the officials you arranged? Yan Chuan asked. The monster imperial dynasty has taken control of more than half of the North Divine Continent. They've been very cooperative this time. All the important positions in the major cities have been replaced with our officials. We've taken over more than half of the North Divine Continent without shedding a drop of blood. Yifeng smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire has also sent troops south, but they probably won't be able to take over too many cities. After this, Great Zhen will control more than half of the world. Yifeng said solemnly. More than half. Yan Chuan frowned. This was because Yan Chuan understood that there were still two powerful forces in this world. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire had the help of the Lotus God, and the mysterious archaean sacred ground. They had to overcome these obstacles. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea of Providence clouds in the sky above Yen capital churned. Providence rolled in from the north. Ju, Yao Tiansheng, they're leaving. Yen Chuan said solemnly. North Divine Continent, Monster Imperial Dynasty, capital. Rumble. High up in the sky, thunderclouds churned. The demonic Imperial Dynasty's destiny cloud sea had collapsed, and the former capital was now filled with demonic beasts. There was a huge hole in the thunderclouds in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the celestial realm. Ju and Yao Tiansheng stood with their hands behind their backs. All the courtiers looked on expectantly. Let's go. Ju shouted. He took to the sky. With Ju leading the way, countless monsters flew toward the huge hole. Yen Chuan could break through the hole, and so could Ju. Rumble. Countless monsters and officials followed Ju into the celestial realm. All around the capital, countless commoners looked up at the sky in confusion. His Majesty had ascended. He had ascended with all the experts. What about the monster Imperial Dynasty? Rumble. As the lightning flashed, all the experts chosen by Ju flew into it and entered the immortal realm. Boom! The enormous entrance to the world of immortals closed abruptly. Some of the luck of the imperial capital even surged into the east. On this day, the northern divine continent underwent a huge change. Luzhou City, from today onwards, your subject shall enter the Great Qin Celestial Dynasty as the capital of the Great Qin Celestial Dynasty. City Lord Li Luzhou pays his respects. Northern Fei City, from today onwards, your subject will enter the Great Qin Celestial Dynasty. City Lord Wang Chaoyun pays his respects. On this day, the various cities of the northern divine continent were filled with the sound of people bowing down to Yun Che. It was as if the great celestial empire had taken over the northern divine continent in an instant. In a single day, the entire northern divine continent had changed. The massive flow of providence instantly shocked the remaining forces in the world. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha Heavenly Empire. Kong Mok led the ministers out of the pantheon of Buddhas and looked toward the north. How can this be? The luck of the northern divine continent is all shifting to the eastern divine continent. Ju. Yao Tiansheng is dead. Kong Mok exclaimed in shock. Confucius Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and looked toward the north. This is a rare commodity worth hoarding, but the mediocre fools have misled me. Kong Daoqiu said gloomily. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Ground. Inside a large hall in the divine world. A purple-robed man stood in front of Meng Sansheng. Have you sent the letter? Meng Sansheng asked in a low voice. Yes, Sacred Master. However, it has been decades, and the West Divine Continent hasn't done anything. Are they really going to let the Lotus God go? The purple-robed man asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. I don't have the time to care about them right now. I need to break another seal. Once I break another seal, I'll be able to. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Yes. While Meng Sansheng was deep in thought, his eyes widened, and he stepped out of the divine world. Looking toward the north, Meng Sansheng's expression became complicated. Ju left. Meng Sansheng exclaimed in shock. Sacred Master, what did you say? Yen Chuan, what a good Yen Chuan. He took half of the southern divine continent, and now he's taking almost the entire northern divine continent. What a domineering zenith. Meng Sansheng exclaimed. Ah, what? The purple-robed man exclaimed. Great celestial empire, heh, but it's still not enough. Wait for me to unlock another layer of seal, then I can pluck the Tao seal of this realm. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, my celestial race can finally rule the world again. Yen Capital, Xianyang Palace. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Yin Yang, Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Jin Daiyu, Lu Jin, and the others. I have some personal matters to attend to in the divine world. I'll be back in half a month. The world is tense right now, so keep an eye on it. Yan Chuan said. Yes. The ministers nodded. After sending everyone out, Feng Yin Yang cast his spell. Soul depart. Yan Chuan's soul immediately entered the divine world. A soul possessed the body of a person near the sealed realm. He climbed to the top of a mountain and watched as Zhu led a large number of demons in a certain direction. Old Wang, what are you looking at? A shout came from the bottom of the mountain. Yan Chuan looked over and saw a white-haired old man rush up. The white-haired old man was probably in the Qi state. He landed beside Yan Chuan and watched the demon army leave. This group of demons must have come from the sealed realm. The one leading them is not good. An immortal went to check on them, but he killed him. The white-haired old man exclaimed. Is that so? Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan knew Zhu's ability best. It wasn't difficult for him to kill an ordinary immortal. By the way, do you know that there's a sacred court nearby? Yan Chuan asked curiously. You mean the Great Qi Sacred Court? The old man was surprised. Yes, the Great Qi Sacred Court. This area is incomparably desolate. Very few big shots come here. Why is there a Great Qi Sacred Court stationed here? What are they doing here? Yan Chuan was puzzled. Haha. I happen to know a little about them. It's all because of the Dao seal here. I didn't expect there to be a sealed realm here. It's easy to come out from the inside, but difficult to enter from the outside. Last time, the Great Qi Sacred King used too much energy to break this realm. He seemed to have been in seclusion for a long time and just recovered. I heard that the 600 immortals who went in died. The white-haired old man sighed. Oh. I heard that after the Great Qi Sacred King came out of seclusion, he was furious when he heard the news. I don't know if he'll send more people. The white-haired old man shook his head. Is that so? Well, take me to the nearest city where the Great Qi Sacred Court is stationed. Yan Chuan smiled. Why are you interested in the Great Qi Sacred Court? The white-haired old man was surprised. Just taking a look. Yan Chuan smiled and did not say much. Alright, I'm going too. Yan Chuan's other soul followed an aura and quickly passed through the immortal realm. As if crossing through time and space, he suddenly possessed a deity realm cultivator. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked around. All around him, immortal qi surrounded him and multicolored light shone everywhere. A large number of experts were flying in all directions. There were even immortals covered in multicolored light hurriedly passing by. Young master. Young master, where are you? Not far away, a voice suddenly called out. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Qin Long's voice. Seems like I've found the right person. Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Qin Long, Mo Yushi's attendant, was originally from the Great Zhao Sacred Ground and had ascended with Jing Ting. Yan Chuan quickly flew towards Qin Long's voice, hoping to understand Mo Yushi's current situation. Soon, he saw Qin Long. Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to go forward, his figure paused and he stopped. After all, he was now possessing someone else's body and Qin Long did not recognize him. Moreover, Yan Chuan did not want Qin Long to know. At this moment, Qin Long's face was filled with anxiety. Soon, Qin Long stopped and secretly exhaled. Qin Long landed beside a small lake. There was a large willow tree beside the small lake. Under the willow tree's roots, there was a 5 or 6-year-old boy curled up. The boy looked extremely thin and weak. He was looking at the small lake alone in a daze. Young master, it's great that you're here. We've been looking for you for a long time. Qing Long immediately said. The little boy looked at Qing Long. Uncle Qing Long, has my mother come out? Qing Long's face stiffened. Soon, soon. The princess will be out soon. Don't you see the princess once a year? The little boy cried in grievance. Little fatty, little Pole, they all said that I'm a bastard. Why don't I have a father? They said that my mother is a bad woman, so she was locked up by the celestial emperor. Qing Long immediately squatted down. Young master, don't cry. The princess was not locked up. She was willing. At that time, those bad people wanted to force the princess to abort you. The princess would rather die than give birth to you. She was willing to be imprisoned for 500 years before giving birth to you. The princess is the best mother in the world. The princess was pregnant with you for hundreds of years and endured hundreds of years of pressure to give birth to you. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qing Long immediately comforted him. Then do I have a father? Why did they say that I'm a bastard? The little boy cried. Of course you have a father. Your father is an indomitable figure. When your father was around, that Tao Lord Yu, that bad Lord Yu, could only kneel and beg for mercy in front of your father. Your father is very powerful. Qing Long wiped the little boy's tears and said. Is that so? Then why didn't my father come to find me? Little fatty and the rest say that I'm a bastard every day. The little boy cried. Your father is doing something big. He will come to pick you up. Little fatty and the rest won't play with you. There are still us 4 uncles. We will ride a big horse for you, okay? Qing Long immediately coaxed. NN. The little boy wiped his tears and laughed. Dang. At this moment, in the distance, where the multicolored light soared into the sky, a loud bell rang. Qing Long's face suddenly changed. Oh no, Uncle is going back. When we go back tonight, Uncle will ride a big horse for you. Later, go back early by yourself. Qing Long said. The little boy pouted and nodded. Qing Long, with a trace of anxiety, quickly flew away. Not far away, on a small slope, Yan Chuan suddenly had mixed feelings. Looking at the little boy whose tears had not dried, for a moment, it seemed that his breathing had become more rapid. After Qing Long left, the little boy sadly hugged his knees and looked at the sparkling lake, thinking about something. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The little boy looked curiously at Yan Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yan Chuan tried to make himself smile and asked. My name is Yan Dong N. Uncle, who are you? The child said in a childish voice. Chapter 1080. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The boy looked curiously at Yan Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yan Chuan tried his best to smile. I'm Yan Dong N. Uncle, who are you? The boy asked in his childish voice. Yan Dong N, Yan Dong N. Yan Chuan immediately remembered. When he first met Mo Yushi, they entered a feng shui formation and met a nightmare. In the dream, he was married to Mo Yushi. That was the name he gave his son. Yan Dong N. Son. Uncle, are you here to play with me? Little Dong N asked expectantly. Looking at his son's pure eyes, he felt a lump in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, I'm here to play with you. But don't tell anyone, or I'll go play with someone else. Ah, that's great. I won't tell anyone, I won't. Uncle, let's play a game. Little Dong N said excitedly. Yan Chuan nodded kindly. Dong N, call me master from now on. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Okay. Is your name Master? I'll call you Master. What game are we playing? Little Dong An asked curiously. Yan Chuan smiled kindly. He broke off 2 branches from the tree, removed the leaves, and handed one to Little Dong An. Today I'll teach you swordsmanship. Learn from me first. Once you learn, we can play together later. Yan Chuan smiled. Little Dong An said happily. Look carefully, this is called Immortal Guides the Way, this is called Child's Birthday Greetings, and this is called Old Ape Seal. Yan Chuan called out. Little Dong An was very happy to have someone to play with. Immortal Guides the Way, Child Wishes Longevity, Old Ape Seal. Little Dong An imitated. Well done. Yan Chuan laughed. Yan Chuan's encouragement immediately made Little Dong An excited. But, it's still a little bit short. Just a little bit. Look again. Yan Chuan smiled and pointed out. Oh, I got it. I got it. Little Dong An waved the twig excitedly. Looking at his son's excited expression, Yan Chuan felt comforted. Sealed Realm, Dajin Celestial Empire, Yanjing, Xianyang Palace. Yi Feng, Yin Hentian, Li Si, and the others once again arrived at Xianyang Palace. Didn't His Majesty say that he would be back in half a month? Why has it been a month? Yi Feng asked worriedly. Feng Yinyang, who was stationed at Xianyang Palace, smiled and said, perhaps His Majesty has encountered some problems in the immortal realm. His Majesty has already explained everything clearly. Perhaps this is a test of your abilities by His Majesty. Everyone nodded. Dajin Celestial Empire is now under His Majesty's control. His Majesty has established such a stable foundation. If we can't guard it well for His Majesty, then we are not worthy of being His subjects. Yi Feng smiled. Everyone, let's go back. His Majesty will definitely inform us when he wakes up. Li Si thought for a moment and said. Everyone nodded. Immortal Realm. Little Dong An's residence. At night, in a mountainous area. In the forest. Qi. Under Yan Chuan's sword, a man in black fell into a pool of blood. His meridians were broken and his cultivation was crippled. You, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why? The man in black pointed at Yan Chuan in despair. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Speak, who told you to spy on Yan Dong An? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Yan Chuan's long sword was pointed at the man's throat. His eyes were extremely cold. I. You want to die? Yan Chuan sneered. I'll speak, it's Lord Yu. Lord Yu sent me. The man in black said immediately. Yu. Why is he targeting Yan Dong An? How? Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. Lord Yu wants us to spy on him. Also, he is not allowed to teach Yan Dong An cultivation. He is not allowed to teach Yan Dong An. He is to isolate Yan Dong An from all external learning and constantly instruct Qing Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch and Xuanwu to do things. He is not allowed to teach Yan Dong An. The man in black said immediately. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yu. He wants to cripple Yan Dong An. Senior, I'm just following orders. The man in black said fearfully. Yan Dong An is Wu Jiong's grandson. Why does Yu dare to target him? Yan Chuan said coldly. Heaven Emperor. Heaven Emperor doesn't like Yan Dong An. The royal family also ostracizes Yan Dong An, so. Senior, I've already told you everything. Please. The man in black begged for mercy. Qi. Yan Chuan's sword pierced his throat. The man in black died with his eyes wide open. After dealing with the corpse, Yan Chuan let out a long breath. He slowly walked out of the forest and came to the lake. Beside the lake, there was a skinny little figure. Little Dong En stood alone by the lake, holding a pebble and playing with it. Dong En. Yan Chuan smiled. Ah, master, you're here. Little Dong En threw away the remaining pebble in his hand and shouted excitedly. Seeing little Dong En running over, Yan Chuan revealed a kind smile. Master, are we still competing in swords today? I've learned all 3 moves. Little Dong En shouted excitedly, as if waiting for Yan Chuan's praise. Dong En is great. But today, I'm going to teach you how to read. Yan Chuan smiled. Read? Is it fun? Little Dong En asked curiously. Of course it's fun. If you can read a lot of books. You'll learn a lot of life principles and stories. These days, I've been telling you stories every day. They're all in the books. Yan Chuan smiled. Ah, I want to learn how to read, I want to learn how to read. Little Dong En shouted excitedly when he heard there were stories. But learning how to read is very boring and difficult. I don't know if you're afraid. No, with Master here, I'm not afraid of anything. Little Dong En shouted excitedly. Yan Chuan revealed a benevolent smile. A year later, at the entrance of the sealed world in the immortal world. Yan Chuan was another cultivator who possessed another body. At this moment, Yan Chuan stood on the top of a mountain with a group of people. Looking into the distance. In the distance, there were a large number of troops guarding the surroundings, preventing people from approaching. The leader was wearing a white dragon robe. At this moment, he was looking at a group of men in front of him. Because the man in the white dragon robe had his back facing Yan Chuan could only see his group of officials. Do you see, that's the Sage King of Deqi. The one in front of him is called Gongyang Tao Lu. He's a real great immortal. A white-haired cultivator said to Yan Chuan. Great immortal? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, human immortal, Xian immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal. Above the sky immortal is the great immortal. His strength is incomparably powerful. The last time he entered the sealed world, he was completely annihilated. The Sage King of Deqi flew into a rage out of humiliation and is preparing to open the sealed world again and send Gongyang Tao Lu in. That group of mortals in the sealed world is going to be miserable. The white-haired cultivator said regretfully. Yan Chuan looked at Gongyang Tao Lu in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Not necessarily. What not necessarily? That's a great immortal. In our world, he's also an extremely powerful existence. The white-haired cultivator immediately retorted. Yan Chuan smiled slightly, shook his head, and didn't continue speaking. Boom! There was a loud sound from afar, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. The place where Yan Chuan was fighting was also filled with sand and stones, and he couldn't see far away. Rest assured, Sage King. Gongyang Tao Lu will definitely wash away his humiliation and find out the truth. I will definitely take over the sealed world. A respectful voice could be heard from the flying sand and stones. Go. A majestic voice could be heard. The sealed world. Southern Divine Continent. A few decades had passed in the original land of Wei City. At this moment, some commoners had gathered to live there again. After all, this place was chosen by King Gai Yu. The terrain here was excellent, and the essence energy of heaven and earth was more concentrated. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled, and a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Countless commoners looked up at the sky in shock. They saw 100 figures stepping into the hole in the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous white robe, and his face was extremely majestic. Immortals, it's immortals! Someone exclaimed. 100 immortals! Countless exclamations could be heard in the entire city. A large number of cultivators did not hesitate to flee in all directions. They didn't dare to stay here. The huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Boom! The sky became clear again. The leading immortal, Gongyang Taolu, looked at the city below. Closing his eyes, Gongyang Taolu sniffed. His face turned cold. My 6 nephews really died here. Gongyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. My lord, what should we do with these people? An immortal asked. These people will naturally be buried with my 6 nephews. Gongyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. Yes. Everyone replied instantly. There's no need for you. I will personally take revenge for my 6 nephews. Gongyang Taolu said coldly. As he spoke, Gongyang Taolu suddenly stretched out his palm and slammed it downwards towards Wei City. Ka ka ka. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. As the palm pressed down, it seemed to flatten the space as it slammed towards Wei City. Boom! A huge sound reverberated. It was as if the entire southern divine continent could feel the earth shaking violently. The original Wei City turned into a huge palm-shaped hole. It was bottomless. In Wei City, millions of people were annihilated by a single palm. In the distance, some of the cultivators who had fled earlier hid in the valleys. Looking at the huge abyss in front of them, their faces were filled with endless shock. Wei City, Wei City. Some of the cultivators who knew the situation still remembered that when the heroes of the world gathered, the 6 sky immortals had to use a formation to cover Wei City. However, even with so many experts fighting, Wei City still couldn't be destroyed. But now, an immortal came and turned a city into an abyss with a single palm. Millions of cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. Just a single palm. Who else in the world could compare to him? Countless cultivators trembled in fear. Gongyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and led the heroes towards the north. Until the immortals left. Countless cultivators came to the abyss in grief. However, at this moment, there were no more survivors in the abyss. Chapter 1081. Wei City was destroyed. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world, and Yan Jin naturally received the news immediately. A group of great Jin strategists had gathered in Yifeng's home. Everyone frowned as they read the message. 1 palm strike. Destroy the city. Even celestial immortals can't be so exaggerated. Lu Gang said with an ugly expression. It's the great immortal. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Great immortal. Yifeng and Li Si raised their eyebrows. The great immortal has descended to the world. It seems like he is a minister of the great Qi Holy Court. Li Si said with certainty. Yifeng nodded. That's right. He should be a minister of Qi. He must be here to finish his unfinished business. Great immortal. What should he do? We're at the 12th level of the void stage. Even if we become immortals, we'll only be heavenly immortals. That's a great immortal. We'll have to wake His Majesty up and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Lu Gang said anxiously. No. Yifeng shook his head. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Perhaps, Your Majesty doesn't need to personally make an appearance. Yifeng said in a low voice. When Yifeng said this, Yin Hentian and Li Si's expressions changed and they nodded. Why? If the great immortal is coming, what will happen to Beijing? Lu Gang asked anxiously. The longer His Majesty stays in the immortal realm, the stronger His Majesty will be when he returns. Also, Lord Lu, do you think that great immortal will be careless this time? Yifeng smiled. Lu Gang narrowed his eyes. Last time, the 6 celestial immortals were too arrogant, so they were completely wiped out. Do you think the great immortal this time will make the same mistake? Although he's stronger, the annihilation last time will definitely put him on guard. Yifeng said with certainty. That's right. Lu Gang nodded doubtfully. Li Si smiled. Once this great immortal becomes vigilant, what will happen? If it were me, I would first settle down, then carefully investigate the situation of the world. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to make a move, Lu Gang said with certainty. That's right. First, investigate the situation of the world. With the annihilation of the last army, this great immortal will not act rashly. He will definitely test the world first. Li Si said with certainty. Oh. Our great Qin Empire occupies more than half of the world. If they hadn't been completely wiped out, they would have definitely come to our great Qin Empire as their first stop. However, now that they've become cautious, what will they do? Li Si smiled. Cautious? Then let's see the quality of the world first. We should first go to the great Buddha Celestial Empire or the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. If we can shake these two places, we will have a much higher chance of success. Furthermore, it will be easier for us to unify the world then. Lu Gang said, following Li Si's train of thought. Yes. During this period of time, we can also quickly analyze their weaknesses. Yin Hentian nodded affirmatively. All right. Lu Gang nodded. Lu Gang indeed felt that his brain wasn't enough to compete with this group of strategists. The truth was just as everyone had guessed. At this moment, Gongyang Taolu was extremely careful. After venting his anger, he quickly found a place to stay and sent people to investigate the situation of the world. Plan before acting. Immortal World, Yuyue Residence. Dao Lord Black Moon. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at a servant who was kneeling in front of him. Dao Lord Yuyu narrowed her eyes. What did you say? Yuyue said coldly. My lord, during this period of time, the people we sent out have disappeared one after another. There is really no news at all. I think that they might have been. The servant said worriedly. Trash. Yuyue snorted coldly. The servant trembled. Yoyue's face was gloomy. Yen Chuan. I will definitely make you pay back the humiliation of that year 100 times. Yen Dong'en. Humph, vile spawn. Yoyue's face was gloomy. Master, tomorrow, I am going to see my mother. Once a year, I can see my mother. Little Dong'en said excitedly to Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan looked at little Dong'en and smiled. He took out a food box. Bring this to your mother. Yen Chuan said with a smile. What is this? Ah, what is this delicious food? Little Dong'en immediately drooled. Yen Chuan smiled and handed over another box. This is for you to eat. These are for your mother. Remember, don't tell anyone. Yen Chuan smiled. I know. Little Dong'en immediately nodded. In front of Yen Chuan, he grabbed the food in the food box and ate happily. Yen Chuan accompanied little Dong'en. Watching his son eat happily and even licking his fingers at the end. Ha! Yen Chuan laughed heartily. Master, the sky is going to brighten. I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, I will go with 4 uncles to see my mother. Little Dong'en said in a childish voice. Good. Go. Yen Chuan smiled. Little Dong'en happily walked away step by step. Standing by the small lake, Yen Chuan watched Yen Dong'en leave. His face gradually became serious. Looking at the mountain in the distance, Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Yushi, your husband can't save you now, but your husband will work harder. One day, your husband will save you and your son. Those who ridiculed you, I will make them pay back 100 times, 1,000 times. Our son is very smart. Although you endured a lot of ridicule in order to give birth to him, our son will become your pride. Those who ridiculed you, Dong En will slap them back. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. The next day, at dawn, Yen Dong En, wearing his best clothes, came out early with a food box in his hand. Outside the hall, Qin Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu were waiting quietly. Seeing Yen Dong En come out, the four of them showed a kind smile. Uncle Qin Long, Uncle Bai Long, Uncle Rosefinch, Uncle Xuanwu. Little Dong En greeted politely. Young master, you're wearing new clothes, so beautiful. What are you holding in your hand? Rosefinch said with a smile. I'm not telling you, this is for my mother. Little Dong En smiled. Huh, this is a secret. Qin Long laughed. Of course. Huh, good, then keep it a secret. Come, let's go see the princess. Qin Long laughed. Everyone took little Dong En and flew quickly. Along the way, many mountains and rivers were guarded by countless soldiers. Some mountains were even guarded by a large number of immortals. Obviously, the place where they were going was an important place of the great Zhou dynasty. Soon, everyone landed on a huge square. In front of the square, there was a towering mountain. On the huge mountain, there were 3 words, Caging Phoenix Mountain. Caging Phoenix Mountain. Little Dong En frowned and read. In the past, she was ignorant, but now that she had learned and recognized many words, she immediately recognized the name of the mountain. Caging Phoenix. Why was it called Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong En did not understand, but did not ask, preparing to go back and ask her master. On the square, there was a large number of guards. Not far from Caging Phoenix Mountain, there was a huge cave. Little Dong En looked at the cave excitedly. Because Little Dong En knew that her mother was inside. Little Dong En wanted to run over. It's not time yet, you can't go in. The guard stopped her. Little Dong En pouted and could only wait. Young master, wait a little longer, we can go in at 7 o'clock. Azure Dragon immediately comforted him. Okay. Little Dong En hugged the food box helplessly. While the 5 of them were waiting, in the distance, a group of figures walked over. The leader was wearing an official's robe, it was Yu Yu. Yu Yu saw Little Dong En from afar, suddenly narrowed her eyes, and walked over with everyone. She walked closer. Qin Long and others frowned. Greetings to Lord Yu Yu. Qin Long said solemnly. Isn't this Yen Dong En? Yu Yu said with a playful smile. Humph. Little Dong En turned her head and ignored her. Yu Yu's eyes were cold. What's in your hand? Yu Yu said coldly. None of your business. Little Dong En snorted. None of my business. Guarding this place is my duty, any prohibited items are not allowed to be brought into Caging Phoenix Cave, give me that box. Yu Yu said coldly. No, this is for my mother, I can't give it to you. Little Dong En immediately hugged the food box tightly. How dare you, the Sky Emperor's order, you want to go against it? Yu Yu immediately rebuked. With an angry rebuke, the aura around her suddenly burst out. Lord, young master is young and insensible, please be magnanimous. Qin Long and others immediately stepped forward. I want you to give it to me. Yu Yu stretched out her hand and said coldly. Yu Yu didn't really want to snatch it, but she wanted to leave a psychological shadow in Yen Dong En, to make him timid, to make him afraid, to let this fear accompany him for life, to completely cripple Yen Dong En mentally. I won't give it to you. Little Dong En hugged the box stubbornly. This was the food that her master brought for her mother, how could she give it to this bad person? Lord, please be magnanimous. Qin Long pleaded again. Yu Yu didn't speak, but a servant behind her shouted, Humph, privately bringing prohibited items, violating the Sky Emperor's order, you are also accomplices. Yen Dong'an knows his mistake and did not change, his crime is even worse. Why aren't you kneeling and begging for forgiveness? Kneel. Qing Long and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, Qing Long was the first to kneel. Lord, as long as you let young master go, we will do anything. Qing Long knelt in humiliation. Lord, please be magnanimous. Bai Long, Rosefinch and Xuanwu also knelt in humiliation. Seeing the four uncles kneeling, little Dong'an's eyes suddenly turned red. Uncle, don't kneel to bad people, don't. Little Dong'an shouted. But Qing Long and the others didn't get up at all for little Dong'an. Ha 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 ha. Yu burst into laughter. All right, since you accomplices kneel to me, I will spare you. As for the main culprit. Yu looked at Yen Dong'an. Yen Dong'an, kneel down. One of the subordinates behind him shouted. Yen Dong'an hugged the food box and looked at Yu with hatred in his eyes. You still don't kneel? Yu said coldly, a pressure pressed on Yen Dong'an. Yen Dong'an's legs trembled from the pressure. I won't kneel, you are a bad person, I won't kneel, I only kneel to heaven and earth, I only kneel to my parents, I won't kneel to bad people. Little Dong'an hugged the food box and shouted. Yen Dong'an still remembered what Yen Chuan said to him not long ago. Dong'an, remember, a man's knees should never bend. In this world, only heaven and earth and your parents can make you kneel, no one else is qualified to make you bend your knees. Little bastard, are you courting death? Yu suddenly became angry from embarrassment. I won't kneel. Little Dong'an cried and looked at Yu with hatred. Yu was prepared to leave a psychological shadow on Yen Dong'an, but at this moment, not only did it not leave, but it also increased Yen Dong'an's fighting spirit. He had to be made to submit, he had to be afraid. Under the pressure of Tao Lord Yu's huge aura, she wanted to take another step. Enough. On the square, a woman's cold shout suddenly came. With a cold shout, Yu's aura suddenly disappeared. Yu's face suddenly changed and looked at Loch Phoenix Cave. In Loch Phoenix Cave, at this moment, a woman in red official robes slowly walked out. Lord Shengguan, why are you here? Yu said in surprise. Why didn't you all tell me? Yu said coldly to the guard by the side. When the guard saw Yu bully the child for half a day, his face was also full of disdain. He glanced at Yu coldly and said, Lord Shengguan instructed not to inform anyone. Yu's face turned ugly. Greetings, Lord Shengguan. Everyone bowed. The one who walked out of the cave was precisely Shengguan, her Aunt Shengguan. Yen Dong'an immediately laughed. Wiping the tears on his face, Yen Dong'an was incomparably happy. Little Dong'an, I haven't seen you for a year. Shengguan walked over and said with a smile. Dong'an misses Aunt Shengguan so much. Little Dong'an said obediently. Little Dong'an, what are you holding in your hands? Shengguan said with a smile. I brought something delicious for my mother. Little Dong'an said obediently. By the side, Tao Lord Yu's face turned gloomy. Is that so? That little Dong'an is so obedient. Did he scare you just now? Shengguan rubbed Yen Dong'an's little head and asked. I'm not afraid. He's a bad person. I'm not afraid of bad people. When I grow up, I still want to beat bad people. Yen Dong'an said excitedly. Yu's face fell and said, Yen Dong'an, who's a bad person? Don't talk nonsense. Yu wanted to scare Yen Dong'an, but Yen Dong'an was not afraid at all. You're a bad person, you are. Little Dong'an immediately cried out. Yu's face turned ugly. Oh. Why do you say that he's a bad person? Shengguan said with a smile. At the same time, Shengguan looked at Yu with a very bad expression. Of course, Sheng Wanwan did not expect little Dong En to give a proper reason. However, little Dong En had been educated by Yen Chuan for the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything unreasonable. He said that I'm a rabbit. That means that my mother is a rabbit. My mother is a rabbit. Then the grandmother who gave birth to my mother is also a rabbit. He said that our family is all rabbits. Little Dong En said in a childish voice. Thud. Yu suddenly knelt down, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Wasn't little Dong En's grandmother Wu Jiong? Wasn't she the heavenly emperor? The heavenly emperor was a rabbit? These words did not need to come in front of Wu Jiong. Some imperial censors could kill Yu. Lord Shengguan, this lowly one never had the thought of slandering the heavenly emperor. This lowly one never. Your Excellency, please forgive me. This lowly one just slipped up for a moment and did not check. This lowly one has never been disrespectful to the heavenly emperor. Yu said in horror. The group of people behind Yu were similarly terrified. Insulting the heavenly emperor as a rabbit? This crime was enough for them to exterminate 99 clans. By the side, Qing Long 4 people had relieved faces at this moment. At the same time, they looked at little Dong En excitedly. Shang Wanwan also looked at little Dong En in surprise. Also did not expect that little Dong En would say such words. Maybe it was a coincidence. Seeing little Dong En's serious and angry look, Shang Wanwan smiled slightly. Turning to look at Yu. Yu. This time, I cannot pursue the matter. But you have to remember, no matter how much she is ostracized by the imperial family, she is still the heavenly emperor's daughter. No matter how much the heavenly emperor dislikes Yen Dong-en, he is still the imperial grandson of the great Zhou dynasty. You are just a foreign official. I don't know who gave you the courage, but you have to remember clearly that no foreign official can interfere with the heavenly emperor's family matters. Anyone who interferes with the heavenly emperor's family matters, since ancient times, has not had a good ending. Shang Wanwan said coldly. Yes. Yu was sweating profusely and trembling. Dong En, go and see your mother. Shang Wanwan smiled. Isn't the time not yet? Little Dong En asked. No problem, go. Shang Wanwan smiled. When Shang Wanwan spoke, who would dare to stop her? Oh, that's great. Thank you Aunt Shangwan. I'm going to see my mother. Little Dong En happily hugged the small box and rushed to Loch Phoenix Cave. Chapter 1082. Inside Loch Phoenix Cave. Lil Dong En hugged the food box and jumped in happily. Mother, I'm here to see you. Lil Dong En shouted excitedly. Soon, Lil Dong En reached the depths of the cave. Deep inside, there was a huge stone room with many night luminescent pearls. In a large hall, She waited expectantly. 4 servant girls stood at the side. Mother. Lil Dong En shouted excitedly. She's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw her son running in, she couldn't stop her tears. Dong En. She hugged Lil Dong En. Tears of joy flashed across his eyes. At the side, the 4 maids watched quietly. Mother, Dong En missed mother. Lil Dong En said. She's nose twitched. Mother is sorry, Dong En. Did anyone bully you? She wiped her tears and put Lil Dong En down. Lil Dong En looked at She obediently and helped She wipe her tears. Mother, Dong En is a good boy. No one bullied me. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong En comforted. My poor child. She still couldn't hold back her tears. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong En's eyes turned red. Don't cry, don't cry. Mo Yushi held back her tears. Mother, I brought you something good to eat. You will like it. Lil Dong En immediately remembered that he had a food box in his hand. Oh. Something good to eat. Dong En is so sensible. Mo Yushi smiled. Mother, it's delicious. Lil Dong En opened the food box like it was a treasure. Mo Yushi smiled kindly. The 4 servant girls behind Mo Yushi raised their eyebrows and stared at the food box. Mo Yushi naturally felt the gazes of the 4 servant girls. With her back to them, her face turned ugly. Let me help young master. A maidservant was about to step forward. No, this is for my mother, not for you. Little Dong En immediately cried out. Chun-mei, what are you doing? Mo Yushi glared at her. Princess, I just want to help. The maid was not afraid. We don't need your help. If you want to watch, then watch. Don't interfere. Mo Yushi glared at him. The maidservant raised her eyebrows. Mo Yushi's eyes turned cold. Letting you see it is already a favor. Don't push your luck. After all, I am the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. No matter how much he dislikes me, I am still the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. If I kill a disobedient servant, no one will pursue the matter. Do you believe me? Mo Yushi shouted coldly. The servant girl panicked and took a step back. Yes. The maidservant nodded with resentment, not daring to take a step forward. Mo Yushi brought little Dong En to a stone table. What's good? Mo Yushi smiled. Mother, look, it's delicious. Little Dong En opened the food box. When the lunch box was opened, there were some very cheap snacks inside. This is called an 8-star spring roll. This is a 6-star osmanthus cake. This is. Little Dong En said each name and swallowed her saliva. Not far away, the 4 maidservants saw that it was really food. Their original doubts disappeared. It was just some ordinary snacks. Ordinary. It was no big deal. The attention that had originally been focused on him immediately dissipated. But Mo Yushi was different. Looking at these snacks, it was as if she was possessed. Yen Chuan, try my 8-star spring roll. How does it compare to today's 7-star spring roll? This is my secret recipe. This is my osmanthus cake. It's better than the 5-star osmanthus cake, right? I've decided. It's called 6-star osmanthus cake. Every time little Dong En said a name, Mo Yushi's heart would beat wildly. In today's world, only 2 people knew about these snacks. Only 2 people should know. These were the snacks that she had made for Yen Chuan back then. Even if one name was a coincidence, now that there were so many names, how could it be a coincidence? Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan was here. Yen Chuan was near little Dong En. In an instant, Mo Yushi's tears gushed out again. There was grievance, longing, and worry in her tears. Looking at little Dong En counting the snacks, she thought of the great grievances she had endured to give birth to little Dong En. Mortals carried the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix. After hundreds of years of pregnancy, Mo Yushi endured so much ridicule and ridicule. But looking at these snacks, Mo Yushi felt that the past humiliation was all worth it. Mother, why are you crying again? Little Dong En looked at Mo Yushi. Mother is happy. Mother is happy to see our Dong En bring delicious food. Mo Yushi smiled through her tears. To the side, the 4 servant girls saw Mo Yushi crying, but didn't think much of it. Because every year, Mo Yushi would cry non-stop when she saw Yen Dong En. When Mo Yushi was imprisoned here, she was most worried about little Dong En's growth. She was afraid that bad people would lead her astray. But now, Mo Yushi was no longer worried. Seeing these snacks, Mo Yushi understood that Yen Chuan was here. Yan Chuan was nearby. These snacks were the message Yan Chuan had sent to her. The message that everything was fine, everything was fine. Mother, eat quickly. It's delicious. Little Dong and handed over a snack. She nodded happily. Dong en, you eat too. Eat with mother. Otherwise, mother won't be able to eat alone. She smiled. Little Dong and swallowed his saliva happily. Mother and son quickly ate the snacks. This was the happiest meeting between mother and son in many years. Half a day later, it was time for the mother and son to meet again. After the tearful farewell, little Dong en cried and said, "Mother, I'll come see you next year." She nodded with tears in her eyes. "Young master, it's time. You should go," the servant girl from before said heartlessly. Little Dong en looked at the servant girl angrily. "Mother, just you wait. One day, I'll break this Suofeng mountain and save mother." Little Dong en seemed to make a vow. Then he turned and ran out of the cave. When he ran out of the cave, little Dong en still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. The four servant girls sneered. But She saw little Dong en's tears as he ran. He reached out and caught the few drops of tears, placing them on his palm. Looking at the few drops of tears in her palm, She's eyes turned cold. She hated the four servant girls behind her. The four servant girls were naturally spies placed here by someone from the outside world. She naturally knew. She tolerated them because she didn't want to anger someone from the outside world and cause trouble for little Dong en. But her son's sadness made she hate him even more. The humiliation she suffered now would be repaid 10,000 times in the future. Whoosh! She released the dark energy around her and went into her practice room to cultivate. She didn't want a cultivation method because Yan Chuan had helped she obtain the Dark Phoenix's venerable. It contained all of the Dark Phoenix's inheritance. She wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Before, she was worried about her son and couldn't focus. Now that she knew Yan Chuan was here, she didn't have to worry. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Little Dong en had grown into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. In these 10 years, Yan Chuan didn't return to Great Zhen. He stayed by little Dong en's side. In a valley. Within the valley, there was a large number of demon wolves surrounding a young man in red. Wielding a sword, he quickly killed his way into the pack. Hiss! Hiss! The streaks of sword light were as dense as a mirror. There were no blind spots. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, Yan Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sword-wielding Yan Dong en. Hiss! Hiss! After a series of furious attacks, a large number of wolf corpses appeared on the ground. Of course, the wolf tribe also had stronger experts. More than half of the wolves from before were dead, and the wolf tribe's experts appeared one after another. Roar! Roar! 20 10-foot-tall wolves pounced on Yan Dong en. Bang! The sword and claws collided. Yan Dong en was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Roar! The pack of wolves roared. Yan Dong en's face sank. Humph! He snorted coldly. Yan Dong en's hair suddenly grew long and turned blood red. A violent force was emitted. A slit of blood appeared between Yan Dong en's eyebrows. The valley suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Clouds of blood rolled in the sky above. Endless blood wrapped around Yan Dong en, making him look like a peerless demon god. 10 blood gods appeared in the sea of blood, each pouncing on the pack of wolves. Kill! Yan Dong en roared. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of swords rang out one after another. All the demon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Bang! The battle ended. Yen Dong-en looked excitedly at Yen Chuan, who was on a mountain peak not far away. Phew! Yen Dong-en's hair slowly recovered after retracting the sea of blood. The third form of a super ability? Huh, Dong-en, you're more outstanding than Master thought. Yen Chuan laughed. Master, how was it? Yen Dong-en immediately smiled. Not bad, but you can't be complacent. You still have a long way to go. If you want to save Mo Yushi, it's far from enough now. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yen Dong-en's face turned solemn when he thought of his mother who was trapped in caging Phoenix Mountain. Master, what should I do now? Please teach me, Yen Dong-en said sincerely. Killing demon beasts is nothing. Starting tomorrow, Master will bring you to see blood. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. See blood? Isn't that right now? I'm talking about human blood. Yen Chuan smiled. Human blood. Murder. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yen Dong-en's face turned solemn. Sealed realm. After more than a decade of preparation, Gongyang Taolu had grasped almost all the information in the world. Master, where are we going now? An immortal asked. Master, are we going to destroy Dezhen? Once we control Dezhen, we'll have half the world. Another immortal asked. Gongyang Taolu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go to the great Buddha Empire first. Dezhen. Now's not the time. Gongyang Taolu said cautiously. Although Gongyang Taolu felt that he was invincible in this realm, he was still very careful because of the lessons of others. Yes. The immortals replied. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and shot toward the east. Their target was the Great Buddha Empire. Chapter 1083. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, City of 10,000 Buddhas. The city of 10,000 Buddhas was completely silent. The golden dragon of 18-clawed Providence roared in the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar was directed at 100 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. It was the great celestial of Daki, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu had led a group of celestials to the great Buddha Celestial Empire. Kong Mok, come out. Gongyang Taolu snorted. The ruler of a nation naturally had his own unique traits. For example, the emperor could mobilize the power of a nation and gather the power of the people for his own use. His power was vast and boundless. Gongyang Taolu did not rush down recklessly. Below, in the imperial court, 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall was filled with officials. Kong Mok, dressed in a dragon robe, leaned against the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes. Great Celestial. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Zhao Xianji smiled. Your Majesty, with your strength, you don't have to be afraid of him. Most of the people in the imperial court had their cultivation base raised by Kong Mok, so they knew how powerful he was. Kong Mok was at the 11th level upper void when he killed the heavenly immortals. Now, his cultivation base was at the peak stage. Not long ago, Kong Mok had even undergone the heavenly immortal tribulation with the help of some important officials. 19 heavenly tribulations. Kong Mok was now a heavenly immortal. He had the strength of a heavenly immortal and the power bestowed by the Lotus God. Naturally, Kong Mok was not afraid. Kong Mok could even mobilize the power of the great Buddha Celestial Empire and borrow the power of the world to strengthen himself. Kong Mok might not be able to win against Gongyang Taolu, but he could at least stay alive. That was why Kong Mok was not afraid. Your Majesty, as long as you show enough power, you can force these celestials away. Just force them away and let them wreak havoc in the great Jin Celestial Empire and Archaean Sect's Holy Land. Zhao Xianji smiled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The transformed celestial emperor's voice. Calm Mok was satisfied. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Ha! Calm Mok looked His Majesty. The officials looked towards the source of the voice. And Majesty and Celestial. Feng Shao. Lord Feng. Zhao Xianji looked at Feng Shao with a frown. This person's talent was outstanding. He had once used schemes to subdue 2 middle-level sections. That was why he was able to enter the imperial court at the fastest speed. However, this person made Kong Mok and Zhao Xianji wary. Back then, Yan Chuan's father, Yan Tao, belonged to the Dai sect. Feng Shao was the grandson of the leader of the Dai sect. After his father and ancestor died, he left the East Divine Continent and came here with great difficulty. Feng Shao, why do you object? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. Feng Shao stepped forward. He said respectfully, His Majesty's strength should not be exposed. Oh. Emperors rule the world. They are respected and revered by the world. The most important thing is the divinity of an emperor. Feng Shao said. Divinity? Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao strangely. This is something that I named. It means that the emperor is mysterious. The strength that others cannot see is the strongest strength. Feng Shao said solemnly. You want me to have a backup plan? Kong Mok smiled. Not a backup plan, but a hiding one. Feng Shao said confidently. Kong Mok frowned, nodded, and said, Continue. Yes. I feel that although the great Buddha dynasty has unified the West Divine Continent, there is still a hidden danger. Feng Shao said seriously. Oh. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I dare to speak. Feng Shao immediately bowed. I forgive you. Kong Mok said curiously. Yes. May I ask Your Majesty, between the great Buddha dynasty and the Kong family, who is the master and who is the subordinate? Feng Shao asked. How dare you? Zhao Xianji glared. Feng Shao immediately bowed and did not speak. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Continue. Yes. I feel that Your Majesty is the ruler of all ages. The Kong family should be proud of Your Majesty and fully support Your Majesty to unify the world and ascend to the immortal world. Feng Shao said seriously. However, I have researched some historical records and found that the original 10,000 Buddha sacred ground and a country that appeared before were all chess pieces of the Kong family. They are the arms of the Kong family. Your Majesty, this subject is receiving the Emperor's salary and should share Your Majesty's worries. This subject feels that the great Buddha heavenly dynasty should not be the Kong family's arm, but the Kong family should be the great Buddha heavenly dynasty's arm. Feng Shao added. Many officials in the imperial court nodded in agreement. Zhao Xianji revealed a worried expression. Continue. Kong Mok said expressionlessly. I am indebted to Your Majesty. In the past, I followed Your Majesty to the Kong family's forbidden ground. I heard that the Kong family's old ancestor was outside the valley. I feel that the Kong family's old ancestor should step in to save the great Buddha dynasty. Feng Shao said. Oh. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Lord Zhao said earlier that with Your Majesty's ability, you don't need to fear him. However, I feel that this is not the case. The great Buddha dynasty is in danger. If the Kong family's old ancestor does not step in, the great Buddha dynasty will be destroyed. Feng Shao said firmly. Once Feng Shao said that, Kong Mok understood. Feng Shao meant that he would pretend to be defeated and let the Kong family's old ancestor come out. This way, not only would he be able to hide his strength, but he would also be able to see the Kong family's old ancestor's strength. This would lay a solid foundation for him to unify the Kong family. Your Majesty, this trip is dangerous. Zhao Xianji said worriedly. After all, Zhao Xianji knew that the Kong family's old ancestor should be an extremely strong person. What if he angered the old ancestor? No, Lord Zhao, it's not dangerous. The great immortal outside is already the strongest in this world. No matter how much your Majesty asks for help, it is only natural. Feng Xiao said firmly. But. Zhao Xianji frowned. Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Indeed, Kong Mok had wanted to subdue the Kong family for a long time. However, the old ancestor had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that Feng Xiao was able to move the entire Kong family and let him know the old ancestor's strength, wouldn't that be perfect? Good. Kong Mok nodded in satisfaction. Then what should we do? Kong Mok asked calmly. Your Majesty, immediately go to the Kong family's old ancestor's place and bring one person to lead the group of immortals there. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, the old ancestor will appear and fight the great immortals. Feng Xiao said solemnly. Kong Mok nodded. The old ancestor's strength was always a thorn in his heart. If the old ancestor could not defeat the great immortal, he could attack the Kong family at any time. All right. Dear ministers, who is willing to lead the group of immortals? Kong Mok asked solemnly. When Kong Mok asked this question, the ministers hesitated. After all, they were facing a group of immortals. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. Seeing that no one spoke, Kong Mok's face darkened. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the group of immortals. Feng Xiao said immediately. Oh. Kong Mok was surprised. He did not expect Feng Xiao to be so fearless. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I came to the great Buddha dynasty with a purpose. Feng Xiao said immediately. Purpose? The ministers raised their eyebrows. My father, Feng Tianyu, was forced to death by Yan Chuan in the river hall. Your Majesty, I have an irreconcilable enmity with that bastard Yan Chuan. However, that bastard Yan Chuan is too powerful. Great Zhen dynasty, I might not be able to take revenge in my lifetime. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable. How can I drag out my life? I came to the great Buddha dynasty to take revenge. I hope I can help your Majesty to kill that bastard Yan Chuan as soon as possible, Feng Xiao said with bloodshot eyes. Hearing Feng Xiao's words, Kong Mok's eyes softened. Your Majesty, I might anger the group of immortals this time. I might die on the spot. However, I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. My enemy is not the immortals, but Yan Chuan. I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. Feng Xiao suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Kong Mok's expression flickered. He immediately let down his guard against Feng Xiao. Yan Chuan's enemy. Yan Chuan's enemy was one of his own. It seemed like he had misunderstood Feng Xiao in the past. As for the death of Feng Xiao's father, Kong Mok had investigated thoroughly. It was indeed Yan Chuan who had ordered his death. Good. My beloved subject, I will kill Yan Chuan to give you an explanation. Kong Mok said. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao kowtowed again. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, Your Majesty, I will go now. Please head to the Kong family as soon as possible. Kong Mok nodded. Feng Xiao stepped out of the hall. On the dragon throne, Kong Mok watched Feng Xiao leave. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Did I really misunderstand him in the past? Outside the hall, Feng Xiao stepped into the sky and flew toward the group of immortals. Far away from 10,000 Buddha City, Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu stood at the highest peak, holding a bamboo scroll in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Great Immortal. Humph. Kong Mok, let's see how you deal with this. Kong Daoqiu said with a dark expression. Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky. That is Feng Shao. A subject wants to take the place of the enemy. Is he courting death? Kong Daoqiu was puzzled. In addition to Kong Daoqiu, the 100 immortals in the sky were also puzzled. Especially Gongyang Taolu. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, Feng Shao, greets everyone. How should I address you? Feng Shao said solemnly. Gongyang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Where is Kong Mok? If you want to see my majesty, please tell me your name. Feng Shao said again. You are courting death. An immortal behind him shouted. Gongyang Taolu waved his hand and stopped the subject behind him. De Qi Holy Court, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu said in a low voice. Gongyang Taolu was still calm. Moreover, the official in front of him was only an immortal state cultivator. If he attacked him, he would lose face. So it is Lord Gongyang of De Qi. I wonder why you want to see my majesty. I can help you inform him. Feng Shao said calmly. Ha ha ha, you are really brave. Gongyang Taolu looked at the immortal state cultivator in front of him with slight surprise. Thank you. If I say that I am here to destroy your great Buddha Celestial Empire, how are you going to inform him? Gongyang Taolu said jokingly. Destroy the empire? Ha ha ha, this is a national matter. I am still young and cannot make the decision. Everyone, please follow me to see the majesty. Feng Shao laughed. You are not afraid of death? Gongyang Taolu asked. Feng Shao did not answer. Instead, he made an inviting gesture. Everyone, you are a guest. Please. The group of immortals was confused. Gongyang Taolu looked at Feng Shao curiously and followed him. In the distance, Kong Daoqiu raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Why are they coming to the Kong family? Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Kong family's forbidden area. In a valley. Kong Mok said respectfully, Ancestor, the Kong family's survival, the great Buddha Celestial Empire's survival, please make the decision. Chapter 1084. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu's expression changed when he saw the group of immortals heading toward the Kong residence. Stop right there. Kong Daoqiu roared and stood in front of the group of immortals. Gongyang Taolu narrowed his eyes, Earth Immortal. What are you doing, Feng Shao? Kong Daoqiu glared at him. Feng Shao smiled and said politely, the immortals want to see his majesty. I will introduce you to him. Kong Mok. Introduce us. What a joke. Isn't Kong Mok in the city of Buddha? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The 100 immortals watched the fight between the two with interest. Patriarch Kong, you don't know, but His Majesty has already gone to the forbidden area to see the one from the Kong family. Feng Shao said with a smile. The one from the Kong family? Gongyang Taoqiu narrowed his eyes. He could tell that something was amiss. Kong Daoqiu's eyes widened. The Kong family's ancestor. Kong Mok had brought these immortals to see the ancestor. Kong Mok was indeed a scourge. He was indeed a scourge. You're courting death. Kong Daoqiu was furious. He reached out to attack Feng Shao. An immortal stepped forward and met Kong Daoqiu's palm. Boom! A huge storm swept across the area. A few more immortals rushed in and trapped Kong Daoqiu. At the same time, many cultivators in the Confucius Academy also noticed that something was amiss. 10 figures flew into the sky. However, those behind Gongyang Taoqiu were also immortals. 20 immortals flew out to meet them. Boom! Fighting broke out everywhere, throwing the entire Confucian Academy into chaos. Feng Shao, lead the way. Gongyang Taoqiu said with a smile. 30 immortals blocked the path of the Confucius Academy. Feng Xiao led Gongyang Taoqiu straight to the forbidden area of the Kong family. Boom! 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 The battle in the Confucius Academy was intense. Kong Daoqiu was surrounded by 5 immortals. He was retreating, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he looked coldly in the direction that Feng Xiao and the others had left. In the forbidden area of the Kong family. Kong Daoqiu looked at the entrance of the valley and said respectfully, "Great Ancestor, the survival of the Kong family and the survival of the great Buddha Empire is at your command." The valley was silent. After a while, a voice came from the valley, "Kong Mok. Are you bothering me again?" "Ancestor, I have no choice but to do this. A great calamity has descended upon my Kong clan." Kong Mok said in a low voice. "Disaster? What disaster?" The impatient voice of the ancestor came from the valley. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm the one who's in trouble." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Kong Mok looked up and saw Gongyang Tao coldly looking at the valley with a group of immortals. So this is where the Kong clan's final strength lies. Kong Mok. There are also those shameful fellows inside. Gongyang Tao Lu sneered. "Ancestor. This person was a great immortal. Mok is no match." Kong Mok said anxiously. High up in the air, Gongyang Taoyu's eyes narrowed. Shameful fellow, still not coming out. Gongyang Tao Lu was extremely cautious. Even at this point, he did not take the initiative to make a move. It was as if he wanted to lure the Kong family's old ancestor out. "Great immortal. Where did you come from?" In the valley, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. "Great Qi's holy court, Gongyang Tao Lu." Gongyang Tao Lu said solemnly. The valley was silent for a while. "Gongyang Zi, I've heard of him. What is the Great Qi's holy court? Has the Gongyang clan submitted to a holy court?" The voice in the valley was extremely calm. Gongyang Taoyu's expression changed. "Who are you? Who I am is not important. Go back to where you came from. For Gongyang Zi's sake, I won't kill you." The old ancestor said indifferently. Gongyang Taoyu's eyes were uncertain. "Hiding the head and showing the tail, come out and talk." Gongyang Tao Lu slammed down with a palm. The enormous might of a great immortal was as if the sky had collapsed. With a palm pressing down, the air below was compressed and burned. Even Kong Mok was incomparably shocked when he saw the might of a great immortal. At the same time, he was incomparably glad. He had indeed been careless earlier. Compared to a great immortal, he seemed to be too inferior. The huge palm seemed to want to completely destroy the valley. "Overestimating yourself." The old ancestor's cold snort came from the valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wrinkled palm emerged from the valley. This was a withered palm. The palm was connected to the arm, as if the arm of a person had grown longer. The palm grew larger and larger as it slammed into the sky. This was not an energy palm, but a palm of flesh. As soon as the palm struck, a group of energy palms appeared around it. There were about 1,000 of them, and they surrounded the withered palm as they slammed into the sky. Boom! The withered palm met Gongyang Taoyu's energy palms, and the energy palms shot toward the group of immortals. The demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. Gongyang Taoyu's expression changed. Boom! The huge impact caused the ground to rumble as if there was a great earthquake. The group of immortals was sent flying by the energy palms. Pfft! Gongyang Tao Lu spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil. He flew into the air in shock. With one palm, 20 immortals among the group of immortals died on the spot. The remaining immortals were all injured. In the distance, the immortals surrounding the Confucius Academy quickly flew over and stood in front of Gongyang Tao Lu. Gong Yang Tao Lu clutched his chest and looked down at the valley in shock. The palm had been retracted, but the valley was filled with boundless danger. Kong Daoqiu and the other members of the Kong family quickly flew over. They looked at the valley in shock. Even Kong Mok had a look of shock in his eyes. Demon King Kong. You're the demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. You. Aren't you dead? Gong Yang Tao Lu cried out in shock. Cough, cough, cough. I'll spare your life for Gong Yang Zi's sake. Scram. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Gong Yang Tao Lu clutched his chest. His expression was unsightly. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gong Yang Tao Lu turned around and left. He killed 20 immortals with one palm. The immortals were horrified. They quickly fled with Gong Yang Tao Lu. Whoosh! The immortals immediately left. In the valley, the Kong family members bowed and said, "Mighty is the patriarch." Demon King Kong coughed a few times and said, "Cough, cough, cough. Leave me alone." Understood. Everyone retreated with reverence. Only Kong Daoqiu and Kong Mok had complicated expressions. Kong Mok brought Feng Shao back to the city of 10,000 Buddhas. He still had lingering fears. Demon King Kong. The patriarch is actually called Demon King Kong. And the demon sovereign of all palms? Kong Mok frowned. Your Majesty, the patriarch of the Kong family seems to have. Feng Shao frowned. Kong Mok immediately reacted. That's right. Demon King Kong coughed just now. He's injured. He's been recuperating. Kong Mok said. I thought so too. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Shao, you've done a meritorious service this time. Fortunately, with your plan, I can roughly see the patriarch's strength. Haha, he might have been very strong before, but he was just scaring Gong Yang Tao Lu. His strength should only be at the level of a great immortal now. He's a great immortal. Kong Mok said excitedly. Your Majesty is wise. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Shao, it's all thanks to you this time. Great immortal strength. I'm still inferior now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Zhao Xianji and the others. You've done well this time. I'm going to confer you the title of Great River Duke. Kong Mok said in a good mood. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Shao said excitedly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu had also returned to Confucius Lu Academy, where he pondered alone. So the patriarch has been recuperating all this time. But it's been tens of thousands of years. Is the patriarch's injury still not healed? Kong Daoqiu had a complicated expression. In the distance, Gong Yang Tao Lu led the 80 immortals and flew away quickly. Ahem. Gong Yang Tao Lu coughed, his expression dark. Your Majesty, is that really Demon King Kong? An immortal asked doubtfully. That's right. He's Demon King Kong. Rumor has it that he was killed by the Tao gods of Absolute Palace in the immortal world. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but he's clearly injured. He coughed just now. Clearly, he's injured. His current strength is also at the great immortal realm. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Then what do we do now? An immortal asked worriedly. Demon King Kong is here in the West Divine Continent. He's a tough nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. This lord will first take down Great Perfection or the Archaean sacred grounds. As for you, ascend now and report this to the Sage King. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Yes. An immortal answered. That immortal quickly took a step forward and ascended out of the sealed world. Your Majesty, where to first? Another immortal asked. Find a place to heal first. This world is indeed very strange. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Yes. As for where to first. The Great Perfection Celestial Empire has only been established for a few hundred years. Heh, looks like I was wrong. The strongest on the surface might not be the strongest. Once we've healed, we'll go to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Gongyang Taolu said solemnly. Yes. The immortals answered. Immortal world. In a valley. Clang clang clang. Hiss. A bloody light flashed. A corpse was sliced in half. Yen Dong and stood at the side. Yen Dong En was already 17 or 18 years old. He already had the appearance of a teenager. After killing, Yen Dong En looked at the peak of a mountain not far away. Yen Chuan stood there and watched. Master. Yen Dong En said with a smile. Not bad. You've killed another traitor. This traitor killed hundreds of innocents. You've done good for the people. In these 3 years, I've taught you all kinds of assassination techniques. You've mastered them well. At least you don't have to worry about being assassinated. Next, we'll stop assassinating. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Ah. What should I learn next? Yen Dong En said excitedly. Do you want to save Mo Yushi? Yen Chuan said solemnly. Hearing Yen Chuan's question, Yen Dong En's face suddenly turned serious. Yes, I want to. I want to split that Xingfen mountain. I want to save my mother. Now's not the time. Yen Chuan sighed. Yes, it's not the time. The guards there are all sky immortals. I'm only in the immortal realm. How can I break through? Yen Dong En smiled bitterly. Next, I'll teach you how to split the mountain. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Master, please teach me. Splitting the mountain is not about brute force, but merits. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Merits? Yen Dong En was taken aback. Yes. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court was just established and is rapidly expanding. It's also the best time to make a name for yourself. When you have enough merits, use them to exchange for Mo Yushi's freedom. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. I'll join the army now. Yen Dong En's eyes lit up. Join the army? Fighting on the battlefield is a must. However, strategy, tactics, leverage, and shrewdness are more important. Next, I'll teach you. Learn well. It depends on your comprehension. How much you can learn depends on yourself. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Dong En will learn seriously. Yen Dong En said solemnly. Chapter 1085. After recuperating for 4 years, the group of immortals once again set out for a new goal, the Great Jin Celestial Empire. As for what had happened in the West Divine Continent. Naturally, De Zhen paid full attention to the situation. Furthermore, Wang Jian personally headed to the West Divine Continent to obtain the most accurate information from the factory guard stationed there. Beijing. Imperial Palace, Imperial Library. The ministers of Great Zhen were discussing countermeasures. Empress CZ was also participating at this moment. Gongyang Taolu, Demon King Kong. Yin Hentian frowned. Let's not talk about Demon King Kong for now. According to the news brought back by Wang Jian, the next stop of Gongyang battle strategy is very likely to be Yanjing. Yi Feng said with a frown. Everyone's expression darkened. Everyone naturally understood how powerful the great immortal was. Should we ask His Majesty to return? Lu Gang frowned worriedly. ZZ shook her head. No. Oh. Everyone looked at ZZ. Before His Majesty left, he said that he would send a soul to the Great Qi Sacred Court to see what's going on in the outside world. His Majesty must know that Gongyang Taolu has entered this world. ZZ said. As soon as ZZ said this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Taking a deep breath, they nodded in agreement. Since His Majesty knows about this and has yet to return, it proves that there are more important matters in the immortal realm than this place. Naturally, we will not disturb His Majesty. Perhaps, this is also the time for His Majesty to test our abilities. Li Si nodded. The ministers nodded in agreement. I'll deal with Gong Yang Tao Lu. Bai Ditian suddenly said. Oh. Everyone looked at Bai Ditian in surprise. I have the bloodline of an ancient fiend celestial, and I've activated a lot of it recently. Although I'm not a match for a great immortal, I'm not far from it. I'll hold him back for a while. Huo Guang, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, you guys kill the other immortals. Then, Feng Yin Yang will use the array formation to trap Gong Yang Tao Lu. We'll slowly grind him to death. If it doesn't work, I still have the Emperor's terracotta army. Perhaps. Tan Lang suddenly said. Everyone looked at Tan Lang. However, Yi Feng shook his head and said, no, the terracotta soldiers are His Majesty's trump card. Unless there is no other choice, don't touch them. Everyone nodded. At this moment, under the leadership of His Majesty, Dezhen also has enough resources. We don't necessarily need to fight to the death with Gong Yang. Li Si said with a smile. Hearing Li Si's words, Yin Hentian and Yi Feng's expressions changed and they nodded. Miao, you bunch of mortals, what are you afraid of? There's still me, Miao, and Sister ZZ's curse. Miao, who was in ZZ's arms, suddenly said. Everyone. Several months later. With 80 immortals in tow, Gong Yang Taoyi arrived at Yanjing in a grandiose manner. This time, they were even more careful than last time. They were prepared for battle. However, when he arrived in Beijing, he saw an extremely strange scene. Countless clouds of mist covered Yanjing completely. Feng Yinyang's array shrouded Yanjing in a sea of fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Gong Yang Taoyu's pupils shrank. My lord, does Yan Chuan know that we're here? An immortal shouted. Gong Yang Tao Lu took a deep breath. I was almost careless again. Although the Kong family is hiding Demon King Kong, we can't underestimate Dezhen. Although it hasn't been established for a long time and doesn't have enough resources, it must be extraordinary to be able to become the overlord of the world. Ha! We should have gone to the Archaean sect's sacred ground first. Sigh, forget it. Since we're here, let's test the strength of Dezhen's imperial court. Gong Yang Taoyu's expression was extremely ugly. Yan Chuan, why haven't you come out yet? Gong Yang Tao Lu suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the sound waves swept across Yanjing. The fog around Yanjing was also stirred by the sound waves. In Yanjing, the ministers of Dezhen all looked at the outside world solemnly. Feng Yinyang's array couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inside could clearly see the outside world. They're here. Yi Feng's face darkened. Bai Ditian, since you've activated the ancient fiend celestial bloodline, use your aura to gain the upper hand. Yin Hentian said. Bai Ditian nodded. Boom! Bai Ditian's aura surged into the sky, and the terrifying aura was filled with endless black malevolent energy. The malevolent energy was extremely dense, as if it was going to assimilate everything around it. The white stone slabs under his feet were also dyed black by the malevolent energy at this moment. The malevolent energy was so oppressive that the surrounding guards were instantly terrified. Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, waved his hand. Boom! A vortex formed around them, isolating the malevolent energy so that no one could be affected. Only the people outside could feel it. The malevolent energy surged into the sky and suddenly dyed the sky black. The billowing malevolent energy even formed a giant black cloud. The energy was so dense that it made one's heart tremble. Buzz! The malevolent energy was directed at the deities. The deities' faces immediately changed. What a powerful malevolent energy! And deity exclaimed. Gong Yang Taoyu's face also changed because the malevolent energy was even stronger than his. How could it be? How could there be an old monster in Yanjing? How could there be such a powerful malevolent energy? Inside Yanjing. Everyone looked at Bai Ditian and sighed. The bloodline of the ancient fiend celestial is indeed powerful. That's right. Those deities' faces all changed. Lu Gang said excitedly. Let's see if we can scare them away. I wonder if he can tell if it's real or fake, Yifeng said seriously. Everyone looked outside. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. My lord, what should we do? There seems to be an overlord in Dezhen. We haven't even seen him yet, but there's already such a terrifying energy. And deity said worriedly. Yeah, we haven't even seen him yet. No, no. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. Ha ha ha, he's bluffing. He's using an array to cover it up. Is he trying to trick us? Gong Yang Taolu immediately guessed that it was a scam. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the ministers immediately knew that something was wrong when they saw Gong Yang Taoyu's expression. Get ready for the second strategy. Yifeng waved his sleeves and shouted. Okay. Everyone nodded. Meow, isn't it just to scare that deity? Is there a need to make it so complicated? Watch me. Meow immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Meow. Meow suddenly crawled out of ZZ's arms and onto ZZ's shoulder. Facing the deities in the distance, her fur suddenly stood on end. Meow. Meow shouted coldly. Everyone. Was Meow trying to scare the deities? Was she trying to act cute? However, before the crowd could say anything, an echo suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Meow. Outside the array, Gong Yang Taolu also heard a cat's meow. Just as he was feeling curious, an echo suddenly sounded. Meow. One echo was not enough. Meow. 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 Meow, all of a sudden, countless meows came from all directions in the world. Countless meowing sounds filled the entire East Divine Continent in an instant. The dense and terrifying meowing of cats instantly covered the entire East Divine Continent. Countless citizens of the East Divine Continent looked up at the sky in shock. Not only did it cover the East Divine Continent. The meowing of the cats instantly covered all 5 divine continents under the heavens. The meows covered the entire world. Perhaps Bai Ditian, Huoguang, and the others had not noticed this scene. Even the deities behind Gong Yang Taolu did not notice the shocking meows at this moment. But Gong Yang Taolu noticed. With his cultivation as a great deity, he instantly sensed it. The echo of the meow came from the 9 heavens. It was as if the heavens were unparalleled, and it resounded everywhere in the world. The heavens were trembling, and the kings were descending on the earth. This meow scared Gong Yang Taolu so much that all his hair stood on end. Looking at the endless murderous aura in Beijing in the fog and hearing the meow, Gong Yang Taolu panicked. A hint of panic flashed across Gong Yang Taoyu's eyes. Let's go. Gong Yang Taolu turned around and led all the deities away quickly. Gong Yang Taolu was scared away. In Beijing, countless scheming officials were stunned. Then, they all looked at Meow. At this moment, Meow had returned to ZZ's arms again. Alright, he was scared away. Meow. Meow said proudly. The officials. On this day, the South Divine Continent and the West Divine Continent all heard the meow of a cat. Kong Mok frowned and looked at the sky. Kong Daoqiu frowned and looked at the sky. Even Meng Sansheng looked at the sky in confusion. In Beijing, the officials did not understand why Meow's voice could resonate with the heavens and earth. A cat's meow could resonate with the heavens and earth. Then, they suddenly realized that they had never seen meow transcend the tribulation before. The deity realm. On a battlefield. I'm invincible. Kill. After a brutal massacre. The army won a great victory and excitedly bowed to a 20-year-old boy on the commander's platform. "Commander, we won," the general said excitedly. The 20-year-old boy nodded. "Not bad. Brothers, well done. I will ask for everyone's recognition. This is only the beginning. We still have countless achievements. We also want to be ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm, ranked in the deity realm." A group of soldiers shouted excitedly. The 20-year-old boy was naturally Yen Dong-en. Yen Dong-en looked at the excited expressions of his subordinates. He was immediately in a good mood. After the army was rewarded, Yen Dong-en met Yen Chuan again in a valley. "Master." Yen Dong-en's eyes were filled with fear. "I have to go. I still have my own things to do." Yen Chuan smiled slightly. "I can't bear to part with you, master." Yen Dong-en immediately knelt down. All good things must come to an end. Don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Next time, I hope to see the indomitable Yen Dong-en. Yen Chuan said with a smile. "Yes. Don't worry, master." Yen Dong-en's eyes were filled with tears. "Silly boy, perhaps we will meet again soon." Yen Chuan said with a smile. "Really?" Yen Dong-en immediately said excitedly. "That's right. I've already told you that this body is just a body that I've taken over. Next time, I might take over someone else's body. I've already taught you what I need to teach you. The rest is up to you." Yen Chuan smiled. "An." Yen Dong-en nodded. "Before I leave, I will give you one more thing." Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. With that, Yen Chuan reached out and took out a seed-like thing. It was the vine demon that had followed Yen Chuan in reincarnation. The vine demon could go with the soul. Naturally, it could be taken by Yen Chuan. The seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. This is the seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. It will be your last resort. In my hands, it has not fully recovered its former strength. Nourish it well. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The seventh divine weapon in the world. Vine demon. Yen Dong-en's hands trembled slightly. He looked at Yen Chuan in surprise. Master, you. Yen Dong-en bit his lips, not daring to confirm. You saw it? Yen Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you my father? Yen Dong-en's eyes were red. When did you see it? Yen Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you really father? Woo, I felt it more than 10 years ago. From mother's attitude, I realized that mother was no longer worried about me because of father. Moreover, Uncle Azure Dragon once told me about father, including the seventh divine weapon. Yen Dong-en cried. Yen Chuan smiled slightly and touched Yen Dong-en's head. Then he sighed slightly and said, Our family is still too weak to do anything. We can only let fate play with us. Dong-en, when I'm not here, take good care of you she. Yes. Yen Dong-en cried. If you want to get rid of others' manipulation, you have to be strong first. Dong-en, I am very pleased that you are so smart and you did not let me down. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Yen Chuan sighed slightly. Father, I will do my best. Yen Dong-en gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Good, Dong-en, no shame and be brave. This is what we should do. One day, our family will be reunited. One day, no one can play with us anymore. Father will fight against the heavens with you. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. Yen Dong-en felt warm in his heart. Father is gone, I will come to see you again. Take care. Yen Chuan comforted. I will take care of myself. Father, you must take care of yourself too. Yen Dong-en said with red eyes. Smiling slightly, Yen Chuan nodded. Yen Chuan took a step and soared into the sky and flew into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Yen Dong-en looked at his father's departure with tears in his eyes. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Yen Chuan's departure. Father, just you wait, I will become a man of indomitable spirit. Yen Dong-en said firmly. A few days later. Immortal realm, in a manor. Inside the manor, the person possessed by Yen Chuan looked at a black-robed man kneeling on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion, 3-Sword Division, Dugu Feng, greets your majesty. The black-robed man said respectfully. Dugu Feng, I remember that when I went to the Dugu clan, you received me at the door. Yen Chuan said lightly. Yes, thanks to your majesty, you brought us into the heavenly mystery dreamland. I was lucky enough to reach the immortal realm. The black-robed man said respectfully. I have sent the few of you into the immortal realm first. You will be in different places so that De Zhen can enter the immortal realm in the future. You will be near the great Zhou imperial court. Your mission is to protect the crown prince, Yen Dong-en. Yes. Dong-en doesn't need your protection. Don't get too close. He doesn't know you. He has the ability to deal with ordinary people, but there are many experts here. It's inevitable that some powerful immortals will be secretly sent. You are responsible for all kinds of coincidences and resolving large crises. Yen Chuan said. Yes. If you are unfortunately discovered by Yen Dong-en or captured by him in the future, show him this wooden tablet and he will let you go. Yen Chuan said. As he said that, he threw a wooden tablet. Ah! The crown prince can capture me. I am a heavenly immortal. Dugu Feng said in surprise. Anything is possible. Yen Chuan smiled slightly. These years, Yen Chuan had taught too much. Yen Dong-en also learned very seriously. Capturing someone didn't have to rely on strength, but also on brains. I'm going back. You are responsible for dealing with this body possessed by me. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1086. Sealed Realm. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and quickly left Yanjing. Along the way, everyone's heart trembled. Other than the killing intent at the beginning, Yanjing did not have any other aura. Even the cat's meow was only a sound, not an aura. But, it was this sound that made the immortals' hearts tremble. Especially Gongyang Taolu who felt it the most. That sound came from above the 9 heavens. That sound covered the entire world. Even he couldn't do such a ridiculous thing, but Yanjing could, and they were angry at him. How could Yanjing have such a strong person? Bastard! Gongyang Taolu shouted at the immortal behind him. Lord, I have failed in my duty. That immortal's face was filled with fear. Failed in your duty? Failed in your duty? I told you to collect all the information about Yanjing, you collected it. Where did that killing intent come from? And where did that cat's meow come from? Is there any record of the information you collected? Gongyang Taolu glared. I know my mistake. That immortal said in fear. Gongyang Taolu looked at that immortal and sighed. I said, Yen Chuan's cat is not normal, but you say it's just a pet. Pet? Can a pet be so precious to Yen Chuan? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Lord, what do we do now? An immortal asked carefully. Gongyang Taolu thought for a while and shook his head, that cat, we still need to investigate, find out where it came from. A cat's meow, covering the world. I don't know if it's the cat's divine ability, or if it has the ability. Gong Yang Tao Lu said with an ugly expression. Divine ability? The immortal's eyes lit up. That's right, if it's a divine ability, then everything will be easy. Some demon beasts have extremely unorthodox divine abilities, maybe it's just a bluff, just that this divine ability is magical. Gong Yang Tao Lu nodded. That's right, Lord, before the fog was so thick that Yan Chuan did not dare to fight, it must be a bluff, it must be just a special divine ability, Lord, let's go back. An immortal's eyes lit up. Humph. Gong Yang Tao Lu glared, fool. If it's not a divine ability, but it's strength, what do we do? Gong Yang Tao Lu asked solemnly. Ah. The immortal's face instantly stiffened. If he really has such terrifying strength, we will definitely be killed if we go. An immortal analyzed. When the immortal said this, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to go back. Check this cat's background for me. Since De Zhen is the strongest in this realm, then let's wait a little longer. Gong Yang Tao Lu said. Yes. Everyone immediately responded. There's one more thing. The Archaean sacred grounds can't be underestimated either. The Kong family and Great Zhen have learned from their mistakes. Overturn all the information about the Archaean sacred grounds. Investigate the Archaean sacred grounds again. Once you're done, we'll attack the Archaean sacred grounds. Yes. The immortals replied. After experiencing the Kong clan and the Great Zhen clan, no one dared to be arrogant anymore. This world was too strange. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yanjing. The guards continuously sent news of the immortals' locations to Yanjing. The officials of Great Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. The officials might be able to fight a heaven immortal together. At worst, 2 12th level upper void stage cultivators could immediately undergo tribulation to become immortals and resist a heaven immortal. However, it was different for great immortals. There was a qualitative difference between great immortals and heaven immortals. Even with the help of the Lotus God, Kong Mok of the Great Buddha Celestial Empire felt inferior when he saw a battle between great immortals. Bai Ditian had the ancient fiend celestial fate and was abnormally powerful. Even he didn't dare to fight against him. The officials finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Gong Yang Tao Lu was scared away. While everyone was at peace, a strange aura suddenly came from Xianyang Palace. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. His Majesty is about to wake up. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed toward Xianyang Palace. At this moment, a large number of Yan Chuan's souls were quickly returning to his body. Yan Chuan's souls had returned by themselves. There was no need for outsiders to summon them. At this moment, there was only one coffin in Xianyang Palace. There was only the sky-burying coffin. Unlike before, this time, Yan Chuan was lying in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! As the souls surged over, Yan Chuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. Clearly, the 200 memories were rapidly fusing. After a while, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed as he heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the black jade talisman on his forehead. Yan Chuan was about to get up. He seemed to have touched something in his hand. Yan Chuan's eyes widened. Then, he turned and looked down. The interior of the sky-burying coffin was like a black hole. Yan Chuan was lying in the black hole's entrance. Originally, Yan Chuan didn't think much of it. However, at this moment, he seemed to have touched something in the black hole. Yan Chuan carefully touched it. As he touched it, Yan Chuan's face suddenly changed. Opening the coffin lid, Yan Chuan stood up and looked at the black hole in the coffin. His eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? How can there be a black hole in the sky-burying coffin? Yan Chuan looked at the black hole under his feet in surprise. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside Xianyang Palace. Yan Chuan took a deep look at the black hole under his feet. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the sky-burying coffin. Clang! Yan Chuan closed the coffin lid. With a flip of his hand, the sky-burying coffin suddenly shrank to the center of his palm. No matter how this thing is inside the sky-burying coffin, it is still mine. Whoosh! Yan Chuan let out a long cry of excitement. He put away the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the palace opened. Yan Chuan slowly walked out of Xianyang Palace. Outside Xianyang Palace, the officials stood respectfully. ZZ looked at Yan Chuan happily. Meow, Yan Chuan, you finally came out. I just helped you defeat a great immortal. You have to give me half of your immortal stones. Meow. Meow immediately jumped over. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The officials said excitedly. ZZ also walked over. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked at the surrounding fog. He took a deep breath and said, Did Gong Yang Taolu come? Yes. The officials answered. Gong Yang Taolu, a first firmament great immortal. Although he is the weakest great immortal, he is still a great immortal. Although there is only a step between Sky Immortal and Great Immortal, the difference in strength is huge. This time, everyone has worked hard. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow, it is all my effort. Meow immediately jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. The officials smiled. Indeed, this time it is Meow's effort. Yifeng smiled. Oh. Yan Chuan showed a hint of curiosity. Meow, however, raised its head proudly. ZZ explained everything to him. Yan Chuan finally understood everything. Meow, Yan Chuan, praise me. Meow, praise me. Meow said proudly. Slap. Yan Chuan slapped Meow's head. What are you doing, Meow? Meow immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, well done. Half of my immortal stones, I will give them all to you. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Hearing Yan Chuan's affirmation, Meow's eyes immediately widened, like a miser who saw a mountain of gold. Meow, meow, Yan Chuan, you are indeed a good person. Come, slap me again and give me the other half. Meow said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. By the way, I have recorded the images of those 80 immortals. I can use them at any time. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. ZZ said. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. I don't want it for now. Although this special technique is powerful, it has a major weakness, which is that it takes too long. 21 days. With the great immortal's speed, he can reach Yen capital in 1 or 2 days. Yan Chuan shook his head and rejected the idea. All right. ZZ nodded. Your Majesty, Gong Yang Taolu went to the West Divine Continent first. There, he lured out the Kong family's ancestor and retreated in defeat. Yifeng said. The Kong family's ancestor. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. His name is Demon King Kong. According to Gong Yang Taolu, he was once famous in the immortal realm. Demon King Kong. Wang Jian said. Demon King Kong. Yan Chuan frowned slightly. It won't be long before Gong Yang Taolu goes to the Archaean sacred ground. Your Majesty, should we inform them? Yifeng asked. Archaean sacred ground? Yan Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ's expression flickered slightly. Alright, that's all for today. Go back first. After I clean up, I summon you to the upper study room. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered and left. Everyone left, leaving only ZZ and Miao. Only then did ZZ wrap her arms around Yan Chuan's arm. Miao. Meow 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 meow, looked at the two of them, and then walked away. Husband, let me get you some water to bathe. ZZ said softly. Yan Chuan smiled. Look at how anxious you are. Tell me. ZZ blushed. Archaean sacred ground, I. ZZ opened her mouth. Do you need my help? Yan Chuan smiled. ZZ thought for a while. I don't care about the others, but Meng Hongying has helped me a lot. If it's possible, I'll send someone to inform her and let her stay away for a while. Yan Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ's face bloomed into a beautiful smile. What about Meng Sansheng? Yan Chuan asked. ZZ frowned. She was conflicted. Meng Sansheng is my grandfather. Even though he has never taken care of me, and even though I have only seen him a few times, he is still related to me by blood. ZZ was slightly conflicted. He gently touched ZZ's hair. Rumble. Thunder clouds rumbled in the sky. However, Yan Chuan didn't care. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. If I can help, I'll do my best. Yan Chuan nodded and promised. Okay. ZZ said happily. However, you don't have to worry too much. Archaean sacred ground, God realm. This place is too secretive. No one knows how many experts are hiding there. You haven't been there before. Perhaps, we don't need to intervene in this crisis. Meng Sansheng can deal with it alone. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. Really? ZZ said in surprise. The God realm is not ordinary. This trip to the Archaean sacred ground is actually a scout for the Dajin Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1087. Middle Divine Continent. Nighttime. In a huge valley. There was a large lake in the valley. Moonlight shone down on it. There were a dozen girls playing in the lake. They were only wearing undergarments and splashing water on each other. Hee hee, senior sister, look at the water. One of the girls shouted. Damn girl, are you looking for death? Look at the water. Ha ha ha. The girls were happily playing in the water. Lower your voice, this is the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan Academy. If the sect leader finds out, we'll be in trouble. One of the girls said. Senior sister, don't worry. It's because of the forbidden area that no one is here. One of the girls laughed. That's true. I don't know why, but no one is allowed to enter this area. One of the girls frowned. I know. It seems to be the burial place of the founder of the Kaiyuan Academy. So no one is allowed to disturb him. Then wouldn't it be blasphemous for us to bathe here? Huh, fourth sister, you're the one who thinks the most. So many of us are naked for the founder to see. Why would he think it's blasphemous? One of the girls laughed. Damn girl, you don't say anything nice. Hee hee. Look at the water. Ha. Look at the water. The 15 girls were having a great time, but they didn't know that in a distant forest. At this moment, they were hiding from a wretched fatty. Although they're a little ugly, I don't mind. Once the sky turns dark, isn't it the same? Besides, I don't want to look at their faces. Hee hee hee. The wretched fatty's eyes were wide open. The wretched fatty was Dongfang Zhengpai from the Julu Academy. Hiding in the forest, Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled. His blood essence rushed to his brain, and his breathing became rapid. When a person's wretchedness reached a certain level, it was also a kind of realm. If this scene was known by the previous generations of the Julu Academy, who knows how many of them would be killed to make up for the guilt they felt towards their founder, Dongfang Bubi. The great scholars of the Julu Academy, couldn't they have some morals? Even if they were thirsty, they could go to a brothel in the mortal world. Was there a need to embarrass the Julu Academy here? Of course, Dongfangjing's sect, who was immersed in their wretched business, did not notice. Higher, higher. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Pu Pu. A huge rock beneath Dongfang Zhengpai's feet suddenly rose a little. Dongfang Zhengpai was too engrossed and didn't notice anything amiss. Wow, good, good. Gigi, it would be even better if it was higher. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed wretchedly. The boulder beneath his feet suddenly expanded once more. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open under Dongfang Zhengpai's feet. Dongfang Zhengpai was blasted to the ground. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai turned to look. There was a big hole in the ground, and there seemed to be some orderly explosions around it. It was as if a formation had been opened from the inside of the ground. When the array was opened, Dongfang Zhengpai saw a huge tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, a skinny figure was standing there. He was dressed in green and seemed to be preparing to open the tomb. It was the divine sect's sacred ground, Ren Shan Palace Master, Ren Shu. Ren Shu had returned to his old profession of digging up ancestral tombs. Today, he finally found a huge tomb. This wasn't an ordinary tomb. It was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the founding origin sect. There must be treasures inside. However, Ren Shu didn't expect that when he broke open the restriction, there would be a fatty standing beside him. Oh, you're a tomb raider. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Ren Shu's expression changed. He even had the intention to kill. I recognize you. You're Ren Shu of the Archaean sect's holy land. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Ren Shu's expression froze. Who are you? Ren Shu asked worriedly. I didn't expect that the dignified palace master of the Archaean sect's holy land would do such a thing. Digging up someone's tomb is too immoral. You don't even let off a dead person. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded. Ren Shu's expression froze. After all, Dongfang Zhengpai had been trained by Immortal Meng Lingtian for many years. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the first level of the upper void stage. Ren Shu naturally couldn't see through Dongfang Zhengpai's cultivation. Moreover, the person in front of him even said his name. This caused the originally timid Ren Shu to become nervous. I'm Julu Academy's great scholar, Dongfang Zhengpai. Palace Master Ren, you're really immoral. You don't even let off a dead person's belongings. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Dongfang Zhengpai. Ren Shu immediately reacted. Although he had heard of this name, he had never seen Dongfang Zhengpai before. What do you want? Ren Shu asked in a deep voice. Ren Shu hated encountering such self-righteous scholars. They only talked about benevolence and righteousness all day long. Dealing with them was like facing tens of thousands of flies. It was too annoying. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the tomb behind Ren Shu and took a deep breath. It's fate that we met. You and I will split it in half. Half. Ren Shu was stunned when he heard Dongfang Zhengpai's words. The difference was too great. If you don't give it to me, I'll inform Kai Yuan sect that you dug up their ancestral tomb and let the entire Kai Yuan sect hunt you down. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Shameless. Ren Shu said hatefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Dongfang Zhengpai glared at him. One fat and one skinny, the two of them glared at each other. All right, half each. Ren Shu said helplessly. Brother Ren, you're really talented. Meeting you today is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a fat face. Ren Shu's face twitched. He didn't look at the almanac when he went out. It seemed like he had met someone who was even more shameless than him. "How dare you, pervert! Give me your life!" A woman's shout suddenly came from the lake. The loud sound just now made the 15 women realize that something bad was going to happen. "Senior sister, there's someone here. Not good, there's a pervert. Quick, put on your clothes." The group of women quickly put on their clothes. Because of this, they were delayed for a while. During this period of time, the two perverted men reached an extremely shameless deal. After the 15 women put on their clothes, they immediately rushed over with a murderous look on their faces. "Insolent pervert, hand over your life!" A woman shouted angrily. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat looked at each other. Ninth Rat immediately waved his hand, and the soil on the ground quickly rolled over, covering the tomb in an instant. Who? 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 A group of women instantly rushed forward. Dongfang Zhengpai panicked, but he quickly calmed down. The wretched smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely righteous expression. "How dare you? Shameless bastard! In broad daylight, no, in the dark, you dare to defile the fairies." Dongfang Zhengpai glared and shouted righteously. In the distance, the woman charging forward suddenly paused when she saw the two people. One was fat and the other was thin. The two of them seemed to be in a confrontation. Although the fat one had a face full of meat, there was an aura of righteousness around him. As for Ninth Rat, its mouth was wide open as it looked at Dongfang Zhengpai in shock. "Fairy?" Ninth Rat looked at the group of aggressive women flying over. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to be fairies. The fairies weren't the key. The key was that Dongfang Zhengpai's attitude suddenly changed. What was going on? "Shameless bastard, are you the one who peeped on us sisters bathing?" The woman in the lead suddenly shouted angrily at Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat's face stiffened. "Peeped on them bathing?" Dongfang Zhengpai once again said, "Shifty eyes, one look and I can tell that you're not a good person. So you were peeping on the fairies bathing? Despicable. Shifty eyes." When the women saw that Ninth Rat indeed had shifty eyes, they immediately believed that Ninth Rat was a pervert. After all, Ninth Rat was a rat demon, and he had shifty eyes. You're bullshitting." Ninth Rat immediately shouted. Ninth Rat understood that he had been slandered by Dongfang Zhengpai in front of him. And it was hard to defend himself. "Fatty, who are you? Why are you here?" Another woman asked suspiciously. "Fairies, I am Dongfang Zhengpai, the most upright scholar of Julu Academy. My chest is full of righteousness, and I walk the world to temper my righteous heart. This time, I came to the Kai Yuan sect to travel and accidentally entered this place. I didn't expect to suddenly see a shifty-eyed person sneaking around. When I saw his expression, I knew that he was up to no good, so I used my art to blow up this place. I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched and despicable person in this world, who actually dared to peep on the fairies." Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Ninth Rat with hatred. Ninth Rat. He was already considered shameless, but there was actually someone even more shameless than him in front of him. "So that's how it is, pervert, die." A woman immediately rushed over with her sword. "It's not me, I didn't, it's him." Ninth Rat naturally didn't want to bear this burden. If it was a group of beautiful women in front of him, then he would let it go. But this group of strange people in front of him, was it worth it for him to peep? The woman who was rushing towards Ninth Rat paused and looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Dongfang Zhengpai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. These fairies are as beautiful as fairies. Actually, if you really admire them, it's pardonable that you admit your mistake now. Who hasn't been young before? But you." Dongfang Zhengpai's expression was one of disappointment. When the women heard that Dongfang Zhengpai was as beautiful as fairies, their anger dissipated a lot. Some of them were even smug. After all, no man had ever praised them like this before. Ninth rat couldn't take it anymore. Are you blind? How can these ugly things be as beautiful as fairies? Ninth rat pointed at Dongfang Zhengpai and exclaimed. First senior sister. Second senior sister. Third senior sister. All the hatred had been transferred from Dongfang Zhengpai to Ninth rat. Next, Ninth rat witnessed what it meant by, there is no most shameless, only more shameless. 2 hours later, the group of women flew away with Ninth rat's compensation and spirit stones in their hands, venting their anger. Ninth rat and Dongfang Zhengpai looked at each other in dismay. Dongfang Zhengpai, you. Ninth rat said with sorrow and hatred. Haha, Hall Master Ren, don't think about those unhappy things. Let's continue to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Ninth rat felt bitter. No, half of the compensation I gave you just now will be yours. Ninth rat immediately shouted. Ha! Mine. What apology? Hall Master Ren, let's open the tomb first. Dongfang Zhengpai changed the topic. Then let's split the loot. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Ninth rat shouted. No, we agreed to take half. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately argued. The two of them continued to squabble for a while, and Ninth rat could only admit defeat. When the two of them were about to open the tomb, Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly asked, Brother Ren, I'm curious. Don't you blame me at all? Ninth rat rolled his eyes and said, blame you? What's the use of blaming you? Who asked you to be more shameless than me? Dongfang Zhengpai grinned as if Ninth rat was praising him. I've learned something new today. I haven't trained my face to be thick enough yet. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll be more shameless than you and get back at you for what you did today. Ninth rat said with hatred. Ha, I'm ashamed. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. The two of them stopped talking and continued to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was emitting a green light. There was a rat head on one side and Ninth rat's face on the other. Found it? Ha! Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Chapter 1088. Beijing. Yan Chuan was about to leave with Wang Jian, Li Si, Zi, and Miao. In the distance, Lu Gang quickly ran over. Your Majesty, there is news from the Eastern Orthodox sect. Lu Gang reported. Oh. Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. Dongfang Zheng's sect found a factory guard in a city and told him that they found a person with a jade pendant reaction, Ren Shu. Lu Gang said. Ren Shu. Ancient demon god bloodline. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. The surrounding officials also came to their senses. Evidently, the Zhen had its own information system. It had a record of all the powerhouses in the world. It's actually him. Yin Hentian frowned. Did he say where Ninth rat is? Yan Chuan asked. He did. He said that he's with Ninth rat right now and is doing something big. Maybe he'll go to Divine Sect Sacred Land soon. Lu Gang said. Something big? Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. What did the two of them want to do? Since we're going to the Divine Sect's sacred ground, that's great. Let's go now. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, take care, the official said. N. Yan Chuan nodded. Taking Zi, Wang Jian, Li Si, and Miao with him, he soared into the sky and stepped onto a gigantic flying ship, flying towards the west at high speed. Central Divine Continent, in a valley. Brother Ren, your ability to dig holes is unparalleled in the world. Dongfang Zhengpai praised. It's not bad to use your overwhelming righteous energy to break the formation. Ninth rat said indifferently. Huh, you're flattering me. However, don't you feel guilty about robbing tombs? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. Guilt? They're dead, and I'm helping them develop their magical equipment. Why would I feel guilty? Don't tell me you have it. Ren Rat was puzzled. Why would I have it? Sure enough, it was more exciting than peeking at a girl bathing. Let's go, we'll continue digging up the Tristar sect's ancestral grave. I didn't say I would bring you. It's alright, I don't mind. I mind. You'll get used to it after a while. Let's go, don't be shy. The two figures, one fat and one thin, slowly disappeared from the valley. It was rare for the two of them to meet people who shared similar tastes, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Moreover, they could sharpen each other's faces and prove the great Tao of shamelessness. Why not? Central Divine Continent. At this moment, he had become the focus of all the heroes in the world. Great Zhen, the Great Buddha, and even the sect masters of the Central Divine Continent were all staring intently at the Archaean sacred ground. Great Immortal Gongyang Taolu had been in seclusion for many years. Anyone could guess that his next target would definitely be the Divine Sect's sacred grounds. Because, in the current world, only these three places ruled the world. He had suffered at the hands of Great Buddha and Great Zhen, so he was only left with Divine Sect and sacred grounds. Could the Archaean sect's sacred ground withstand an attack from a great immortal? While the experts of the outside world were paying attention, the cultivators of the Archaean sect's holy land were also feeling extremely pressured. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. Meng Hongying held a letter in her hand. A man was standing in front of him. Meng Hongying squinted her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a Baihu of the Great Qin Dynasty's guards." This letter was sent by the emperor, and was personally delivered by the Great Qin Dynasty's empress. If I hand it over to the saintess, then my mission is complete. Farewell. The man left. Meng Hongying opened the letter and read it. After reading for a while, Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. The Great Immortal is nearby and he wants me to leave. Ha, how can I leave? Meng Hongying kept the letter and looked to the east. ZZ, it is your fortune to be able to leave the Archaean sacred ground. The divine world is too complicated. Shaking her head, Meng Hongying kept the letter and flew to the divine world. A large number of cultivators and disciples were guarding the entrance of the divine world. No one stopped Meng Hongying when she entered. The interior was like a small world. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, but there was no sun, moon, or stars. At a glance, there were vast mountains and rivers. In the distance, there was a place covered in purple clouds. Meng Hongying quickly flew over. Soon, she arrived at a large mountain. No one was allowed to approach the mountain. This was where the divine world was located. The ancestral mountain of the gods. Grandfather must be here. Meng Hongying took a deep breath and said. Grandfather. Meng Hongying called out. Rumble. A cave slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Meng Sanqing frowned slightly and walked out with a huge purple gourd on his back. Meng Sanqing looked a little impatient. Hongying. What are you doing here? Meng Sanqing asked. Grandfather, ZZ just sent me a letter. She said that Gongyang Taolu has arrived near the Archaean sacred ground. Meng Hongying frowned. He's already here. Meng Sanqing raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, what should we do now? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sanqing took a deep breath and shook his head. I know. Oh. Meng Hongying nodded. Are there any other factions that are dissatisfied? Meng Sanqing asked. The other factions are fine. They are all of the gods' bloodline and will advance and retreat together with the Archaean sacred ground. However, it is different for the outsiders. I have already noticed some of the 10 palace masters are disloyal. Meng Hongying said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph, disloyal to the Archaean sacred ground will only lead to death. Deal with them as you see fit. Meng Sanqing said. Yes. Go. Meng Hongying nodded and left. Meng Sanqing watched Meng Hongying leave and took a deep breath. Meng Sanqing slowly walked back into the cave. Rumble. The entrance of the cave slowly closed. Inside. There was a huge space inside. The interior space had a large number of balconies. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on each balcony. There were both men and women, 71 in total. There were 6 leaders based on the space they occupied. 6 men in Taoist robes sat on the highest balcony. There was a huge gourd beside each of them. The shape of the gourd was exactly the same as Meng Sanqing's Hong Meng gourd. It looked like it grew out of a vine. There were a total of 7 gourds including Meng Sanqing's gourd. The only difference was the color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors, 7 different gourds. Meng Sanqing stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd said, Meng Sanqing, what's wrong? A great immortal might be invading our divine sect's sacred ground. Meng Sanqing frowned. Great immortal? Humph, when our divine race dominated the world, even the saints retreated. How dare a little great immortal bully us? The cultivator holding the orange gourd said coldly. Ever since our divine race reappeared, we have been hiding here. We wanted peace and quiet to unlock all the seals. I didn't expect there to be no peace here. The cultivator holding the yellow gourd said with a sigh. At this time, the cultivator holding the red gourd said, there's no need to say anymore. The next seal is about to be unlocked. Everyone, do your best. Yes. Everyone answered. Including Meng Sanqing. Meng Sanqing flew to the highest balcony and looked at the center of the space. There was a huge egg that was 3 zhang tall. The huge egg had 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. However, there seemed to be a large number of chain patterns on the egg. It seemed to be locked by the chains. Walala. Suddenly, one of the chain patterns floated up. Good, another chain seal has been unlocked. Destroy it, and the power of our divine race will be unlocked. Everyone, do your best. The cultivator holding the red gourd said in a deep voice. Okay. The 72 elites activated their power almost at the same time and charged at the chains surrounding the huge egg. Boom! The chains shook when they charged at them with all their might. Everyone continued to exert their power. Finally, after 3 days. Bang! The chains that floated out of the ground exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! The 7-colored huge egg suddenly shot out billions of rays of light toward the 72 elites. The rays of light entered their bodies. It seemed to be unlocking some kind of seal in their bodies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the seals breaking could be heard from their bodies. Almost everyone closed their eyes in excitement. Another seal. Another seal has been unlocked. A cultivator said excitedly. Countless voices of excitement could be heard in the entire cave. In the outside world. Meng Hongying was confronting a black-robed man. There seemed to be a large number of elites behind each of them. Evernight God Palace Master, are you thinking of betraying the sect? Meng Hongying's face darkened. Huh, little girl Meng Hongying, the great immortal is about to attack, and the sacred ground of the divine race is about to be destroyed. What's wrong with us finding a way out? The black-robed Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. The sacred leader has ordered that those who betray the sect will be killed. Meng Hongying said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the Evernight God Palace Master. Ha ha ha, little girl, your cultivation is only at the middle void realm. What can you do to me? Get lost if you don't want to die. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Meng Hongying wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled. Crack 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 crack. Something in Meng Hongying's body seemed to have broken. Many of the elites behind Meng Hongying also trembled like Meng Hongying. Bang! Meng Hongying's aura suddenly shot up. Rumble. A large number of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is here. Someone exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the sky and said with a hint of joy, ha ha ha, grandfather has succeeded. What's going on? The Evernight God Palace Master asked curiously. Why did some of the people in front of him have a sudden surge in their strength? Meng Hongying is only at the 5th level middle void realm, right? Why did her cultivation suddenly increase by so much? Is she undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Everyone, listen up. Don't let any of these traitors go. I'll deal with them after I'm done with the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The other palace masters responded. At this moment, many cultivators were undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the divine sect Saint Land. Some of them knew the reason for the sudden increase in their cultivation while others did not. Meng Hongying happened to be one of them. Meng Hongying knew that the God clan's bloodline contained a vast power. The power was hidden in the bloodline. Originally, the God clan did not need to cultivate. As long as they grew, their power would be released continuously. However, for some reason, it was sealed. Her grandfather was working hard to break the seal layer by layer. Every time the seal was broken, the entire clan would benefit. The cultivators in the divine sect Saint Land were in chaos. Not far away from the divine sect Saint Land, there was a huge manor. Gongyang Taolu could not wait any longer. It's been 5 years, and this is all the news from the divine sect Saint Land? Forget it, let's go. We'll conquer the divine sect Saint Land first before we conquer the world. Gongyang Taolu said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of immortals responded. Under Gongyang Taolu's lead, they walked toward the divine sect Saint Land. Chapter 1089. Henyes the God Tribe Heavenly Tribulation descended. The members of the God Tribe, like Meng Hongying, instantly felt their cultivation level increase. They unlocked a layer of the seal and awakened a portion of their bloodline power. In short, they had all awakened. The members of the God Tribe left quickly, leaving behind a chaotic holy ground. Get lost. Meng Hongying and the rest have left. Do you still want to stop us? The Einherjar Hall Master scolded angrily. At this moment, the two sides were still facing each other. Some of the 10 deities' halls were loyal to the holy ground. Einherjar Hall Master, Jishan Hall Master, Gungshan Hall Master, Xianshan Hall Master, and Saintess Hongying have instructed that no one is allowed to leave. Wait for Saintess Hongying to return. A green-robed elder said coldly. The green-robed elder was the leader of the disciples who were loyal to the holy ground. First Divine Hall Master. Humph, Meng Hongying is only a saintess. What is he? The rest are not around. Do you think you can stop the 4 of us? The Einherjar Hall Master said coldly. At this moment, the number of experts behind the Einherjar Hall Master was several times more than the First Divine Hall Master. The First Divine Hall Master's face darkened. The Sacred Master has instructed us to listen to Saintess Hongying when he is not around. If you continue to resist, I will take action. Ha ha ha, First Divine Hall Master, you are muddle-headed. Humph, since you are not giving in, don't blame us. Jishan Hall Master, Xianshan, let's attack together. The Einherjar Hall Master said. Okay. The other 3 Hall Masters shouted. As they spoke, the 4 Hall Masters attacked the first Divine Hall Master almost simultaneously. Oh no! The first Divine Hall Master's face changed and he could only block them. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding palaces were overturned. Bam! Pft! The first Divine Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Hall Master! The Jiaohu Hall Master, however, the Einherjar Hall Master sneered. Everyone, the holy ground of the holy ground is about to be exterminated. If you want to leave with me, do it now. The great Immortal Hall Master. No one can stop him. If you stay here, you will be killed, the Einherjar Hall Master said. The Einherjar Hall Master, the holy ground of the holy ground's disciples. Just as everyone was hesitating, an evil voice suddenly sounded out. Ha 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 ha, there's actually a traitor in the divine sect Sacred Grounds. Back then, the person who fawned over the divine sect Sacred Ground the most was the Evernight God Palace Master. Who is it? The Ether Palace Master's expression changed. Anyone could tell that this voice was trying to provoke the Evernight God Palace Master and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a fair-faced youth standing on a large rock in the distance. The corner of the young man's mouth had a trace of evil intent, and his eyes were filled with wanton insolence. With a fan in his hand, he looked at the crowd with a sinister expression. Who are you? It's you, proud heaven's holy son. You're not dead yet. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Proud heaven's holy son. The son of 10th God Palace Lord Kong Xianshui. Back then, Kong Xianshui stole Jing Ting's great suppressing world steel and was killed by Jing Ting from millions of miles away. However, his son escaped. Kong Outyen, he's still alive. Someone exclaimed. It's you. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Kong Outyen smiled and patted the fan in his hand. He said indifferently, Martial uncles, what are you doing? The Evernight God Palace Master narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Outyen, when your father was still alive, we still gave him some face. What are you trying to do now? Do you think a piece of trash like you can stop us? Kong Outyen smiled and said, what am I trying to do? After all, I'm a member of the 10th God Palace. I've returned to take over the 10th God Palace. As for you, the merit of taking over the 10th God Palace will be yours. Ha ha ha, trash. You're courting death. The Evernight God Palace Master sneered and attacked Kong Outyen with his palm. Kong Outyen smiled and his eyes turned cold. He waved the fan in his hand at the Evernight God Palace Master. Bang! The Evernight God Palace Master was suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Crash! As the mountain rock slid down, everyone suddenly revealed a blank expression. What was going on? They did not see Kong Outyen attack. Why was the Evernight God Palace Master suddenly sent flying? What kind of technique was that? Why was it so silent that no one could see it clearly? Everyone was shocked. Cough. 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 You. The Evernight God Palace Master said in shock while coughing blood. Kong Outyen said coldly, trash. In this world, other than my father, no one has the right to call me trash. Even my father did not say that. How dare you? The faces of Ji, Gung, and the other 3 Evernight God Palace Masters darkened. Let's attack together. One of them shouted. Okay. The 3 of them slashed their swords at Kong Outyen almost at the same time. Kong Outyen smiled coldly and said, freeze. He pointed his fan at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them froze in the air. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. How is that possible? The 4 Evernight God Palace Masters are all at the upper void stage. They are all at the upper void stage. Outyen, the Holy Sun, has returned. How did he become so terrifying? What kind of technique did he use? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared behind Kong Outyin. These cultivators were the former members of the Evernight God Palace. When Kong Xianshui died, they were in charge of protecting Kong Outyin. Now, they had all returned. Tie them all up. Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of Evernight God Palace experts replied. Soon, all the experts were tied up. At this moment, the entire square was silent as everyone looked at Kong Outyin. No one knew where Kong Outyin had been for the past few hundred years, and no one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter Kong Outyin had. However, everyone could see that Kong Outyin had returned with great strength. In a manor near the Archaean sect's holy land. At the center of the manor, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. Yan Chuan, Zi, Ren Shu, and Dongfang Jingpai. Zi poured tea for the 3 of them. Other than Yan Chuan, Dongfang Jingpai and Ren Shu were nervous. After all, although Zi was a heavenly beauty, the curse that she carried with her was still something that the 2 of them were afraid of. They had no choice but to be afraid. If they got close to Zi, they would be unlucky for no reason. Who wouldn't be afraid? Ren Shu looked at Dongfang Jingpai, speechless. Brother Dongfang, are you doing this on purpose? Ren Shu said unhappily. Brother Ren, you're too polite. I'm doing this for your own good. Dongfang Jingpai smiled. Hypocrite. Ren Shu said unhappily. I'm embarrassed to receive such praise from Brother Ren. Dongfang Jingpai said proudly. Ren Shu. Brother Ren, what do you think? I'll find a chance to cheat you. Ren Shu said straightforwardly. Dongfang Jingpai. The 2 of them cursed for a while before stopping. Yan Chuan was drinking tea while waiting. In the end, after a long time, no one could scold the other. Ren Shu could only look at Yan Chuan. Yan Di, thank you for your kindness. The sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty. Ha, I don't dare. Ren Shu refused. Why don't you dare? I won't restrict your freedom. You can see that I don't worship you. Do you want to share Dajin's fate with me? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Yan Di, you don't know. If it weren't for the promise, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I like freedom without any worries. Ren Shu shook his head. Freedom. When the Lotus God comes, the entire world will fall into chaos. How can you be free? You won't be free even in the immortal world. Yan Chuan shook his head. No, I'm just like that. I don't like any worries. I live to be free. We'll talk about the future in the future. Ren Shu immediately refused. Yan Chuan frowned. Dongfang Jingpai said, Brother Ren, are you stupid? Forget it. Even if you don't want to be the sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty, how about you be my subordinate and join the Foreign Affairs Department? I'll take care of you. Foreign Affairs Department. How many people do you have? Ren Shu was stunned. Including you, I have 2. Dongfang Jingpai smiled. Ren Shu. Ren Shu refused again and again. Have you ever thought that when you're out there, you'll be alone? Although you'll be free, you'll often have no choice. Yan Chuan smiled. Ren Shu was stunned. Dajin Heavenly Dynasty sincerely wants to form an alliance with you. We won't interfere with anything you do. Moreover, when you're alone, Dajin Heavenly Dynasty will stand up and help you solve everything. It may seem like a worry, but it's more free and unfettered than you think. Yan Chuan persuaded again. Ren Shu frowned deeply. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Ren Shu's brows relaxed. He sighed and said, I admit that what you said is reasonable, Yan Di. However, I don't think I've encountered such a situation. Let's talk about it when I encounter it in the future. Okay, then we'll wait for you to encounter trouble. Yan Chuan nodded and did not continue to pester him. Thank you for your understanding, Yan Di. Ren Shu said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, ZZ's brows suddenly twitched. Ka 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 ka. It was as if a seal within ZZ's body had been unlocked. Boom. ZZ's aura suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? Everyone looked at ZZ in confusion. ZZ closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then shook her head, I don't know. My strength has skyrocketed. Whoosh! A stream of light shot over from afar. It was Wang Jian, who had quickly arrived. Your Majesty, a large number of tribulations have occurred in the Archaean sect's sacred ground. Many people are undergoing tribulations. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Let's go. To the Archaean sect's sacred ground. Yan Chuan said. Everyone nodded. Not long after, Gonyang Taoyi led the group of immortals to the Archaean sect's sacred ground. He stood in the sky and coldly looked at the sky full of merits. After Kong Outyan's intervention, the Archaean sect's sacred ground's internal strife had been quelled. Almost all the tribulations had ended. Meng Hongying was once again in charge of the situation. Although Meng Hongying was surprised by Kong Outyan's strange behavior, she was more concerned about the 80 immortals in the sky. What's supposed to come has finally come. Meng Hongying said with a serious expression. Chapter 1090. What's supposed to come has finally come. Meng Hongying said solemnly. With Meng Hongying as the leader, all the disciples of the Archaean sacred ground looked solemn. They surrounded the entrance of the divine world, as if to protect it from being destroyed. Kong Outyan held a folding fan and gently patted it in his hand. He looked up at the group of immortals in the sky. There was no nervousness or fear in Kong Outyan's eyes. There was only a trace of disdain and evil laughter. In the sky. Gonyang Taolu squinted his eyes as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the distance. What a coincidence, there are 20 people undergoing tribulation at this time. Gonyang Taolu said with a strange tone. 20. Gonyang Taolu was a little late. Otherwise, he would have seen 1,000 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. He looked at the virtuous cloud. Gonyang Taolu turned to look at the divine world below. Divine world? Someone has opened up a world in this world. Even heavenly immortals can't do it. It seems like this world was created by some treasure. Gonyang Taolu said. Then, Gonyang Taolu looked at Meng Hongying. Little girl. Where's Meng Sanqing? Gonyang Taolu asked. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Meng Hongying from the Archaean sacred ground. May I know why you're here? Meng Hongying said solemnly. Meng Hongying was stalling for time. Since Meng Sanqing had not come out, he must have been delayed. Every second counts. Gonyang Taolu sneered, little girl, you don't have the right to speak here. Ask Meng Sanqing to come out and see me. The 80 immortals looked down at the ground. The sacred master is delayed by something. He'll be here soon. Great immortal Gonyang, the sacred master has instructed me to take charge of the Archaean sacred ground. May I know what orders you have? Meng Hongying said politely. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Meng Sanqing, hiding in the shadows? You don't dare to come out even now. Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Senior, please speak your mind. I'll do my best to complete it. Meng Hongying said. Complete it? Ha ha ha, I want your entire divine sect sacred ground to submit. Can you make the decision? Gonyang Taoyu's eyes narrowed. Senior, your request is too much. Meng Hongying shook her head. Is it too much? Ha ha ha, since Meng Sansheng wants to be a coward, then I'll kill all of you first. I want to see how long this coward is going to hide. Gong Yang Tao Lu shouted coldly. Activate the formation. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Boom. 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 At the entrance of the realm of the gods, arrays of different colors suddenly appeared. They seemed to form barriers to protect the central entrance of the realm of the gods. Humph. Gong Yang Tao Lu coldly snorted. He waved his hand. The airflow in the void seemed to move along with it. Suddenly, dragon-shaped winds howled and crashed into the formation. Arg! 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 Streams of wind dragons charged towards the formation, bringing with them a huge amount of evil chi. Boom! The great formation shattered, and the surrounding mountains and palaces were razed to the ground. Only the last layer of the formation managed to withstand the attack. However, it still shattered in the end. It shattered with the wind. Meng Hongying and the others' expressions changed. Although they had all gone through their tribulations, they were still far from being comparable to Gong Yang Tao Lu. There were even dozens of immortals behind him. Ha ha ha, little girl, are you still going to show off? Gong Yang Tao Lu narrowed his eyes. Meng Hongying bit her lips, feeling anxious. The surrounding disciples of the divine sect Sacred Ground did not know how to defend themselves. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ha ha ha, great immortal, Gong Yang Tao Lu. Do you only know how to bully women? Yen Chuan's voice suddenly came from afar. Gong Yang Tao Lu's expression darkened. He turned around. He saw Yen Chuan, Li Si, Wang Jian, Zi, Ren Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai flying over. Zi was still holding Miao in her arms. Yen Chuan led the way, while the rest stood behind him. Ren Shu quickly flew to the entrance of the realm of the gods. He stood beside the divine sect Sacred Ground. The others stood behind Yen Chuan and looked at Gong Yang Tao Lu with Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes. Gong Yang Tao Lu also raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. Of course, he was most concerned about Miao in Zi's arms. Yen Chuan. Gong Yang Tao Lu said coldly. Below, Meng Hongying's expression changed. When she saw Yen Chuan coming over, her eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other hand, Kong Outyen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zi. Zi. Kong Outyen whispered to himself. Father, I was against it back then. I didn't understand why you kept forcing me to marry Zi. I was unfilial and did not understand your good intentions. However, I understand now. Zi. She's destined to be mine. I must have her. Father, if you're watching from the heavens, then just watch. I'm back. I'll take back everything that you threw away back then. I'll take back everything. Let's start with Zi. Although she's been the Empress of Great Zhen for hundreds of years, she's still a virgin. Yen Chuan, seeing that Zi is still a virgin, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyen clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with determination. In the air, Gong Yang Tao Lu's expression changed. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Yen Chuan was relying on to actually dare to challenge him. If he was arrogant, then the cat's howl was still vivid in his mind. If he was really strong, then why was he still immortal? Yen Chuan, this isn't the East Divine Continent. I didn't make things difficult for Great Zhen. Are you trying to interfere? Gong Yang Tao Lu said coldly. This was also Gong Yang Tao Lu's warning. Don't look for trouble. Yen Chuan smiled. This is indeed not Great Zhen. However, this is the sealed world. This is the world of the sealed world. You're just an outsider. If you want to steal the world, then all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Ha ha ha, all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Who else besides you? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Me too. Another voice came from afar. Whoosh! It was Kong Daoqiu. He was flying over quickly with 4 immortals draped in light. Whoosh! The 5 of them stopped, creating a hurricane. You are Kong Daoqiu. What are you doing here? Gonyang Taolu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Gonyang Taolu suddenly couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. What did it have to do with them attacking the Archaean sacred ground? Weren't they enemies? Why were they helping? We're here to share the Archaean sacred ground's troubles. Kong Daoqiu sneered. Patriarch Kong, Meng Hongying, substitute sacred leader, thank you for your help. Meng Hongying said solemnly. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motives were, he was here to help Gonyang Taolu. It was better to provide help at this critical moment than to add flowers to brocade. Ha 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 ha, Kong Daoqiu, I've seen your information. You're only an Earth Immortal. You only became an Earth Immortal 100 years ago. With your strength, what can the 5 of you do? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. I, Kong Daoqiu, may not be talented, but I know that sometimes, I have to do something. Kong Daoqiu sneered. It wasn't that Kong Daoqiu was an idiot, but rather that he had seen something even more profound. Earlier, he had seen the tribulation of 1,000 cultivators, and knew that the god world had undergone heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Therefore, it was highly likely that Gong Yang would return empty-handed this time. If he didn't show his stance now, he wouldn't have the chance later. Patriarch Kong. Although he was the patriarch, his status in the Kong family was far below that of the patriarch. Moreover, there was still the wastrel Kong Mok. If he wanted to stabilize the Kong family, he needed external help. Kong Daoqiu saw this opportunity and stepped forward bravely. Kong Daoqiu's appearance made Gonyang Taolu frustrated. At this moment, there were 2 other complicated looks. One of them was Yan Chuan. After all, Kong Daoqiu was Yan Chuan's grandfather. The other gaze belonged to Kong Outyan. Kong Outyan was still a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyan narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Daoqiu, frowning. The Kong family? Father, I see the Kong family again. One day, I will return to the Kong family in glory. I will make those who ridiculed you kneel in front of your coffin and repent. Kong Outyan said to himself. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were all staring coldly at Gonyang Taolu. Suddenly, Gonyang Taolu had a strange feeling. It was as if everyone in the sealed world was looking at him. After all, the 3 of them represented the 5 divine continents. If they all looked at Gonyang Taolu coldly, wouldn't they be targeted by the whole world? This invisible shackle made Gonyang Taolu worried. He even had the instinct to retreat. However, Gonyang Taolu was a great deity. How could he be frightened by others? He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura. Humph, I don't care what your attitude is. Today, I will destroy the divine world. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Gonyang Taolu yelled. Gonyang Taolu took out a long sword with a proud and murderous look. Just as Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were about to attack, a figure stepped out from the entrance of the divine world. Destroy the divine world? You are courting death. There was a hint of coldness in the voice. It was Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. His forehead was slightly protruding, and his eyes were like 2 swords. They were filled with murderous intent. Yan Chuan looked again and found that the purple gourd was surrounded by a dense purple aura. It was even more mysterious. You are Meng Sansheng. Ha, you finally came out. I am Gonyang Taolu. I order you. Gonyang Taolu said coldly. However, Meng Sansheng did not seem to hear him. He just sneered. Treasure, please. Whoosh! The Hong Meng gourd suddenly shot up to the sky and opened its mouth at Gongyang Taolu. Suck! Huh, with this trash Dharma treasure, you want to. Gongyang Taolu sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! Gongyang Taolu was sucked in by an irresistible force. The 80 deities were all shocked. However, the suction force was so strong that the 80 deities could not resist it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 80 deities were all sucked into the gourd. All the deities were sucked in an instant. Yen Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Outyen, and Meng Hongying were all shocked by this scene. They could not react in time. Was this real? How was this possible? Gongyang Taolu was a great deity. Even the weakest great deity was still a great deity. At the same time, at the entrance of the sealed realm in the immortal realm. In a hall guarded by Daki guards. There was a jade pendant in the hall. Boom! The jade pendant exploded. The guards in the main hall were inexplicably shocked. Gongyang Taolu, Master Gongyang is dead. How is this possible? What did he encounter? What is so terrifying about the sealed realm? Quick, report to the Sage King. Chapter 1091. At the entrance of the divine world. The Hong Meng gourd spun slowly in the air, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Gongyang Taolu was a great immortal and 80 immortals, but they were all absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd. Yen Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Kong Outyen narrowed their eyes as a hint of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Buzz! The Hong Meng gourd shook violently. It then slowly returned to Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng grabbed the Hong Meng gourd and shook it. Shaking the Hong Meng gourd, Meng Sansheng looked at the people around him. Yen Chuan. Kong Daoqiu. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said. This holy lord is grateful for your help. You're too polite, sacred Lord Meng. Even if we didn't help, sacred Lord Meng would still be able to deal with those immortals. Kong Daoqiu smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan nodded and didn't bother with the formalities. Yen Chuan was more interested in the Hong Meng gourd. What kind of treasure was that? How did it become stronger? The first time he saw the Hong Meng gourd, even an upper void realm cultivator couldn't absorb it. The second time, it absorbed a heavenly immortal. This time, it even absorbed a great immortal. The Hong Meng gourd was getting stronger. After shaking it for a while, Meng Sansheng opened the gourd and inhaled a wisp of Hong Meng purple vapor. Meng Sansheng's aura surged. Sacred Lord, the Hong Meng gourd has evolved to the level of a great immortal artifact. It's an extremely powerful great immortal artifact. Li Si frowned. Great immortal artifact? ZZ asked curiously. I heard that the Hong Meng gourd can absorb any living being. It only needs to shake it 3 times to refine Hong Meng purple vapor. However, Meng Sansheng shook it more than 3 times. This means that the Hong Meng gourd has reached its limit. Li Si explained. Everyone nodded. If the Hong Meng gourd became stronger, would Meng Sansheng's strength increase as well? Kong Outyen looked at the Hong Meng gourd with greed in his eyes. After absorbing the purple Grand Mist aura, Meng Sansheng withdrew his aura and placed the Grand Mist gourd on his back. Even though the 3 great powers were at odds with each other, Meng Sansheng did not attack Yen Chuan and Kong Daoqiu. After all, they were here to help him. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked up at the virtuous cloud. Above the virtuous cloud, the Dream 3 Lives Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. All sects of the Central Divine Continent, listen up. I'll give you 1 year to hand over all your merit points. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Destroy. The virtuous Dharma idol also quickly repeated Meng Sansheng's words. At this moment, its voice swept across the entire central divine continent. For a time, Meng Sansheng's domineering voice filled the entire central divine continent. Hand over all his merit points. One had to know that when Jing Ting had taken the seal of the sealed world, he had only taken half of the merit points from all the sects in the world. But Meng Sansheng wanted to take all of it. All of them. That would require all the sects to give up everything. This was the extermination of a sect. Meng Sansheng was even more domineering than Jing Ting. In the sky, Yan Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu narrowed their eyes. The two of them could see that the Archaean's sacred ground was no longer content to lie low. He had even greater ambitions. However, the two of them did not reveal their feelings. After Meng Sansheng finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu. Meng Hongying. Meng Sansheng said. Here. Help me receive them. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Meng Hongying nodded. Meng Sansheng then stepped into the divine world. He no longer cared about the others. He stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng immediately saw a man in a yellow Taoist robe walking over. The man in the yellow Taoist robe also had a huge gourd on his back, but this gourd was yellow. He was one of the 7 people who had been unsealed in the ancestral mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple gourds. The purple gourd was on Meng Sansheng's back, and the yellow gourd was on the man's back. The man in the yellow robe had a cold expression. Meng Sansheng's eyes were filled with hostility. Is it done? The man in the yellow robe asked. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly and said, the Hong Meng gourd was unsealed just in time. That great immortal is still the weakest great immortal. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Third brother, did Big Brother ask you to help me? Meng Sansheng smiled. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Big Brother was worried that you wouldn't be able to solve it, but it seems like he worried too much. Meng Sansheng smiled. Big Brother is just being cautious. My Hong Meng gourd is enough. Third brother's immortal beheading gourd is a waste of talent. What a pity. The man in the yellow robe sighed. Third brother, are you regretting that you didn't have a chance to test the immortal beheading gourd? Meng Sansheng smiled. Yes, I don't know how many gourds have been unsealed. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Meng Sansheng's face turned serious. There will be a chance. The divine race will have endless enemies to kill. Third brother, let's go back first. The man in the yellow robe nodded. The two of them returned to the ancestral mountain together. Outside the divine world. After Meng Sansheng's stunning performance, the disciples of the divine sects were all extremely excited. A great deity. A great deity was nothing. With the sacred leader, they were all finished. Meng Hongying slowly recovered from her shock and turned to look at the people in the sky. Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu's group were in the sky. Yan Chuan stopped Kong Daoqiu and stared at them with narrowed eyes. Yan Chuan, what are you trying to do? Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu held the bamboo scroll in his hand fearlessly. Kong Daoqiu's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. In the past, as a Xian immortal, he was able to defeat Mohina Dojin who was possessed by the Lotus God. Kong Daoqiu, I want you to go to my mother's grave and burn incense to repent for your sins. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. What if I don't go? Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. It's not up to you now. Yan Chuan said. Ha ha ha, repent? Yan Chuan, have you ever seen a father repent for his children? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. That's not important. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Humph, the world is big. I can go wherever I want. Kong Daoqiu snorted. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. He led the 4 deities and shot into the distance. Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian shouted angrily and rushed to the front of the deities. You! Kong Daoqiu stared at him. He threw the bamboo scroll in his hand at Wang Jian. The bamboo scroll suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and smashed toward Wang Jian. Break! Wang Jian slashed with the long sword in his hand. A blood-red light and murderous aura clashed with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Jian and Kong Daoqiu both retreated a distance. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched in their attacks. Yan Chuan took the opportunity to reach out his hand. Whoosh! Kong Daoqiu was sucked into Yan Chuan's palm and into the universe in his palm. Ah! Family head! The four deities screamed. Yan Chuan, you bastard! Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. How could you kill him? One of the deities screamed. Yan Chuan ignored the four deities and looked at Kong Daoqiu in his palm. Your Majesty, I once traveled the world with the 72 great Confucians. I went to Confucius Lu Academy and am familiar with Kong Daoqiu. Let me talk to him. Li Si suddenly said. Yan Chuan looked at Li Si and nodded. Whoosh! Li Si was also sucked into his palm. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian blocked the four deities. The scene was chaotic. The disciples of the Archaean sects and sacred grounds were confused. Meng Hongying opened her mouth, unsure if she should stop them. Kong Outyan narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Boom! Boom! Under Wang Jian's attack, the four deities were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian had forced them to stand before Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, you're treacherous. Your mother's death has nothing to do with the family head. Yan Chuan, your mother was killed by Kong Mok. It has nothing to do with the family head. Let him go. Back then, the family head knelt down and begged the ancestor for Kong Susu's sake. The family head had already tried his best. He couldn't save Kong Susu. Yan Chuan, you bastard. The patriarch and Kong Susu are father and daughter. How could he just watch Kong Susu die without doing anything? If you want to blame someone, blame Kong Mok. Don't hurt the family head. The four deities said anxiously. At this moment, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. Wasn't Kong Daoqiu doing nothing? You, speak clearly. What happened back then? Yan Chuan stared coldly at one of the deities. The ancestor set the rule back then. He would pick the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Kong family and choose the most outstanding one. The Kong family would help him establish a country. No one else in the Kong family could interfere. Otherwise, the ancestor would kill them. The most outstanding one was your mother. She defeated 8 outstanding disciples, and when she was about to defeat Kong Mok, your mother ran into your father. She gave up on the opportunity, but Kong Mok didn't let her off. He led a group of strong cultivators and forced your mother to her death. The family head was heartbroken. He begged the old ancestor many times, but the old ancestor wouldn't let him go. The Immortal said anxiously. Is what you said true? Yan Chuan asked coldly. All the upper void realm disciples of the Kong family know that your mother's cultivation wasn't high. However, her methods and intelligence were outstanding. Everyone thought highly of her, but... The deity smiled bitterly. Kong Mok. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Yan Chuan, let go of the family head. The deity shouted. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. No. Beg Demon King Kong. Humph, his rules are the heavens. For the sake of the family's interests, he watched his daughter die. Yan Chuan's murderous intent lessened. However, his attitude towards the deities didn't change. The ancestor is the heavens of the Kong family. One of the deities frowned. Humph, I don't care about Demon King Kong. Today, all of you will come with me. Yan Chuan reached out and sucked the deities in. A huge suction force appeared. The 4 deities couldn't resist it. Ah, no. Yan Chuan, you bastard. The 4 immortals cried out in shock as their bodies flew towards Yan Chuan's palm. The 4 of them were terrified. They knew that once they entered Yan Chuan's palm, they wouldn't be able to escape. Freeze! A shout came from below. Whine! The 4 deities who were being sucked toward Yan Chuan suddenly froze. A gust of wind blew around them. The suction force of the universe in Yan Chuan's palm stopped, and the 4 deities escaped. Whoosh! The 4 deities dodged in fear and looked at the person who had cast the spell. Kong Outyen. Kong Outyen slowly flew into the air. Seniors, do you still remember me? Kong Outyen asked with an evil smile. You, Kong Outyen. The 4 deities' faces darkened. Chapter 1092. You, Kong Outyen. The 4 immortals' faces darkened. Kong Outyen's father, Kong Xianshui, had left the Kong family to become the palace master of the divine sect Sacred Ground. The 4 immortals did not expect Kong Outyen to save them. No matter what, I have the blood of the Kong family. How can I watch my elders be trapped by a traitor? Kong Outyen smiled evilly. Below, Meng Hongying's face was solemn. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Gratitude flashed through the eyes of the 4 immortals. Although they did not understand how Kong Outyen had become so powerful, they did not have the time to think about it. Thank you, Kong Outyen. If possible, please save the family head as well. The 4 immortals cried out. Haha, of course. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge with Yan Chuan today. Kong Outyen said with a smile. As he spoke, Kong Outyen looked at Yan Chuan and the others. This kid was so arrogant in the past. How did he become so powerful now? Dongfang Zhengpai said in confusion. Below, Ren Shu squinted his eyes and stared. Something's not right. Kong Outyen is too strange. Even with my eyesight, I can't see through him. Ren Shu stroked his beard in surprise. Kong Outyen. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Yan Chuan, I was powerless in the past. I lost it. Now, it's time for you to return it to me. Kong Outyen said in a deep voice. Oh. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes. Kong Outyen smiled evilly and looked at ZZ, who was behind Yan Chuan, and said, ZZ. Back then, my father decided on her. She should be my woman. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted. Was he blaspheming the Empress? ZZ stared at him. Anger flashed in her eyes. Meow. Meow looked at Kong Outyen angrily. Those who insult the Emperor shall die. Wang Jian's long sword suddenly slashed towards Kong Outyen. His murderous aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. It rushed toward Kong Outyen, and when he swung his sword, the air around him was split apart like a wave. Stop! Kong Outyen stopped Wang Jian. Buzz! Wang Jian's sword aura suddenly froze in the air. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Wang Jian's face turned ferocious. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Wang Jian's body surged with a large amount of evil qi, shattering the shackles. Wang Jian's body swayed, and he was able to move. Below, Ninth Rat stroked his beard, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, Immobilization technique? How could Kong Outyen know such a spell? Wang Jian broke free from the immobilization technique and charged toward Kong Outyen again. Kong Outyen suddenly panicked. He no longer dared to be negligent. He closed the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands together. Heavenly Tao imprisonment. Boom! Outside the realm of the gods, the entire world seemed to have lit up. It was as if a heavenly aura had descended in an instant, and the faces of countless cultivators changed. As for the surrounding space, the sound of ice sealing could be heard. Ka 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 ka. It was as if the space around Wang Jian, Yan Chuan, ZZ, and the others had been frozen in an instant. Wang Jian, Yan Chuan, ZZ, and Dongfang Zhengpai were frozen in fear. Wang Jian tried to move his body in shock, but his body could not move at all. In Yan Chuan's palm, the universe in the palm suddenly disappeared. Kong Daoqiu and Li Si also released the universe in the palm, but the two of them were also trapped in it. ZZ could not move, but Miao, who was in her arms, turned its head around and looked at everyone in shock. Miao, what's wrong with you guys? In the distance, Kong Aotian was still hugging with his hands. His forehead was sweating, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Aotian laughed. Kong Aotian, stop. Meng Hongying screamed. The four immortals of the Kong family were shocked. Heaven's imprisonment? What kind of Dharma spell was that? In the distance, Ren Rat suddenly squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Kong Aotian, he is. Ren Rat pointed at Kong Aotian, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In the distance, Yan Chuan and the others were all trapped. They were about to be controlled by Kong Aotian. At this moment, a bronze coffin suddenly appeared in Yan Chuan's palm. The sky-burying coffin. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin suddenly expanded. Boom. The space around Yan Chuan was like a layer of ice breaking apart, with a large number of spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Boom. Yan Chuan immediately broke free from the heaven's imprisonment. On the other side, ZZ was holding Miao in her arms. Miao. Miao Miao leaped onto Violet Purple's shoulder and roared. Buzz. The imprisonment around ZZ melted like ice, and ZZ immediately regained her freedom. Yan Chuan's sky-burying coffin expanded again and smashed toward Kong Aotian. World suppression. Yan Chuan shouted. Kong Aotian's expression changed, and he attacked. Under the sky-burying coffin, Kong Aotian was smashed into the ground by a huge force. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Kong Aotian steadied himself in the crater and looked at the sky-burying coffin in shock. How is this possible? You can break free from the heaven's imprisonment? Kong Aotian exclaimed. Yan Chuan looked at Kong Aotian coldly. Kong Daoqiu frowned. At this moment, he escaped from the universe in the palm and looked at Kong Aotian and Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu said to the four immortals. Ah. Patriarch, what about Kong Aotian? The four immortals asked. I said, let's go. Kong Daoqiu said. All right. The four immortals nodded. Seeing that Kong Daoqiu was about to leave, Yan Chuan turned around and shouted, Stop. Kong Daoqiu, let me ask you, why did my mother give up the competition? Kong Mok, what right did you have to force my mother to death? Yan Chuan shouted at Kong Daoqiu, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yan Chuan didn't seem to want to catch Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu didn't look back and continued to fly with the four immortals. But as they flew, Kong Daoqiu's voice came, it's the Wentian token. The ancestor used the Wentian token as a medium to select 10 outstanding disciples. Susu gave up the Wentian token and gave it to Kong Mok to kill 10 outstanding disciples. With that, Kong Mok leads the four immortals and instantly disappears into the distance. Wentian token. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. His father had left him 3 things, the Tree of World, the Sword of God's Mine, and the Wentian token left behind by his mother. The Wentian token was clearly in his hands. How could Kong Mok have it? Could it be? Kong Mok's Wentian token was forged by his mother. Yan Chuan felt conflicted. He didn't seem to care about Kong Daoqiu's departure. He turned to look at Kong Outyan. Kong Outyan watched Kong Daoqiu and the others leave, his face full of anger. After all, he was the one who had saved them. How could Kong Daoqiu ignore him and take everyone away? Humph. Kong Outyan snorted. Kong Outyan took a step forward and soared into the sky, looking at Yan Chuan and the others. Yan Chuan also slowly looked over. Yan Chuan knew Kong Outyan's strength very well. How could he have grown so much in the past few hundred years? Even the sky-burying coffin's attack couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as a great immortal, but he was much stronger than an ordinary sky immortal. Before King Guiyu died, he used the sky-burying coffin to kill a sky immortal. What a powerful coffin. Humph, Yan Chuan, you're lucky today, but... Kong Outyan said coldly. Before he could finish, Yan Chuan attacked again. The sky-burying coffin in his hand slammed down again. World suppression. Yan Chuan shouted again. Boom. The sky-burying coffin slammed into Kong Outyan. This time, they didn't break apart. They were in a stalemate. Yan Chuan controlled the sky-burying coffin with a ferocious expression. Kong Outyan resisted the sky-burying coffin with difficulty, his expression unyielding. Heavenly power, gather. Kong Outyan roared. Crack. 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 Kong Outyan managed to block it. Yan Chuan's face darkened. This was the first time the sky-burying coffin had failed. Although he hadn't fully refined it, Yan Chuan knew how strong the sky-burying coffin was. Kong Outyan resisted it with difficulty, but he managed to do so. Meow. Meow roared. Buzz. Kong Outyan's power suddenly became unstable. Boom. Kong Outyan was slammed into the ground again. The ground sank by more than 10 feet. Boom. Kong Outyan jumped away with difficulty. Puff. Kong Outyan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. At this moment, Kong Outyan looked at the sky-burying coffin again with great shock. Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. He was about to attack again. Yan Di. Meng Hongying suddenly shouted. Yan Chuan looked over. Kong Outyan is the holy son of the archaic sects. If he has offended you, the archaic sects will punish him severely. Yan Di, please be merciful. Meng Hongying pleaded. Meng Hongying had no choice. Meng Hongying also wanted Kong Outyan to die. However, all the disciples of the archaic sects were staring at her. If she didn't speak up, she would be watching as outsiders bullied the disciples of the archaic sects. If she didn't speak up, the disciples of the archaic sects would lose their loyalty. She had no choice but to speak up. Yan Chuan looked at the injured Kong Outyan, then at Meng Hongying, and finally at ZZ. Forget it. He's just a talker. ZZ shook her head and sighed. Yan Chuan looked at ZZ and nodded. All right. With that, Yan Chuan looked at the people below. He then led ZZ, Li Si, Wang Jian, Miao, and Dongfang Jingpai to the east. Meng Hongying watched as Yan Chuan left. A complicated look flashed across Meng Hongying's eyes. On the other hand, Kong Outyan's eyes were cold. Yan Chuan, I'll come for you. I've decided that I won't leave your corpse intact. ZZ is mine. Ren Shu stood not far away and stared at Kong Outyan. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. A newborn Dao God? How could Kong Outyan have such luck? Dao God? Heh, I hope I'm wrong. Yan Chuan left with the group. Your Majesty, I won't be leaving. I still need to find Ren Shu. I'll try my best to convince him to join De Zhen and be my subordinate. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhengpai off, Yan Chuan looked at Li Si. Your Majesty, when I was in your Majesty's palm, I came into contact with Kong Daoqiu for a while. Although Kong Daoqiu was unwilling, I could feel that Kong Daoqiu greatly admires your Majesty. Chapter 1093. Great Chen Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. In the study room. Great Chen Celestial Empire's ministers stood respectfully on both sides, while Yan Chuan sat at his desk. Yifeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, there's news from the Central Divine Continent. Once the year is up, there are 3 middle-class sects that are willing to contribute all their merit points. 10 middle-class sects are willing to contribute half of their merit points. The remaining 9 sects are not willing to contribute a single point. What's the result? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng went to a sect that was not willing to contribute a single point. The sect was destroyed. Then he returned. Yifeng said. Everyone. The primordial gourd is a powerful treasure. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. So that's the case. The major sects of the Central Divine Continent are probably going to panic. Li Si nodded and sighed. That's right. Right now, Meng Hongying, Kong Outyen, Ren Shu and the other hall masters are leading a large number of disciples of the archaic sects to the various sects to fight for merits, said Yifeng. What are they trying to do by fighting for merit points in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Gang frowned. Perhaps. Yin Hentian frowned. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Meng Sansheng wants to imitate Jing Ting and take the World Dao Seal. Yin Hentian frowned. Oh. Everyone's face fell. Does Meng Sansheng have the strength to do so? Huo Guang was puzzled. I'm not sure, but Meng Sansheng's cultivation speed is too abnormal. Perhaps it's possible. Yin Hentian said. Dao Seal. Why do they all want this Dao Seal? I remember that when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, he faced Goddess Jichen's remnant consciousness. Both of them were ancestral immortals. Is Goddess Jichen's Dao Seal really that important? Yifeng frowned. Yin Hentian smiled and shook his head. This is not an ordinary Dao Seal, nor was it created by Goddess Jichen. More accurately, these Dao Seals should be kept by Goddess Jichen. Oh. Yan Chuan showed a trace of doubt. In the ancient times, there were 3,000 heavenly Dao in this world. The 3,000 heavenly Dao did not have any intelligence, but they were the foundation of the entire world. The heavenly Dao pushed the firmament to rule the world. The firmament had its own intelligence. Yin Hentian explained. Oh. The heavenly Dao doesn't have intelligence, but the heavens do? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Yes, Your Majesty, you should know that the karmic positions of heaven and earth are divided into lower, middle, upper, and birth positions. In the celestial empire of Great Chen, His Majesty was now in the upper karmic position of heaven and earth, also known as the celestial empire. The sage king of De Qi had the karmic position of birth. Actually, above it, there is a final karmic position called the Qi habit position. This is bestowed by the heavens using the 3,000 heavenly axioms. There are 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld, making a total of 15. Every person who enjoys the Qi habit position is a saint chosen by the heavens to assist the heavens in managing the entire world. Yin Hentian explained. There are a total of 15 saints in this world. 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the netherworld. Yan Chuan asked with a frown. Yes, this is a fixed number. It can only be less, not more. These 15 people were the strongest 15 people in the world. As they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they were called saints. The birth of each heavenly emperor was even more exaggerated. They had to snatch the karmic position of the saint from the hands of the saints in order to build the heavenly court. They had to become heavenly emperors. Yin Hentian said. Oh. However, after the calamity in the ancient times, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. At that time, the saints were almost extinct. Everything in this world was about to collapse. Yin Hentian laughed bitterly. Go on. For a long time, the strongest person in this world was the sage king. There were no more heavenly emperors, no more saints. Because the heavens died, all living beings could no longer obtain the chi habit position of heaven and earth. Yin Hentian said. What about now? Yen Chuan asked. Now. After a long period of time, the world regained some vitality. There were 1 or 2 more saints and heavenly emperors. Yin Hentian explained. There are more. Where did the chi habit position of heaven and earth come from? Li Si asked curiously. Back then, during the ancient calamity, more than half of the saints fell. The heavens took pity on the people. Before they fell, they gathered 10 incomplete chi habit positions of heaven and earth and gave them to goddess Jichen. After that, they died. Yin Hentian said. 10. Incomplete. Yen Chuan raised an eyebrow. Yin Hentian looked at Yen Chuan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems that the emperor has guessed it. Goddess Jichen used these 10 incomplete chi habit positions of heaven and earth to seal the 5 realms. We are in one of the 5 realms, and also the last one. The other 4 sealed realms have been opened by the strongest people and have been seized by the strongest people. Jing Ming, no, he should be called Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao came to take one of the chi habit positions of heaven and earth to become a heavenly emperor. Yen Chuan frowned. No, it's not that simple. I've already said that the chi habit positions of heaven and earth are incomplete. To become a heavenly emperor or a saint, they must be completed. However, I don't know how to complete it. According to what I know, there was once a powerful ancestral immortal in the immortal realm who wanted to become a saint. After he obtained the Tao seal, he paid a huge price but still failed to become a saint. Yin Hentian explained. The heavens are dead. It's difficult to become a saint or a heavenly emperor. Yin Hentian sighed. After that, everyone looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Meng Sansheng wants to seize the last Tao seal. Your Majesty, De Zhen wants to participate. Yi Feng asked solemnly. Yen Chuan smiled and nodded. There's no hurry. I'm sure Demon King Kong of the West also knows about this. Immortal Realm, at the entrance of the sealed realms. In a large hall. A large number of officials stood respectfully in the hall. They were all bowing respectfully to a man in a dragon robe who sat on the dragon throne in the north. Sage King, please calm down. The officials bowed. This is just a small sealed realm. When Goddess Jichen migrated in, they were all mortals. Once they became immortals, they would ascend. How can Da Qi continue to lose? The Sage King of Da Qi said in a low voice. Sage King, according to the news sent by Gongyang Taolu more than 10 years ago, there are 3 forces in the sealed realm. Yen Chuan, Demon King Kong, and Meng Sansheng. Gongyang Taolu faced Demon King Kong. Obviously, he died at the hands of Yen Chuan or Meng Sansheng. An official said. Demon King Kong. He's not dead. Didn't the legend say that the Tao god of Zhu Gong killed him? The Sage King of Da Qi frowned. We don't know. The officials sighed. Sage King, Gongyang Taoyu's death was very strange. It was too fast. Even with his great immortal strength, he couldn't escape. Moreover, the remaining 80 immortals didn't manage to ascend in time. It's too strange. Unless Yen Chuan or Meng Sansheng could kill everyone in an instant. An official analyzed. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the hall. Sage King, what should we do now? An official asked. Sage King, should we give up? No, the 5 sealed realms are all hidden in unknown places. This is the last person. It wasn't easy for me to find him. How can I give up? Moreover, if I leave, the news will spread. A large number of experts will come to fight for him. Am I testing the waters for them? The Sage King of Deqi glared. Then, I will go down personally. No, Sage King, you can't. Suddenly, the officials stood up. Jiaohu. Sage King, the higher the cultivation level of the sealed world, the greater the repulsion. With the strength of a Sage King, you won't be able to do anything inside. The situation inside is still unclear. Sage King, you can't take the risk. Just send someone to investigate. This time, you don't need to fight for the sealed realm. Just find out the information. An official shouted. The Sage King of Deqi frowned and nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. Central Divine Continent. A middle-rank sect. Kong Outyen led a group of 10th God Palace disciples and coldly stood outside the gate of a middle-rank sect. He looked at the people in the mountain gate with a cold expression. The sect leader of the middle-level sect immediately activated all the sect guarding formations as if they were facing a great enemy. Kong Outyen, is your arcane sacred ground really going to kill us all? My sect has already handed over half of our merit points, the sect master cried out. Kong Outyen sneered, if you want to blame someone, blame the great perfection heavenly empire. The world is big, but there are too few middle-rank sections. If it was in the past, there would be many middle-rank sections. Half of each sect would be enough. Now that there is only one divine continent, we will naturally take it all. I will count to 3. After 3, if you are still unwilling to hand over all your merit points, you will be killed without mercy. In the distance, the sect master's face was filled with grief and indignation. The disciples behind him were uneasy and uneasy. 1. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. I will not hand it over. If I hand over all my merit points, Tian Su will be useless. I will be ashamed to face the ancestors. 2. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. Come, at most we will die together. Since the divine continent sacred ground is perverted, I will fight it out with you. 3. Time's up. Kong Outyen snorted. In the distance, a large amount of sword chi shot toward Kong Outyen. Kong Outyen sneered and pointed his finger, freeze. Whine. All the experts froze in fear. Kill them all. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. Yes. The group of 10th God Hall disciples replied. In another sect in the central divine continent. Sect Master Hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu were tying up a red-faced man. In the main hall, there were also 10 wild boars that were gnawing on corn cobs. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu smiled excitedly. Ren Shu, what do you want? The red-faced man said coldly. Sect Master Red Face, just give in. Ninth Rat stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Ren, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Dongfang Zhengpai said strangely. Eh? The red-faced man and Ren Rat were slightly stunned. Soon, Ren Rat reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, heavy your sister's taste. Is that what I'm talking about? Red-faced man. After being interrupted by Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Rat was no longer so polite. Instead, he said boldly, Red-Face sect leader, your cultivation has been completely suppressed by me. Quickly, offer up all your merit points. Bah, dream on. I, Red-Face true monarch, will never yield to scoundrels. How dare you dig a hole and sneak attack me? Humph, I'll tell you the truth. I already knew that the divine sect sacred grounds would make a move. My Tiansu has already been given to someone else. Don't even think about ruining my sect's Dao foundation," said the red-faced sect master stubbornly. "Yo, you're quite stubborn. Do you know why we brought these 10 sows here?" Ren Rat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Why?" The red-faced sect master frowned. "Did you see that? The corn they're eating is laced with a strong aphrodisiac. If you don't hand over your merit points, we'll strip you naked," Ren Rat said with a smirk. The red-faced sect master's face stiffened. "What I fed you just now wasn't poison. It's actually a strong aphrodisiac," Ren Rat continued. "What? Despicable and shameless. You two despicable people." The red-faced sect master's face changed. "Despicable and shameless? I like hearing that. It's really sweet. Try another way to praise me," Ren Rat said with a face full of enjoyment. Red-faced sect master. "Brother Ren, you're really despicable," Dongfang Zhengpai said with a strange expression. Ren Rat. "Brother Ren, aren't you being too dishonest by doing this?" Dongfang Zhengpai frowned and said. "Dishonest?" Ren Rat looked at Dongfang Zhengpai blankly. "What I mean is that we should tear down this hall and set up a formation outside so that the middle sect disciples can see what's going to happen here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it openly," Dongfang Zhengpai said. Ren Rat laughed and said, "That's right. As expected of the descendant of Dongfang Bubi. You can even think of this." While the two of them were discussing wretchedly, the red-faced sect master's face suddenly turned ashen. His cultivation was sealed, he was fed an aphrodisiac and placed in the middle of a group of sows for the entire sect to admire. The red-faced sect master suddenly shuddered. Feeling the reaction of his lower body, the red-faced sect master was instantly terrified. "No, no, I'll give it all, I'll give it all." The red-faced sect master couldn't take it anymore. Chopping off his head was just a scar the size of a bull. The red-faced sect master was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the entire sect. However, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was to die shamelessly. "Give what?" Ren Rat laughed and said. "Merit points, I'll give it all to you. I don't want it anymore. Let me go." The red-faced sect master shouted. But I still want to see what's going to happen next." Ren Rat shook his head and said. "Yes, the red-faced sect master is fighting 10 sows. This scene will definitely be explosive. Tomorrow, it will definitely spread throughout the world and be admired by everyone. I'm also looking forward to it," Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. "Don't, the two of you, I'm wrong. Please, please let me go. I don't want anything, I don't want any merit points." The red-faced sect master was about to cry. "You're begging us to accept your merit points?" Ren Rat said. "Yes, I'm begging the divine sect's sacred grounds to accept it. I'm begging you." The red-faced sect master's tears flowed down his face. "Alright, sigh, I'm always too soft-hearted." Ren Rat sighed shamelessly. The red-faced sect master constantly cursed the two in his heart for being despicable and shameless. However, he didn't dare to say a word. At the intersection of the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Boom! A vast hole appeared in the void. It connected to the immortal world. For a moment, dark clouds covered the surroundings. In the large hole, 20 figures flew in. The 3 people in the lead bowed respectfully towards the hole. "Rest assured, Sacred King." The 3 people in the lead said respectfully. "My 3 beloved subjects, the 3 of you are great immortals. This world is strange, I don't want you to fight for hegemony. I only need you to carefully and quietly investigate this world. Remember, be careful, be careful." The voice of the great Chi Sacred King sounded. Yes, Sacred King, rest assured, we understand. N. Rumble. The huge hole slowly disappeared. The thunder clouds also slowly dissipated. Of the 20 immortals, 3 of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and flew towards the nearest city. One after another, merit points quickly gathered in the divine sect sacred ground. For a moment, the merit clouds in the divine sect sacred ground were rolling over. Almost all the merit points of the sects in the world were gathered. At the entrance of the divine world, Meng Sansheng looked up at the sky. Not enough, still not enough. Meng Sansheng frowned. Sacred Lord, there's so much merit points, is it still not enough? A person behind him asked curiously. Not enough, continue to search. Collect all the merit points of the middle sects, and all the merit points of the lower sects. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Yes. Great Chen Celestial Empire. Great Buddha Heavenly Empire. My divine sect sacred ground, it can be said that the world is divided into 3. Next, I will take the Tao Seal. Tao Seal? What is the mystery of the broken karmic position left by heaven? The heavenly Tao has collapsed, why is it still useful? Meng Sansheng frowned and thought. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.